Chapter 310. He could not say that the later generations had already used facts to prove the feasibility of the array disk. Wasn't that looking for trouble? By the way, most array formations use connate numinous treasures as the main array. You can start from this aspect and deduce the feasibility of the array disk. The birth of the array disk was the result of the later generations optimizing the array formation for convenience and simplicity. That was the inevitability of the development of the era. What Xian Qing and the others did today was nothing more than following the trend of the times. Even if Xian Qing and the others did not do anything, the array disk would be born in the future. That was the general trend and could not be defied. Instead of letting outsiders benefit, it was better to leave it to his own family. Therefore, the Jie school would accept this merit. Yes, senior brother. No, I've already done everything. Senior brother, what are you doing? Duo Bao nodded, indicating that he understood. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. From what Xian Qing had said, it seemed that he was going to leave everything to him. What should Xian Qing do? This is your good fortune. It's done. The merit is boundless. If it doesn't work, it's nothing. Just go back and cultivate hard and wait for the future. Xian Qing already had enough merit on him. The merit from setting up the array disk was not of much use to him. He might as well give it to Duo Bao as compensation. Then, junior martial brother will accept your offer. Seeing that Xian Qing's attitude was firm, Duo Bao did not refuse. There was no need to be polite. He just had to remember this matter in his heart. There would be a day when he would repay him in the future. Alright, there's no need to be so serious. It's not a big deal. Waving his hand, Xian Qing smiled and comforted him. However, his expression changed and he said seriously, however, it's better to hurry up and refine the array disk. Let's try to refine it as soon as possible. There are countless wise people in the primordial world. If I can think of something, it doesn't mean that they can't. If it's too late and someone else proposes it first, you can't blame others. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Wise people could obtain enlightenment from such a major matter that followed the trend of the times. Whoever created the array disk first and created it more perfectly. This merit belonged to the person who obtained it. What Xian Qing could do was to tell Duo Bao about this matter in advance. As for whether or not Duo Bao could refine the disk array to perfect the array Dao in this period of time, that would depend on his own ability. Whether it succeeded or not, Xian Qing wouldn't care. The opportunity had already been given to Duo Bao. If he couldn't grasp it, then he couldn't blame Xian Qing. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. Senior brother, don't worry. Duo Bao will definitely do his best and be the first to refine the array disk. I will not let the reputation of Jie School's array Dao be ruined in my hands. Duo Bao was still very confident in himself. It's good that you know what you're doing. That's right, when refining the disk array, you can experiment with the teleportation array. This array was created by you, so it will be much easier to improve it. After thinking about it, Xian Qing suggested to Duo Bao. Yes, senior brother, I know. Duo Bao nodded to show that he understood. That's it then. Senior brother, do you have anything else to do? I won't accompany you here. With that, Xian Qing waved his hand and turned to walk towards the quiet room. Now, Xian Qing also had a lot of things to do. The plan to stimulate the consumption of the living beings in the East Sea still needed to be perfected. In the quiet room, a ball of immortal fire that was surrounded by clear light appeared. The Dao runes lingered, and it was extremely terrifying. It set off waves of heat, causing the void to distort. This was the Nine Heavens immortal fire, a supreme true fire that was born in the origin of the heaven realm. Its power was boundless, and it was ranked among the top 10 true fires of the primordial world. The essence soul was light and agile, close to the sky. The body was turbid, close to the ground. Therefore, the Nine Heavens immortal fire that was born in the origin of the heaven realm contained the connate clear spirit Tao. It specialized in burning the essence soul of people. It was extremely ruthless. Xianqing was from the same sect as the heavens. He basically had all the abilities of the heaven realm. Therefore, the 9 heavens immortal fire was his innate divine ability. He could control it as if it was instinct. Great Tao Furnace, appear. With a command, the Great Tao Furnace appeared. It rumbled and floated above the 9 heavens immortal fire. Then, Xianqing formed a Tao seal and controlled the 9 heavens immortal fire. At the same time, he took out several connate spiritual materials and placed them into the Great Tao Furnace. Yes, that's right. Xianqing was refining artifacts. He planned to take advantage of this period of time to refine some postnatal spiritual treasures and postnatal supreme treasures. As for what to refine, he had an idea. He planned to imitate connate spiritual treasures. In the early years, before the 3 pure ones established their sects, their connate spiritual treasures had been left in the treasury to collect dust. At that time, Xianqing liked to run to the treasury whenever he had nothing to do. As a result, the connate spiritual treasures in the hands of the disciples of the 3 sects were all in Xianqing's hands. Therefore, he knew the functions of the Tao inscriptions contained in the connate spiritual treasures. With these accumulations, it would not be difficult for Xianqing to imitate these connate spiritual treasures. The difficult part was how to make these imitated connate spiritual treasures have the power of the original ones. Fortunately, Xianqing was not imitating connate spiritual treasures to pursue power, but to verify his Tao of refining artifacts. It was not too troublesome. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. The immortal gathering bell rang again, disturbing the peace of the East Sea and also waking Xianqing up from refining artifacts. Has it been 1,000 years? After returning to his senses, Xianqing stretched but did not plan to go to Golden Ao Island. Now, the Jias sect was on the right track. It did not matter if he, the eldest senior brother, returned or not. It took nearly 1,000 years to refine 9 connate spiritual treasures and 3 connate cardinal treasures. Not bad. In the future, Yun Zhongzi of the Chan sect was famous for imitating connate spiritual treasures. I think he is inferior to me. Looking at the spiritual treasures he had refined, Xianqing said proudly. The 3 connate cardinal treasures were made by Xianqing based on the connate cardinal treasures in the hands of the 3 pure ones. They were the connate Taiji diagram, the connate Panga banner, and the celestial slaying sword formation. The 9 connate spiritual treasures were made by Xianqing based on 9 powerful supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures. They were the 8-view palace lantern, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, the purple lightning hammer, the floating flame flag, the Wuji apricot yellow flag. These 12 spiritual treasures floated in mid-air, surrounded by Tao runes. They were shining with spiritual light and releasing wisps of divine radiance. They looked extraordinary and almost looked real. Of course, it was only in terms of appearance. These imitated spiritual treasures were naturally far inferior to the original in terms of power. They could only be considered average and were worthy of his grade. This power is indeed a little weak. After a while, the novelty gradually faded. When Xianqing looked at these spiritual treasures again, he could not help but feel a little disdainful. He felt that their power was too weak. As imitations of connate spiritual treasures, they should be one of the best among those of the same grade, even if they were not of a higher grade. Chapter 311. How could it be like now? Its power could only be considered ordinary. Other than its appearance being similar to a connate numinous treasure, there was nothing else special about it. It really disappointed Xianqing. It also let down the connate spiritual materials that he had paid. One had to know that if Xianqing used the materials that he had used to refine these numinous treasures to refine other numinous treasures, the power of the resulting numinous treasures would at least double. In that case, Xianqing would suffer a huge loss. It shouldn't be. With my strength, even if I didn't put in much effort, I shouldn't have refined such a weak numinous treasure. Moreover, I put in effort. There must be a problem. There must be a problem that I didn't notice. Xian Qing was a refiner. He had used many precious connate spiritual materials to refine the numinous treasure. No matter what, it should be one of the best among the same grade. In this situation, something must have happened that he did not know about. Then, Xian Qing calmed down and began to deduce silently. Yin-yang Dao patterns appeared and turned into a yin-yang taiji diagram that surrounded his body and rotated endlessly. Under the contrast of the yin-yang taiji diagram, Xian Qing's aura changed drastically. He became more and more ethereal and unfathomable. He was as cold as the heavenly Tao and was infinitely close to the Tao. Tao deduction technique. The Tao derived yin and yang to form heaven and earth. That was the deduction technique recorded in the Grand Pure Tao scripture. Combining the Tao of yin and yang, one could observe heaven and earth, explore the principles of the universe, and observe the universe. All secrets could not be hidden. Fuxi was the peak of the Tao of deduction, and the Grand Pure One was not bad either. It was not that he did not do anything, but that he did nothing. Throughout the history of the primordial world, although the Grand Pure One rarely made a move, most of the benefits of the primordial world were in his hands. In silence, he seized everything and became the biggest winner. It had to be said that this was a true algorithm master. Those who were good at fighting had no outstanding achievements. It was probably referring to people like the Grand Pure One. Then, as the deduction technique passed down by the Grand Pure One, the power of the Tao deduction technique could be imagined. Connate Tao luck. After a while, Xian Qing retracted his spiritual will and looked enlightened. Connate numinous treasures were treasures born naturally in heaven and earth. At the same time, they were one of the manifestations of the connate myriad Tao in the world. Connate numinous treasures and zenith heaven golden immortals could be called Tao appearances. They were the images of Tao in the world. Therefore, they naturally occupied a wisp of connate luck. As long as the great Tao was not destroyed, the innate Tao luck would not be lost. This wisp of connate Tao providence could be said to be the foundation of the connate numinous treasure and Daoyuo Jingxian. Wasn't Xian Qing making the imitations of the primordial spiritual treasures to divide their primordial Tao luck? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Although innate spiritual treasures did not have spiritual intelligence, they were not easily bullied by Xian Qing. Behind them, the will of heaven and earth was in charge. Therefore, under the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, the power of the innate spiritual treasure imitation refined by Xian Qing was greatly reduced, far beyond his expectations. Master, please show your power. After thinking for a while, Xian Qing raised the replica of the immortal slaying sword formation and suddenly bowed towards the void. As Xian Qing's voice fell, sect leader Tong Tian, who was comprehending the great Tao in green touring palace, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He could not help but open his eyes and look towards Penglai Island. What kind of cultivation base did the Grand Master of Heaven have? How could the matter on Penglai Island be hidden from him? In just an instant, he understood the cause and effect. You have a lot of ideas. Sensing Xian Qing's plan, the Grand Master of Heaven shook his head and laughed. Immediately, he suddenly pointed at the immortal slaying sword formation beside him. Go! Buzz! 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 The immortal slaying sword formation vibrated for a moment and suddenly activated a blood-red sword light. It was extremely sharp and cut through the endless void. It came to Penglai Island and in front of Xian Qing. Thank you, Master. Seeing the sword light, Xian Qing's face was filled with joy. He quickly bowed towards the void. Then, Xian Qing performed a spell and guided the immortal slaying sword light into the immortal slaying painting in his hand. Boom! As the sword light entered the body, the immortal slaying painting suddenly changed. The dazzling sword light exploded, and boundless murderous intent surged, reflecting Penglai Island into a blood-red color. Rise! Xian Qing stretched out his finger, and the Dharma power in his body surged out and poured into the immortal slaying painting, fully activating its power. Innate Tao patterns appeared, densely packed, and formed 4 blood-red long swords around the surroundings, covering the void in all directions and isolating the past from the future. On the swords, blood-red murderous intent flowed, emitting a terrifying power. The 4 swords appeared at the same time, destroying all life and cutting off all future, creating a situation where there was no chance of survival. This was the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. The projection of the real Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Xian Qing used the pirated Immortal Slaying Sword formation as a basis to communicate with the real Immortal Slaying Sword formation and borrow its power. In the void, it formed the projection of the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. This formation was extremely powerful and contained endless murderous intent, as if it could destroy the world. Although it was far from the real Immortal Slaying Sword formation, it was not inferior to an ordinary supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. The method is good, but it's a pity. Looking at the Immortal Slaying Sword formation in the sky, Xian Qing suddenly sighed and slowly dispersed the formation. Then, something surprising happened. A gust of wind blew past, and Xian Qing's imitation of the Immortal Slaying Sword formation suddenly turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation was an innate spiritual treasure, and its power was definitely beyond imagination. How could a small acquired spiritual treasure withstand its power? Previously, it was still supported by the power of the Immortal Slaying Sword formation and could barely maintain its form. But after the power of the Immortal Slaying Sword formation faded, the acquired spiritual treasure naturally could not maintain its form and collapsed. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A one-time Dharma treasure. An explosive weapon. I seem to have accidentally refined something amazing. At this moment, Xian Qing sighed with melancholy. It was an instant of brilliance and extreme brilliance. At the cost of exhausting itself, it could erupt with power that was comparable to a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although it was only a chance to strike, it was enough to attract attention. If the acquired spiritual treasure refined by Xian Qing could borrow the power of a corresponding innate spiritual treasure, it would become a spiritual treasure that was explosive. Similarly, if the acquired spiritual treasure could borrow the power of a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, it could also erupt with power that was comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. It was just that the price was a little high. The materials used to refine these spiritual treasures were not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. They were all spiritual materials that were nurtured by heaven and earth, and each of them was precious. Xian Qing did not care about the consumption of 1 or 2 of them. But he could not bear the consumption of dozens or hundreds of them. Sigh. This spiritual treasure is really useless. Not to mention the consumption of spiritual materials, just borrowing the power of the innate spiritual treasure was a little helpless. Innate spiritual treasures had owners. If he wanted to borrow their power, he had to first get the consent of their owners. It was fine to borrow power once or twice. But if it happened too many times, no matter how good their relationship was, he would gradually get tired of it. Chapter 312. Without a connate cardinal treasure in hand, this kind of refining technique was completely meaningless. No, it was not completely meaningless. At the very least, it gave Xian Qing a lot of inspiration. A disposable numinous treasure was very promising. This was completely the prototype of a talisman. It was just that it was in the shape of a numinous treasure. Although the price to pay was a little high, its power was also very extraordinary. What Xian Qing had to do now was to try his best to unleash the strongest power at the lowest price and let the disposable Dharma treasure really spread in the primordial world. As for imitating a connate numinous treasure, forget it. The gains did not make up for the losses. It was better to focus on researching disposable Dharma treasures. Xian Qing still had the ability to act as soon as he thought of it. In his sea of consciousness, his essence soul trembled and contacted Hongmeng Daozhong on the Ziwei star. Boundless Dao runes crossed layers of space and descended here, causing Xian Qing to fall into the deepest state of Dao enlightenment. For a moment, Xian Qing's comprehension increased greatly. Countless ideas flashed in his mind, and all kinds of insights surfaced in his mind, allowing him to have a clearer understanding of disposable Dharma treasures. he also had many more ideas to improve it. Just like that, Xian Qing was immersed in improving the disposable Dharma treasures. Time passed just like that without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Boom! On this day, black and yellow merits suddenly fell from the sky, causing a boundless phenomenon and waking Xian Qing up from his Tao enlightenment. That place, it's Duobao. Looks like the arrayed disc has been completed. Looking in the direction of the commotion that attracted merit was where Duobao was. There was no need to think too much. The arrayed disc must have been completed. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not have given so much merit. Just as Xian Qing was thinking, the merit in the sky moved. It was like a golden waterfall, mighty and majestic. If not for the fact that the Three Immortal Island was protected by the Khanate array, it would have attracted the attention of many powerful beings. When the merit fell, 20% of it landed on Xian Qing's head to reward him for teaching Duobao. The remaining 80% of the merit landed on Duobao. He put it away and stored it in his sea of consciousness to protect the clarity of his spirit platform. Looking at the time, it's not far from the day of Master's lecture. I should start the next stage of the plan. Looking at the newly refined Dharma treasures in front of him, Xian Qing smiled. He waved his hand and put them away. Then, he walked towards Duobao. The amount of spiritual materials required to refine this magic treasure was 90% less than the previous one. Of course, due to the lack of materials, the prowess of the artifact had also been reduced correspondingly. However, it was not a big problem. There was nothing perfect in the world. Xian Qing was already very satisfied to be able to achieve this step. After Xian Qing's modification, the power of these acquired spirit treasures had undergone earth-shaking changes. When an inferior acquired spirit treasure erupted with its full power, it was equivalent to the full power strike of an early Daluo Jingxian expert. The full power of a middle-grade acquired spirit treasure was equivalent to the full power strike of a mid-stage Daluo Jingxian expert. And so on. Activating the acquired spiritual treasure with all his strength was equivalent to Daluo Jingxian attacking. Of course, these acquired spiritual treasures only had one chance to strike. After that, they would vanish into thin air. Otherwise, the power of these acquired spiritual treasures would be too strong. They would be even stronger than innate spirit treasures. This was unrealistic. As for the acquired supreme treasures, perhaps because Xian Qing had not broken through to the sage-to-be, no matter how hard he tried, he could not raise the power of the acquired supreme treasures to the sage-to-be level. He could only reach the level of a half-step sage-to-be. However, this did not matter. If he really reached the sage-to-be level, the acquired supreme treasures would be useless. Without a doubt, the acquired supreme treasures at the sage-to-be level were used to deal with Daluo Jingxian and the sage-to-be. But facing them, the strong naturally had no fear. But the weak did not even have the chance to make a move. In the face of absolute strength, the weak could not even take out their weapons. Senior brother, look. Seeing Xian Qing, Duobao ran to his side excitedly and handed the silver array disc in his hand to him as if he was presenting a treasure. This was a space array disc. The first array disc in the primordial world. Duobao spent thousands of years and countless spiritual materials to finally refine it. This array disc was originally an acquired supreme treasure. Later, with the blessing of merit, it had been promoted to an acquired supreme treasure of merit. Its function was similar to the space array diagram, but it was more convenient and simple. But at the same time, there were gains and losses. In terms of power, the array disk was undoubtedly much smaller than the array diagram. It was about 10 times more. Very good. You didn't disappoint me. Duobao, can you do me another favor? Xian Qing first nodded to express his appreciation for Duobao. Then, he suddenly changed the topic and said to him. Yes, what other orders do you have, senior brother? Please tell me. Duobao will do his best to complete it. Now, no matter what Xian Qing asked Duobao to do, he would probably not refuse. It's not a big deal. I urgently need a batch of space array disks now. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me make a batch of space array disks here. Before Master's sermon begins, make as many as you can. I need them urgently. These space array disks were related to Xian Qing's next plan. Therefore, he had to continue to catch Duo Bao as a strong man. Ah! Again. Hearing this, Duo Bao's face could not help but turn bitter. All these years, he didn't know how many spatial array disks he had refined, to the point that he wanted to vomit. If it weren't for the fact that he had merit to support him, he would have quit long ago. Now, he had finally been freed. Before he could rest, he was caught by Xian Qing again. His bitter expression was already good enough. Of course, even so, Duo Bao did not refuse. He forced himself to focus, grabbed the materials, and continued to refine the disk array. Duo Bao, you're using this to refine weapons? Master has so many primordial cauldrons, why don't you ask for one? After a while, Xian Qing suddenly realized that something was amiss. The Dao cauldron that Duo Bao used to refine treasures was actually only at the postnatal cardinal level. This was too inconceivable. That's many treasures. Many treasures, many treasures, many riches, many treasures. One was born with fate with connate numinous treasures. How could he not have a Xiantian cauldron? After all, the true body of many treasures was the treasure-snatching rock outside the Purple Cloud Palace. The treasure-snatching rock that held countless connate numinous treasures. It could be said that more than half of the connate numinous treasures in the entire primordial world had been placed on the treasure-snatching rock. Countless years ago, when many great masters were still young, they had used various methods to collect connate numinous treasures on the treasure-snatching rock. That was why many great masters did not lack connate numinous treasures. Otherwise, with the exception of a small number of innate saints, the rest of the great mediums should be poor. They would only have their connate numinous treasures with them. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chapter 313. After obtaining the innate spiritual treasures from the treasure-snatching rock, those great mediums directly left the chaos beyond the heavens. Only Tongtian sect leader thought of the treasure-snatching rock's extraordinariness and took it away before leaving. As for those great mediums who had yet to leave, when they saw this scene, they could not help but feel regret and secretly scold themselves for being stupid. The treasure was right in front of them, but they did not realize it. They deserved to be inferior to others. Think about it, how could the treasure-snatching rock be used by a Tao ancestor to store innate spiritual treasures? An ordinary innate stubborn rock was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. It was a pity that they were so stupid that Taoist Shengqing obtained this fortune. Thinking about it made their hearts ache. However, Taoist Shengqing obtained the treasure-snatching rock and wanted to refine it into a spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, the treasure-snatching rock left the chaos beyond the heavens and was infected by the primitive spiritual qi, giving birth to a trace of spiritual intelligence. As such, Taoist Shengqing could not bear to do it and placed the treasure-snatching rock in Mount Kunlun, allowing it to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth and invade the spiritual opportunity of the sun and moon, waiting for the day when it could transform. This was the origin of many treasures. Those innate spiritual treasures had stayed on many treasures for an unknown period of time and had long left indelible marks. And these marks were fate. It was the indelible fate that those innate spiritual treasures had with many treasures. Back then, the number of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock was simply innumerable. Even though some of them were taken away by those great mediums, there were still many left. They were scattered into the wilderness by the Tao ancestor and left for the fated person. Many treasures was the fated person. If the innate spiritual treasures lying on the treasure-snatching rock in the past did not meet their destined owner, when they saw many treasures and sensed that familiar aura, they would automatically fly into his hands. Therefore, no matter where many treasures went, there would be innate spiritual treasures throwing themselves into his arms. This was the fate of the past and outsiders could not be envious. For such a person, it would be unreasonable if he did not have a cauldron of innate spiritual treasures. Senior Marshal Brother, there were no cauldrons of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock in the past. Therefore, I am not fated with them and cannot take them easily. Many treasures replied with a bitter smile, as if he had thought of something bad. The more powerful one was, the more one needed to be restricted. Duobao's fortune was so heaven-defying that it naturally had all kinds of drawbacks. Duobao could take any primordial spiritual treasure that was not on the treasure-snatching rock, but he could never refine it. Otherwise, it would definitely damage one's luck and cause a calamity to befall them. Perhaps in the future, Duobao had probably taken a connate numinous treasure that he should not have taken. That was why he had caused the calamity to befall him. As a result, he was involved in the God-conferment tribulation and was suppressed by the Grand Pure One. Otherwise, how could myriad treasures, who had the providence of so many connate numinous treasures, encounter a tribulation? Being free and unfettered was the treatment he deserved. It was also later on that myriad treasures scattered all his connate spiritual treasures, and his providence returned to its peak. This allowed his cultivation to soar all the way, and he became a top-notch great medium, shaking the 3 realms and 6 Tao with his might. There were gains and losses, and that was it. You're still complaining? Do you know how many people in the primordial world envy your luck? Seriously, seeing Duobao's look of disdain, Xian Qing pointed at him and was speechless. Almost half of the connate spiritual treasures in the primordial world were fated with him, but he was still complaining. A full man did not know the hunger of a hungry man. If outsiders were to find out about this, who knew how jealous they would be? Senior brother, you don't understand. The feeling of not being able to refine a connate spiritual treasure when it is right in front of you is tormenting. It's simply heart-wrenching. Shaking his head, Duobao's expression was a little melancholic, as if they did not understand. Due to his nature, Duobao had an extraordinary love for connate spiritual treasures. When he saw them, he wanted to take them for himself. However, there were some connate spiritual treasures that he could not refine. This made him, who loved treasures very much, feel very uncomfortable. Ha! Xian Qing could only sneer at Duobao's pretentiousness. Why didn't he feel troubled when the connate spiritual treasure threw itself at him? Now, he was complaining. He was still too greedy. However, Xian Qing did not say anything. That was Duobao's nature. He could only change it himself. Outsiders could not interfere. The path of the Great Tao was long. If he wanted to walk for a long time, he had to abide by his heart and be firm in his beliefs. However, it was not a good thing to suppress one's nature. It would breed external demons and affect one's Tao heart. The balance between the two could only be grasped by oneself. Outsiders really could not help. You're using this postnatal cardinal treasure to refine artifacts. How about this? I'll teach you a mystical ability. In the future, even if you use this technique to refine pills and artifacts, it will be much better than using postnatal cardinal treasures. This was the era of the connate. Wasn't it a joke to use postnatal cardinal treasures in this era? Was it worthy of refining a postnatal cardinal treasure into a connate spiritual object? Moreover, how could a postnatal cardinal treasure be compared to a connate spiritual treasure? The difference in essence would definitely lead to a huge difference in the things they refined. Based on this thought, Xian Qing could not stand it anymore. He wanted to impart a supreme mystical ability to Duobao so that he could escape the embarrassment of using a postnatal cardinal treasure. As for a cauldron-type connate spiritual treasure, Xian Qing did not dare to give it. If it ruined Duobao's connate Tao luck because of this, it would be a huge sin. When the day came when Duobao could possess a connate spiritual treasure as he wished, it would mean that he had reached perfection and achieved Tao. That would be the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Comprehend it well. Xian Qing pointed at Duobao and imparted everything about the heaven and earth furnace to him. The heaven and earth furnace used heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the coal, and creation as the fire to refine everything in the world. Whether it was refining artifacts, refining pills, or fighting enemies, it was very useful. It could be said to be omnipotent. At first, this mystical ability was the most ordinary mystical ability. However, after Feng Zichen verified it with heaven and earth many times, it had already undergone a transformation and sublimated into a supreme mystical ability. Senior brother is so talented. After digesting the information in his sea of consciousness, Duobao's face was full of admiration. Abandoning all external objects and borrowing the power of heaven and earth to form a spiritual treasure. Its power was not inferior to a connate spiritual treasure. This technique was called using Tao to develop artifacts. It was the highest achievement in the path of refining artifacts. In the primordial world, there were very few people who could do this. They were all great figures who shocked the primordial world. For Xian Qing to be able to do this, one could imagine how powerful his methods were. I didn't create this mystical ability. It was created by my good friend, the Zichen clan. Therefore, without his permission, you must not spread this mystical ability. Ignoring Duobao's flattery, Xian Qing said with a serious face. He believed that it would not be long before his two bodies, Xian Qing and Feng Zichen, would meet in the East Sea. Now, he had to make some preparations in advance to avoid trouble in the future. Chapter 314. Today, he would inform Duobao about this matter. Tomorrow, he would inform the disciples of Jie school. Before long, the news that Xian Qing and Feng Zichen were best friends would spread throughout the East Ocean. At that time, the exchange of numinous treasures between the two of them would not seem so abrupt. The sea-calming divine pearl had to be given to Feng Zichen to increase the grade of the chaos bead. As for the one origin Tao talisman, it had to be given to Xian Qing to help him establish the Tao of talismans. In this way, it was very important to publicize the relationship between the two of them in advance. After all, it was normal for good friends to exchange numinous treasures in the primordial world. Zichen clan. Primordial sword ancestor. Senior brother is actually good friends with the sword ancestor. This is really unexpected. Feng Zichen's name was known by everyone in the primordial world. Duobao naturally knew about it. He created something out of nothing and opened up a connate Tao. It was difficult not to know such a person. His home is on the edge of the East Ocean. What's so strange about him being familiar with me? Shaking his head, Xian Qing said indifferently. This was deliberately done by him. The more carefree he appeared, the more it reflected the close relationship between the two of them. Don't worry, senior brother. Without the sword ancestor's permission, I will never teach this divine ability to others. Duobao hurriedly promised. I'm not worried about you. Nodding, Xian Qing urged, all right, I've already taught you the divine ability. It's time for you to get down to business. Hurry up and help me refine the teleportation array disk. The more, the better. Senior brother, the gap here is a little big. Without waiting for Duobao to reply, Xian Qing waved his hand and took out the void stone. Then, he used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the teleportation array disk. The teleportation array disk was of great use to him. When Duobao saw this, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly used the heaven and earth furnace that he had just learned and began to refine the teleportation array disk. After all, he was a top-notch connate god fiend. His comprehension was extremely high. Even a supreme divine ability like the heaven and earth furnace could be learned in an instant. It's about time. It's time to go to Golden Turtle Island. At a certain moment, Xian Qing sensed something. He pinched his fingers and calculated the time. He realized that there were still 100 years before the Grand Master of Heaven's next lecture. Duobao, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After 60 years, take the teleportation formation disk that you refined and look for me outside Golden Turtle Island. Xian Qing turned his head and said to Duobao. Then, he put away the teleportation formation disk that the two of them had refined over the years and rushed to Golden Turtle Island. Before Duobao could reply, Xian Qing's figure disappeared. It could be seen that he left in a hurry. Daoyuo Jingxian drifted outside of time and space. distance had long lost its meaning to them. To them, as long as time and space were not sealed, they could cross thousands of rivers and mountains and go back and forth between the past and the future with a single thought. In the blink of an eye, they traveled hundreds of millions of miles. To Xianqing, the distance between Penglai Island and Golden Turtle Island was only a step away. Therefore, as soon as Xianqing finished speaking, he had already arrived near Golden Turtle Island. However, after Xianqing arrived, he did not directly enter the island. Instead, he wandered around Golden Turtle Island. At this moment, there was still 100 years before the Grand Master of Heaven's sermon. However, the primordial creatures that had come because of its reputation had already filled the nearby sea. Xianqing looked over and saw that all he could see were the primordial creatures. They were densely packed and could not be seen at a glance. It was a vast expanse of darkness. If this was not the saint's Taoist field, Xianqing believed that the people here would have already started fighting. It would definitely not be such a quiet, peaceful, and harmonious scene. However, it did not matter. What he wanted was to have more people. This place was just what he wanted. It was also very suitable for the next step of his plan. This is it. After wandering around the nearby sea for a while, Xianqing's eyes lit up. He found a place that he was satisfied with and immediately stopped there. Then, he gently tapped his right foot. Auspicious clouds suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea and spread out evenly. They were about 10 feet in radius. Then, Xianqing's hand shook. The teleportation formation disk that he had refined earlier automatically appeared on the auspicious clouds and was placed side by side. It was like a small stall. That's right. Xianqing's plan was to set up a stall here to sell the teleportation formation disk while there were many people here. Of course, selling the teleportation formation disk was just a side benefit. His real goal was to promote the circulation of the Khanate creation pill. Humans had a herd mentality. As long as he set up a stall here and earned the Khanate creation pill, there was no need to think too much. There would definitely be people who would follow suit and set up a stall here in order to earn the Khanate creation pill. Humans were all profit-seeking. It was hard for people not to be tempted when they saw the benefits. Of course, in the primordial world, there was no lack of people who were dedicated to pursuing the Tao. However, those who pursued the Tao also needed to cultivate. The reason why the Khanate creation pill could become a currency was that it had extraordinary value in itself. It could help people cultivate. No one could refuse it. Therefore, Xianqing's plan to set up a stall was very promising. In this way, the circulation of the Khanate creation pill would definitely be greatly accelerated. Thus, Xianqing would obtain the luck of the primordial world currency. This was his real goal. Setting up a stall was just a method. If the effect was obvious, he would open a shop or even a chamber of commerce. Xianqing was willing to try any method that could make the Khanate creation pill circulate. Even if he had to become the biggest profiteer in the East Sea, he would not hesitate. As for setting up a stall alone, would it have such a great influence? Xianqing expressed that there was no problem at all. The Jie school did not have many things, but they had many disciples. As long as the stall was effective, believe it or not, all the disciples of the Jie school would take out the treasures that they did not need and sell them in the East Sea to stimulate the circulation of the Khanate creation pill. He believed that the next time the living beings of the primordial world came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven's sermon, they would find that the vicinity of Golden Ao Island was filled with stalls. The treasures sold by the stalls would also make them willingly take out the Khanate creation pill. With this thought in mind, Xianqing took out a wooden sign and wrote down the function of the teleportation array disk in detail. He also marked the price and sold it publicly. The teleportation array disk is within hundreds of millions of miles. As long as you put in the spatial coordinates, you can reach it in an instant. Price: 100 yin-yang creation pills. And Xianqing's strange actions naturally attracted the attention of many people. Teleportation array disk, what's that? Why have I never heard of it? Within hundreds of millions of miles, you can reach it in an instant. There's actually such a treasure in the world. Doesn't that mean that even if we don't have the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, we can still use this treasure to travel through the void? Seeing the introduction of the teleportation array disk, everyone was puzzled at first. Then, they gradually understood. In the end, everyone completely understood the function of the teleportation array disk. Chapter 3:15. This teleportation array. It was really used for escaping. Bah! A supreme treasure that could be used to hasten one's journey. With it, he would not have to fly slowly on his own in the future. As long as he activated the teleportation array disk, he would arrive at his destination with a whoosh. It was really too convenient. At the same time, with the teleportation array disk, he would be much more relaxed when fighting with others. If he really could not win, he could use the teleportation array disk to leave. He would not be in such a sorry state like before, or even lose his life. This treasure called the teleportation array disk was very useful. Looking at the teleportation array disk, for a moment, everyone's breathing could not help but become heavy. Their eyes were also filled with desire. Obviously, they were excited. Looking at their eager eyes and listening to their heavy breathing, if Xianqing did not have Daoyuo Jingxian's cultivation, he would really be afraid that they would pounce on him and snatch him away. No one doubted that the teleportation array disk's function would be fake. Because on Xianqing's body, the vast and profound aura that was like the great Tao, was all showing his cultivation. Daoyuo Jingxian. No matter how useless a Daoyuo Jingxian was, he would not come out to deceive them, Tai Jingxian, and Golden Immortals. Because he really could not afford to lose that person. To be able to deceive cultivators of the same level was called ability. To deceive cultivators with higher cultivation than oneself was courting death. And Daoyuo Jingxian deceived cultivators who had not attained the Tao. If word got out, he would definitely become the laughing stock of the primordial world. He would not be able to live anymore. Therefore, when everyone confirmed the Xianqing realm, they also confirmed the ability of the teleportation array disk. Taoist priests, how do I use this teleportation array disk? After a while, a person mustered up his courage and walked forward to ask Xianqing. This person's body was similar to a goat. He was obviously a creature from the primordial world. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for him to come to the East Sea. If he had the teleportation array disk, then it would not be as troublesome for him to come to the East Sea Golden Ao Island in the future. This item was especially important to him. Therefore, he could not help but muster up his courage and be the first to ask Xianqing. Since the Taoist priests had already publicly sold transmission array disks, then his question shouldn't be too abrupt, right? Looking at Xianqing in front of him, that person felt uneasy. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with Daoyuo Jingxian. Nervousness was unavoidable. With a single 5 elements creation pill, it can teleport you 1,000,000 kilometers away. With a single yin-yang nature pill, it can teleport millions of miles. So on and so forth. The more innate pills of fortune there are, the further the teleportation distance. Xianqing said leisurely as he glanced at the person who had just arrived. This person definitely did not have a great background. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to the East Sea's Golden Turtle Island to listen to Tongtian's preaching. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was not the only one who would preach the Tao every 1,000 years. The 2 saints from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace and Shouyang Mountain's Baiying Palace were also preaching the Tao. All living beings in the primordial world could listen to them. However, one of the 2 saints did not accept disciples, and the other did not like demons. It was impossible for everyone to try their luck there. It was better to come to the Grand Master of Heaven. If they were lucky enough, he might take a fancy to them and accept them as disciples. Even if they were just in-name disciples, everything would be different. Their fates would be completely changed, and they would have the possibility to aspire to the great Tao. Therefore, although the three pure ones were preaching the Tao, the number of people who came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven was obviously higher than the other two saints. In fact, the number of people who came to listen to the Tao from the other two saints was not as many as the number of people who came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven. In the primordial world, the most popular and famous saint was none other than the Grand Master of Heaven. After all, he was the only one in the primordial world who said that there was no discrimination in education and took action for it. I want one of those Taoist priests. Gritting his teeth, that person took out 100 yin-yang nature pills and handed them to Xianqing. Looking at him, one could tell that if he took out 100 yin-yang nature pills, he would probably lose half of his wealth. However, Xianqing did not give him a discount because of this. As the first person to use the connate nature pills to trade, if the connate nature pills became popular in the primordial world, he would naturally get a share of the luck. Although he did not know it himself, this was already a great blessing. He did not need Xianqing to give him anything else. Do you think it's expensive? After accepting the yin-yang nature pills, Xianqing picked up a teleportation array disc and personally handed it to him. No. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. That person took the teleportation array disc with a face full of fear and said repeatedly. Daluo Jingxian personally handed over the item. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. After today, he would have the confidence to brag to others. This was capital. Don't be nervous. What's your name? Xianqing smiled and asked. Greetings, celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens. Blessed with good fortune, Mo Yang understood Xianqing's identity and bowed to him. Greetings, celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens. Praise the celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens, the sect of alchemy, the king of heaven, the virtuous spiritual emperor, Wuji immeasurable. At the same time, everyone bowed to Xianqing and praised him. The celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens represented the Taoist priests of the celestial sect of wonders. The sect of alchemy represented the ancestor of Qi pills. The king of heaven represented the same sect as heaven. The virtuous spiritual emperor represented the emperor of the spirit clan. Wuji immeasurable represented extreme nobility and brilliance. It was everyone's blessing to Xianqing, wishing him to become primordial chaos as soon as possible. Get up. Xianqing looked at the people in front of him and said lightly. Immediately, a gentle force appeared. It was invisible and intangible and lifted everyone up. Thank you, celestial supremacy. After getting up, everyone thanked Xianqing. Poor Wei is Xianqing, a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. I'm sure all of you have heard of the name of Poor Wei. Xianqing smiled and introduced himself. The Tao of the Celestial Supremacy's Qi Establishment Pill was developed and the Connate Creation Pill was developed to benefit all living beings in the primitive world. It is really a boundless merit. We have all received the kindness of the Celestial Supremacy. Naturally, we know the name of the Celestial Supremacy. Anyone who had used the Connate Creation Pill to cultivate was considered to have received the favor of Xianqing and owed him a favor. That was why everyone bowed to Xianqing. Otherwise, why would they bow to Xianqing? Did they really think that the living beings of the primitive world were so lowly that they would bow to Daluo Jingxian when they saw him? That was impossible. Under the influence of Pangu, the pride of the living beings of the primitive world was innate. If it was not someone they recognized, even if they were killed, they would not bow their heads. This kind of innate arrogance and unyielding spirit was something that the later generations could not compare to. It could only be said that the hearts of the later generations were bad. They became more selfish and more profit-driven, gradually deviating from the heart of seeking Tao. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the later generations could not compare to the cultivators of today. Chapter 3:16. It was not that the current method was inferior to the ancient method. It was not that the cultivation environment was inferior to the past. It was that the human heart had changed and deviated from the Tao. Let's ask, how could one achieve great things if they were different from the Tao? This teleportation array disk is indeed a little expensive. Everyone remained silent, but Xianqing took the initiative to speak. Ah! Xianqing was so blunt that everyone present did not know how to respond. Expensive, of course it was expensive. However, the immortal supremacy had personally come to sell it. How could everyone say that it was expensive? Were they still giving the immortal supremacy face? As for the immortal supremacy saying that it was expensive, that was someone else's item. Naturally, they could say whatever they wanted. However, if they continued to speak, it would be troublesome if they angered the immortal supremacy. After all, no one knew what kind of medicine the celestial venerable had up his sleeve. Therefore, silence was the best choice at this moment. This teleportation array disk was created by junior brother Poor Wei, the second disciple of Jie School, Duo Bao Immortal Lord, with painstaking efforts and thousands of years. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Xianqing began to talk about the origin of the teleportation array disk. His original intention of refining this treasure was to benefit all living beings in the primordial world so that the people of the world would no longer have to travel long distances and so that they could travel freely in the primordial world and the endless starry sky. Letting the world see the vastness of the world and know the vastness of the universe can be considered his merit. Originally, this treasure should have been provided to everyone for free. However, after thinking about it, we felt that this matter was inappropriate. After all, this array disk contains Duobao's painstaking efforts. If it is given away freely, the people of the world will inevitably look down on it. If this treasure is looked down upon because of this, what will happen to Duobao? Therefore, the Poor Wei set the price of 100 yin-yang creation pills for this teleportation array disk to reflect the preciousness of this treasure. It's also good to let the world know that creation is not easy to come by. They should cherish it. There is no free good thing in this world. In the primordial world, no matter what the initial goal was, the first thing to do was to find a name that was considerate of all living beings in the primordial world and add it to their own head. This way, they would be able to occupy the righteous status and gain the recognition of all living beings in the primordial world. It would undoubtedly be much more convenient to do things. After all, who would dare to stop him from helping all living beings in the primordial world? Did he not want to live anymore? Everyone in the primordial world could drown him with a mouthful of saliva. Also, did he really think that human Tao did not exist? When all the living beings of the great desolate Aeon unanimously cursed a person, the might of the human Tao would definitely descend. At that time, even a saint would not be able to survive. That was what Xianqing was doing now. Regardless of whether his goal was to promote the Khanate creation pill or not. In any case, the transportation formation disk did indeed bring benefits to the great desolate Aeon. There was nothing to question about this. Therefore, when Xianqing used this point to talk about things, it seemed very reasonable and righteous. No one could say anything about it and it was quite infectious. At the very least, he believed it himself. Do you understand? In the end, Xianqing even pretended to ask the silent crowd. We understand Venerable Immortal's efforts. After Xianqing finished speaking, everyone hurriedly bowed to him excitedly. Their faces were filled with gratitude. It was truly a sight to behold. As for whether or not they were truly moved, that was something that no one knew. However, this was not important. Seeing the gratitude on everyone's faces, Xianqing knew that his goal had been achieved. It did not matter if it was true or not. Alright, Poor Wei also knows that the transportation formation disk is a little expensive. 100 yin-yang creation pills is half a lifetime savings for most Tai Jingxian. Therefore, fellow Taoists who really can't afford the transportation formation disk can get a free refining method of the transportation formation from Poor Wei. The function of this transportation formation is similar to the transportation formation disk, but it's not as convenient. After all, he had to take into account the reputation of the Jie school. Xianqing did not go to the extreme and decided to spread the refining method of the transportation formation disk. Of course, Xianqing would not provide the materials. They would have to collect these materials themselves. As for whether they could set up the transportation formation in the future, that had nothing to do with Xianqing. They could only rely on their own abilities. Thank you for your kindness, venerable immortal. Everyone hurriedly thanked him when they heard that. 100 creation pills was too much. If they were to take it out, it would really hurt everyone. Thank you for your kindness, immortal Lord of many treasures. Praise to the immortal Lord of many treasures. There will be no disasters and no tribulations. Your merit is boundless. After that, everyone bowed in the direction of Golden Ao Island to thank many treasures for creating the transportation formation disk. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Xianqing waved his hand. He first lifted everyone up and then continued. Fellow Taoists, if you can't set up the transportation formation on your own, you don't have to worry too much. Soon, Poor Wei will lead all of you to set up the transportation formation on the various islands of the East Sea. The entire East Sea will be connected. It will be convenient for the living beings of the East Sea to communicate. Xianqing had long planned for this. Now that the living beings of the East Sea were gathered, he would make it public. If the transportation formation was completed, it would not be too much to collect some creation pills as travel expenses, right? In this way, wouldn't it stimulate the consumption of the living beings of the East Sea? Xianqing's goal of speeding up the circulation of the creation pills could also be achieved. And the living beings of the East Sea could benefit from it. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Xianqing's words completely shocked everyone. They hurriedly bowed and were about to kowtow to Xianqing again. However, just as everyone was about to move, they saw Xianqing waving his hand. A huge force descended and interrupted their movements, preventing them from bowing. I told you not to be so polite, but you're still so, Xianqing smiled helplessly. Celestial Lord's great virtue is really admirable. Celestial Lord, seeing that they could not continue bowing, everyone praised him. Unfortunately, Xianqing had long been immune to praises. No matter how much everyone praised him, it could not move him. Fellow Taoists, since Poor Wei has returned to the East Sea, he has to protect the peace of this place. Poor Wei does not care about the matters of the sea. However, I have to take care of the matters on the surface of the sea. In the future, if there are any more people who commit crimes, don't blame Poor Wei's ninth heaven seal for being merciless. After a while, when everyone gradually quieted down, Xianqing suddenly said sternly. At the same time, the ninth heaven seal automatically appeared and surrounded Xianqing, releasing a terrifying power. The void was distorted, and the rules were chaotic. This was a declaration of sovereignty. As a Khanate god-fiend born in the East Sea, Xianqing was the most orthodox ruler of the East Sea. In the past, he was not in the East Sea, so it was fine. But now, he had returned from Kunlun Mountain. This East Sea naturally had to follow his rules. Chapter 317. Today, Xianqing wanted to tell everyone in the East Sea and the countless living beings in the untainted land that the ruler of the East Sea had returned. From now on, His Majesty would cover the entire East Sea. That chaotic and disorderly East Sea would become history. Everything in the East Sea would operate according to his will. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the Duke of the East Sea had died. Today, Xianqing officially announced to the untainted land outside Golden Ao Island. He was the ruler of the East Sea. He would become the new ruler of the East Sea after the Duke of the East Sea and command everything in the East Sea. As the only perfected golden immortal among the remaining Khanate godfiends in the East Sea, Xianqing was qualified to be the ruler of the East Sea. That was because the other Daluo Jingxian had the status, but their realms were too weak. If they rashly took the position, it would be difficult to convince the masses and cause a lot of trouble. Only Xianqing, who had the status and strength, could replace the Duke of the East Sea who had returned to the Great Tao and become the new ruler of the East Sea. Rumble. The moment Xianqing's aura erupted, the wind and clouds in the sky above the East Sea changed. There were rules manifesting, and a vast power descended, suppressing the entire East Sea. Whoosh! Under this huge power, the entire East Sea was churning, setting off monstrous waves. All the islands were trembling, buzzing, and triggering the East Sea spirit veins. Then, in this series of changes, the East Sea underwent an extremely shocking change. A huge land suddenly appeared on the surface of the East Sea. Its figure was looming, surrounded by laws, interweaving into an endless scene, magnificent. It also exuded an ancient aura, as if it was the carrier of Tao, with boundless Tao. This was the Ziji state. The head of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of the East Sea. It was also the location of the former third most powerful force in the untainted land, the Purple Mansion. Today, after Xian Qing announced that he had officially become the ruler of the East Sea, the Ziji state that had disappeared for a long time suddenly reappeared, setting off endless waves and breaking the peace of the untainted land. All the powerful figures were shocked because of this. They all looked over and stared at the Ziji state with inexplicable expressions. Ziji state. Ziji state. Duke of the East Sea, are you returning? The familiar scene reappeared, bringing with it memories from a long time ago. For a time, scenes that had long been buried in the depths of their memories surfaced in the minds of the great divine ability experts. Like a slideshow, it flashed by quickly. Finally, the image stopped on a handsome man. That person had a three-dimensional crown and was wearing a 9-colored robe. He was the head of the male immortals in the world, Dong Wang Gong. Dong Hua was born from the true qi of Emperor Dong Hua. It ruled the East Pole and was above Dong Hua. He was in charge of the Yang Qi, and in the East, he was also known as Wang Gong. It was Tung Wang Kung. Similar to the Queen Mother of the West, it was formed from the pure essence of the Great Tao in the Eastern Ming Sea. Together with the Queen Mother of the West, they nurtured the heaven and earth, nurtured all living things. Above the heavens, under the earth, 3 realms, and 10 directions, men ascended to immortality and attained the Tao. He was the head of all the male immortals in the world. This was personally conferred by the Tao ancestor, with the dragon-headed cane as proof. Has the East Sea changed masters? No wonder purple prefectures would appear. Cultivator Dong Wang Gong has been dead for too long. His influence on the world is getting smaller and smaller. As a result, the authority he had when he was alive is slowly being lost. I really don't know how much of his supreme authority will be left when he returns. And how much of his strength will be left. Tai Yi is really ruthless. He actually plundered Dong Wang Gong's innate origin. Sigh. What kind of cultivation level did the great beings have? The moment they saw the change in the East Sea, they understood that this was not the revival of Dong Wang Gong, but the change in the East Sea. At the same time, with the appearance of the Ziji state, everything on it was clearly visible. The methods left behind by the Eastern Emperor Tai naturally could not be hidden from everyone. The Eastern Emperor wanted to completely destroy Dong Wang Gong. Tai, how dare you do this? No wonder there are still no signs of fellow Taoist returning to this day. So it's all because of you. You secretly did something. On the Immortal Mountain in West Kunlun, when the Queen Mother of the West saw the scene in the Ziji state, her expression changed drastically. She wanted to kill her way to the heavenly court and fight Tai to the death. She was wondering why there were no signs of Dong Wang Gong returning after such a long time. It turned out that Tai had locked Dong Wang Gong's origin. How could the Queen Mother of the West not be angry? One was the leader of the male immortals, the other was the leader of the female immortals. One was born of the innate Yang origin, and the other was born of the innate Yin origin. There was no need to talk about the relationship between the Queen Mother of the West and Dong Wang Gong. Sigh. Without the innate origin, even if fellow Taoist returns, his strength will definitely drop greatly. He will have a high cultivation level but no corresponding strength. Moreover, fellow Taoist has been dead for so long. During this period of time, everyone's strength has improved greatly, especially Tai. He is about to step into the primordial chaos Tao realm. fellow Taoist is too far behind. Even if he returns, he will not be able to keep up with the times. And now, even the position of the Lord of the East Sea has been snatched away. Fellow Taoist left fewer and fewer backup plans. After a while, the Queen Mother of the West gradually calmed down. She knew that she was no match for the two brothers of the heavenly court. If she went to seek revenge on them, other than courting death, there would be no other result. But then, the Queen Mother of the West began to worry. Dong Wang Gong had been dead for too long. It had been so long that the world had changed several times. If he did not return, he would probably become an ordinary person. It did not matter if he lost his innate origin. With the foundation of the Queen Mother of the West, she could still help Dong Wang Gong recover. But if he lost his luck, it would be difficult to get it back. The Lord of the East Sea not only represented a noble identity, but also a portion of the luck of heaven and earth. This was also one of the things that Dong Wang Gong relied on to quickly recover his cultivation after his return. Luck was the most precious treasure in the primordial world. As long as one occupied enough luck of heaven and earth, it was not impossible to obtain the position of a saint. Of course, as the former overlord of the primordial world, Dong Wang Gong definitely occupied more than just the East Sea. Even if he lost the luck of the East Sea, it would not affect him much. However, the loss of the East Sea's luck was like a sign that marked the end of Dong Wang Gong's era. His Tao could no longer affect heaven and earth. In this way, even if Dong Wang Gong could return, he would only be an ordinary Daluo Jingxian and no longer the main character of heaven and earth. Everything that once belonged to him would return to heaven and earth and would have nothing to do with him. I can't wait any longer. If fellow Taoist doesn't return, everything will be gone. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the West turned around and rushed towards Mount Shouyang. The Grand Pure One would definitely have a way. Chapter 318. What were the thoughts of those ancient great divines? What price would the Queen Mother of the West pay in order to resurrect the Duke of the East? These had nothing to do with Xian Qing. Now, he was peacefully accepting the results that belonged to him. Rumble, above the East Sea, specks of light appeared. They were not bright, but they were endless. They gathered into a huge torrent in the air and surged toward Xian Qing. This was the fate of the East Sea. On the East Sea, there were countless living beings. Each of them divided a bit of fate and gathered it into the huge fate of the East Sea. And this fate was prepared for the Lord of the East Sea. In the distance, the Ziji state also trembled. Light bloomed, connecting the sky and the earth, stirring up endless wind and clouds. This was the fate of the East Sea that the Duke of the East Sea had controlled when he was the Lord of the East Sea. Now that the East Sea had changed hands, this fate spontaneously transferred to Xian Qing, causing the Ziji state to reappear in the world. Puff! It was as if the sound of Tao resounded, echoing between heaven and earth. On top of Xian Qing's head, a clear Tao flower bloomed. Waves of immortal light, Tao runes lingered, and the clear air of the 9 heavens filled the air. This was the flower of man. The 12th grade of the flower represented the top aptitude of the primordial world. Of course, this flower of man was slightly inferior to Feng Zichen's flower of human Tao. That was the achievement of human Tao, far from what a human could do. No matter how peerless and stunning you were, without the approval of human Tao, you would not be able to bloom such a flower. With the support of the East Sea's fate, Xian Qing's cultivation made another breakthrough. He advanced from the early Daluo Jingxian to the middle stage. He took another small step forward on the path of great Tao. With the transfer of the East Sea's fate, the Ziji state gradually disappeared and returned to the void. However, its coordinates were imprinted in Xian Qing's heart. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could use this imprint to take the Ziji state for himself at any time. However, Xian Qing did not dare. Even with the Grand Master of Heaven as his backing, he did not dare. In the sky, the Donghuang Tai was paying attention to the Ziji state at all times, in case someone revived the Duke of the East. On the ground, the Queen Mother of the West was silently guarding the Ziji state, in case someone took advantage of the absence of the Duke of the East to occupy the East Sea's #1 holy land. If Xian Qing took the Ziji state, it would directly offend of the heavens. That would be too much for him. Dong Huang Tai's strength was needless to say. Although the Queen Mother of the West was not as strong as the Eastern Emperor Tai, she was still a top great divine ability expert in the great desolate world. Not to mention, she was a female immortal. In the primordial world, there were not many female great divine abilities. Therefore, these female immortals were extremely familiar with one another and had a good relationship with one another. It could be said that a slight move in one part would affect the entire situation. There was such a huge grudge between the Queen Mother of the West and the Celestial Court, but Di Jun didn't do anything to her because he was worried about this. As for the #1 female immortal in the world, what kind of joke was this? He had killed all the male immortals in the world, so why would he care about a female immortal? If not for the fact that she was worried about the female great mediums of the primordial world, the Queen Mother of the West would have left with the Duke of the East under the influence of Di Jun's Tai. If the Queen Mother of the West went to the heavenly court for revenge, those female great divinities might not care. However, if Di Jun's Tai took the initiative to cause trouble for the Queen Mother of the West, they would definitely attack him together. In the untainted land, everyone had one or two close friends. At that time, everyone would call for their friends, and the entire untainted land would be in chaos. In this way, even the East Sovereign would have to bow his head. Think about it, how could Xian Qing dare to provoke such a person that even the heavenly court didn't dare to provoke? It was better not to provoke the Ziji state. It wasn't impossible. When Xian Qing was as powerful as the East Sovereign, he might be able to plot a few things with the advantage of location. However, that was the distant future. TSK. This is a little different from my original plan. After coming back to his senses, Xian Qing sighed. He had only planned to use the opportunity of the gathering of the living beings of the East Sea to promote the teleportation array disk. However, he didn't expect that he would cause so much trouble on a whim. Fate was really unpredictable. However, although he sighed, Xian Qing was still very satisfied with the outcome of this matter. With the identity of the Lord of the East Sea, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for him to do things in the future and save some trouble. At the same time, with the position of the Lord of the East Sea in his hands, Xian Qing also had another bold idea. If this idea could be realized, it would bring him much more benefits than the Tao of currency. Moreover, this idea could complement the Tao of currency. Thinking of this, Xian Qing made a decision in his heart. Ahem. Fellow Taoists, are you all okay? A few years later, Xian Qing saw that everyone present had woken up one after another and couldn't help but ask softly. Daluo Jinxian's breakthrough was extremely powerful. Everyone present was so close to Xian Qing, so it was inevitable that they would be affected and injured. However, compared to the benefits they would receive, this little injury was really nothing. Observing Daluo Jinxian's breakthrough was also a great opportunity. As long as they could comprehend a trace of Daluo's Tao, it would be enough for Tai Jingxian to benefit for a lifetime. We're fine. Hearing Xian Qing's words, everyone hurriedly replied. Sigh. With a sigh, Xian Qing waved his hand, and the clear qi of the 9 heavens filled the air. It was vast and mighty, turning into spots of light that merged into everyone's bodies and healed their injuries. At the same time, it also helped to cleanse their Tao bodies. After all, it was Xian Qing who caused the harm. Whether it was intentional or not, he had to be responsible to the end. Fellow Taoists, although Poor Wei's words just now were a little harsh, it was definitely not targeted at you. It was said for those who harbor evil intentions and cause trouble in the East Sea. After all, you also know that the East Sea was too chaotic in the past. Poor Wei is the Lord of the East Sea. Naturally, I have to return the East Sea to peace and quiet. Seeing that everyone was about to bow and worship again, Xian Qing hurriedly changed the topic. It was really annoying to bow and worship back and forth. Celestial Lord is right. Most of the people who could come here were from the East Sea. Naturally, they understood what Xianqing meant. From now on, the East Sea would be settled down and they would no longer have to live in fear. After all, in the East Sea before, the only rhythm was killing. As the Lord of the East Sea, Poor Wei has the responsibility to protect all living things. So, from now on, if anyone is in danger in the East Sea, they can call my name. At that time, Poor Wei will definitely sense it and come to rescue them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden clap of thunder that shook the surroundings. This was to seek out the voice and rescue the people in distress. In this way, Xianqing's purpose was self-evident. Tai, Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, was also one of the 6 royals of the Heavenly Court, the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Emperor. After becoming a spiritual venerable, Xianqing once again launched an attack on the power of the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Emperor. This was also his big plan after becoming the Lord of the East Sea. Chapter 319. The East Pole was in the East Sea. And Xianqing was the Lord of the East Sea. Qinghua had the meaning of life and symbolized the Lord of all races. And Xianqing was a spiritual venerable. The great emperor of the East Pole, Qinghua, should be fated with him. Random feelings, boundless vows. Great sage, great mercy, great wish. 10 directions, to save all living beings. In billions of tribulations, to save people immeasurably, to search for feelings, to save people from suffering. Spending billions of years, to set up a great ambition to save ordinary people, to accumulate immeasurable merit, to become the Emperor of the 6 Kingdoms. This was the foundation of the great Emperor of the East Pole. To sit firmly on the throne of the 6 Kingdoms, one must have immeasurable merit as support. Otherwise, if one's merit did not match the throne, there would be trouble. Now, what Xianqing was doing was what the Tai perfected one did in the future. Using the method of saving all living beings, he accumulated immeasurable merit and increased his prestige. In this way, when the 6 Kingdoms were decided, the position of the great Emperor of the East Pole would belong to him. Immortal Venerable's great virtue. Hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. This time, they were really moved. Since the beginning of the primordial world, there had been many people who had made great contributions to the world and benefited all living beings. But it was the first time someone like Xianqing, who searched for feelings and came to save people from trouble. Who could guarantee that they would be safe from disasters? In this way, Xianqing's promise seemed to be extremely useful. Everyone, today's teleportation array disk is the most important. We'll talk about the rest another day. After everything calmed down, Xianqing brought the topic back to the teleportation array disk. This was his real business today. Immortal Venerable, give me one. The work of the Lord of Many Treasures' painstaking efforts cannot be looked down upon by the world. Everyone had received so many benefits from Xianqing, so it was naturally impossible for them not to express their gratitude. They didn't want to buy it at first, but now they were too embarrassed to not buy it. Therefore, for a moment, everyone rushed to Xianqing's stall to buy the teleportation array disk. And such a popular scene, as well as the glowing yin-yang creation pills, attracted everyone's attention. As a result, some of the more observant people watched, the more they had different thoughts. Of course, these thoughts didn't refer to going forward to snatch it, but to imitate it. Xianqing could set up a stall to earn the Khanate creation pills, so could they. As for robbing, that was impossible. Tai Jingxian would never do something like snatching Daluo Jingxian, even if he had lost his mind. Otherwise, he would really become the laughingstock of the great desolate Ian, something that could be passed down for generations. However, this was not a good reputation. Those who were quick-witted would make a fortune no matter where they went. This sentence was not wrong in the primordial world. As soon as he had the idea, several people took action and set up a street stall in another part of the sea. No, a sea stall. As for what to sell, that was simply too simple. Ever since the Grand Master of Heaven had preached in the East Sea, there would be a large number of land creatures coming to the East Sea every year to try their luck. These people grew up in the great desolate land. When had they ever seen the scenery of the sea? Even more so, they had never seen the spirit treasures and spirit medicines that only belonged to the Eastern Sea. Therefore, it was hard for them not to be moved by the specialties from the sea. And vice versa. The Eastern Sea lifeforms had never seen a specialty of the great desolate Aeon before. Therefore, after seeing the treasures from the land, they were also curious. After all, what grew in the sea was different from what grew on the land. From the looks of it, this was the general trend. With the right time, place, and people, how could Xian Qing's way of currency not prosper? After releasing his spiritual sense to scan, all the changes in the surroundings were reflected in Xian Qing's heart. A few extra vendors naturally could not escape his eyes. Seeing the vendors who were trading, Xian Qing could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. His plan had succeeded. He would wait for a while to see how the reaction was before deciding whether to proceed with the next step of the plan. After a while, when the novelty in Xian Qing's heart faded, he began to get tired of the days of setting up a stall. His heart skipped a beat as he said to Mo Yang, "Fellow Taoist Mo Yang, poor Wei still has something to do and needs to rush to deal with it. I'll have to trouble you to help poor Wei take care of this stall for a while. Is that okay?" No matter what, Mo Yang was the first person to trade with him. It could be said that he had helped him open up the situation. When Xian Qing had benefits, he naturally thought of him first. "Yes, immortal supremacy, go ahead if you have something to do. I will definitely take care of this place properly." Mo Yang was first stunned. Soon after, he replied with some pleasant surprise. How could Xian Qing not benefit from helping him set up a stall? What a pleasant surprise. Aside from feeling envious, the crowd also felt regret in their hearts. It was all their fault for not being observant. Otherwise, such benefits would have fallen on their heads. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Nodding slightly, Xian Qing stood up and left the place. He also sent a voice transmission to Duobao, telling him to directly hand the teleportation array disk to Mo Yang after rushing here. In an instant, Xian Qing arrived on Golden Ao Island. At this moment, the disciples of the Jie school had already arrived. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Seeing Xian Qing, everyone hurriedly bowed. "Junior brothers, did you see what senior brother did just now?" Xian Qing helped everyone up and asked. He was asking them about the stall just now. "I saw it. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother are really talented. Even if we spend our entire lives, we can't think of such a treasure like the array disk." Everyone praised when they heard that. The disciples of the Jie school were all array formation experts. When they saw the teleportation array disk, their thoughts were naturally different from the living beings of the East Ocean. What the living beings of the East Ocean saw was the convenience brought by the teleportation array disk. What the disciples of the Jie school saw was the impact the appearance of the array disk had on the entire array formation. The array disk was a further evolution of the array formation. Its appearance represented a huge step forward in the primordial world's array formation. It was broadening the Tao path. In that case, as an array formation cultivator, their future would undoubtedly be brighter and more possibilities would be possible. They had obtained so many benefits and were naturally extremely grateful to Xian Qing and Duobao. Unfortunately, they had misunderstood his intentions. Xian Qing asked them about their opinions on setting up a stall. What they replied was their opinions on the array disk. "Junior brothers and junior sisters, how do I treat you usually?" Everyone was so excited that Xian Qing could not say that they had misunderstood. He could only change his strategy. "Senior brother treats us very well." Although they did not know Xian Qing's motive, everyone still answered honestly. That was the truth. Xian Qing was indeed very good to them. He even gave them some treasures from time to time. They could not find a second senior brother like him in the entire primordial world. Then I'll help you with a small favor. Junior brothers, you don't mind, right? Xianqing smiled mysteriously and said. I don't mind, I don't mind. Senior brother, feel free to speak. Everyone agreed to Xianqing's request. Did you see the stall I set up just now? I hope that before Master preaches the next time, junior brothers and junior sisters, outside Golden Ao Island, each of you will set up a stall and sell some things that you don't need. Chapter 320. It was empty, lonely, and dangerous. There was no top, bottom, left, or right. There was no passage of time. It was truly boundless. This was the chaos outside the realm. The place where the great Tao lived in seclusion, the place where everything originated, and also the most dangerous place in the world. And Feng Zichen was cultivating in seclusion here. While Xianqing was developing his business in the East Sea, Feng Zichen's seclusion had also reached the most critical moment. Rumble. The chaos array operated crazily, and the great Tao divine diagram intertwined with endless laws. Vast divine power spread out. Distorting all known concepts, he refined all the chaotic energy in the surroundings and poured it into Feng Zichen's body. One could see that the flower of the heavenly Tao and the flower of the human Tao automatically appeared above Feng Zichen's head. They swayed and took root in the chaos, absorbing the power of the great Tao to strengthen themselves. Between them, the corresponding essence energy of the great Tao constantly trembled, releasing all kinds of Taoist rhymes. It was incomparably mysterious. There was also a surge of vitality, as if a Tao flower was about to bloom. The injury that the Donghuang Tai left to Feng Zichen completely disappeared at this moment. Not only that, but he also benefited from the disaster and showed signs of taking another step forward. He was about to break through to the realm of Daluo Jingxian and completely bloom the flower of the earth. However, this impulse to break through was forcefully suppressed by Feng Zichen, and he gave up this rare opportunity. He didn't want to break through at this moment. Right now, he had already bloomed 2 of the 3 flowers that represented the 3 Taos of heaven, earth, and man. He was only 1 step away from the legendary great Taoist priests. If Feng Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to break through, the Tao flower that bloomed would only be the flower of the earth and not the stronger flower of the earth. In this way, if the 3 flowers were not perfected, he would not be able to attain the great Taoist priests. Then, wouldn't his previous efforts be in vain? Therefore, even if the opportunity to break through was rare, he couldn't break through now. He had to wait until the earth turned into reincarnation and seize the opportunity to break through with the help of the Taoist rhymes of the earth. Only then would the blooming Tao flower be in Tao flower. Only then could the 3 flowers be perfected. With this, one could become the great Taoist priests and become the first person in the Daluo Jingxian. The great Taoist priests was the title the world gave to Pangu. The one who obtained this fruit was destined to become the origin Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, even if Feng Zichen had an opportunity to break through to Sage to be, he would refuse it without hesitation and continue to wait for the opportunity to become great Taoist priests. He could still tell which was more important. I've been in the outer realm primal chaos for so long. Standing up, Feng Zichen stepped into the chaos bead and returned to the untainted land through the chaos channel. And with his departure, the chaos array also disappeared. The chaos that had been clamoring for a long time regained its calm. When Feng Zichen reappeared, he was already above the human clan's ancestral temple. However, he did not return to the human clan. Instead, he walked straight to the East Sea. It was time to take back the sea-calming divine pearl. It was also time to hand over the One Origin Tao talisman to Xianqing. Today, he was going to meet Xianqing. At this time, more than 1,000 years had passed since Xianqing passed down the teleportation array disk. The East Sea had long changed its appearance. And the one that had changed the most was undoubtedly Penglai Island. Outside Penglai Island, a wide street appeared on the surface of the sea. Inside, there were all kinds of vendors and pedestrians coming and going. It was bustling and lively. All kinds of things in the mortal world were in it. Being in the middle of the street, Feng Zichen had an illusion that he was not in the untainted land, but a street in the future. However, the colorful treasures in front of him, as well as the colorful clouds floating in front of him, reminded him that this was the untainted land. The extremely dangerous untainted land. The untainted land where he could lose his life at any time. In an instant, Feng Zichen cut off all distracting thoughts and strengthened his heart to pursue the Tao. It's not that I like to scheme, but the world is like this. If you don't scheme against others, others will scheme against you. The environment is like this, so what can I do? Looking at the lively street in front of him, Feng Zichen thought silently. In the untainted land, who could say who was the chess piece, who was the chess player, and who was controlling everything behind the scenes? Retracting his thoughts, Feng Zichen continued to walk towards Penglai Island. As for this street, it was the result of Xian Qing. Ever since Xian Qing first set up a stall that day, there had been a craze for setting up stalls in the East Sea. As long as there was a lot of traffic, there would definitely be stalls. After that, the disciples of the Jie school set up stalls outside Golden Ao Island to sell all kinds of array discs, which pushed the craze to the extreme. It seemed that if they did not set up a stall, they would not be able to prove that they were creatures of the East Sea. Stalls appeared all over the East Sea. Even the aquatic creatures in the sea were influenced and started to set up their stalls. It made the treasures of the East Sea more abundant. It could be said that the current East Sea was the place with the most types of treasures in the untainted land. Here, one could find specialties from any place in the untainted land. There were so many types that it was beyond imagination. After all, the power of money was great. Some people earned Khanate creation pills from setting up stalls that they had never seen before in their lives. Naturally, they had bigger ideas. Especially now that there were teleportation array discs, many ideas that could not be realized in the past could become a reality. Under the stimulation of huge benefits, some people use teleportation arrays to cross endless mountains and rivers to various places in the untainted land to collect all kinds of specialties and return to the East Sea to sell. This also caused the prosperity of the East Sea. However, as more and more merchants gathered near Golden Ao Island, it was inevitable that this place would become noisy. Afraid that they would disturb his master's cultivation, Xian Qing opened up the sea near Penglai Island and moved all the merchants there. In this way, it was convenient for Xian Qing to manage, so that there would not be trouble in the future. Moreover, Xian Qing even gave this street a name. Penglai Sea City. In the future, there were markets in the cultivation world. It was a place for cultivators to trade. Penglai Sea City had the same function. However, it was built on the sea, so it was called Sea City. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Outside Penglai Island, Feng Zichen stopped for a while and was about to step in. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from behind him, making him stop in his tracks. Feng Zichen recognized the owner of the voice. It was Mo Yang. This person was very fond of him. Therefore, after Xian Qing established Penglai Sea City, he handed it over to him to manage. And he did not let Xian Qing down. He managed Penglai Sea City in an orderly manner without the slightest bit of trouble. Therefore, he gave Mo Yang face and stopped in his tracks. Fellow Taoist, this is your first time in Penglai Sea City, right? Flying in front of Feng Zichen, Mo Yang bowed and asked. However, although he used the question as a question, his tone was full of certainty. Chapter 321. Feng Zichen recognized Mo Yang, but Mo Yang didn't recognize him. Because Mo Yang knew Xian Qing. He had never experienced two bodies at once, so he didn't know the mystery. What's the matter? Without answering Mo Yang's question, Feng Zichen asked in amusement. His cultivation had already reached the realm of returning to his original state, and his aura didn't leak at all. If a celestial immortal looked at him, he would be a celestial immortal. If a golden immortal looked at him, he would be a golden immortal. If a Tai Jingxian looked at him, he would be a Tai Jingxian. Therefore, in Mo Yang's eyes, Feng Zichen was a relatively unfamiliar Tai Jingxian cultivator. Otherwise, how could he dare to stop Feng Zichen and call him fellow Taoist? Fellow Taoist, you might not know, but ahead is the forbidden area of Penglai Sea City. Without the permission of the immortal venerable, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Moreover, outside the forbidden area, there is a Khanate formation protecting it. Its power is so strong that even if the Daluo Taoist priests came, it would be difficult for them to end well. If you take another step forward, you will step into the formation. At that time, the danger will be unpredictable. Penglai Sea City was outside Penglai Island. Others didn't know the exact location of Penglai Island, but as the steward appointed by Xianqing, how could Mo Yang not know? Today, he came to patrol the various sea areas as usual. He happened to see Feng Zichen standing outside Penglai Island, so he hurriedly ran over. In fact, with Xianqing overseeing 3 Immortal Island, even if someone entered the formation by mistake, Xianqing could rescue them in time. It was impossible for Mo Yang to not understand. Therefore, he was not really worried about whether Feng Zichen would be in danger after falling into the formation. What he was worried about was that if Feng Zichen entered the formation by mistake and disturbed Xianqing, that would be bad. This was Mo Yang's goal. It had to be said that Xianqing had chosen the right person to be the steward. When he did things, he was both attentive and careful, saving Xianqing a lot of trouble. Ha! You're very interesting. I want you to know that Poor Wei and your immortal venerable are good friends. Feng Zichen said with a smile. How could Mo Yang's thoughts be hidden from him? At the end of his speech, he even slightly revealed a wisp of aura. I didn't know that the Taoist priests would come and offended the Taoist priests. I hope the Taoist priests can forgive me. After being exposed by Feng Zichen, Mo Yang was originally a little embarrassed. But after feeling the unique aura of the Daluo Taoist priests, his face completely changed. Without time to think, Mo Yang hurriedly apologized. What had he done? To address the Daluo Taoist priests as fellow Taoist? Do you want to die? You're too arrogant. This is nothing. The Poor Wei still has something to ask Xianqing. You can go and do your thing. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen let Mo Yang leave. At the same time, on Penglai Island, Duobao, the goddess of golden spirit, the goddess of Wudong, the 3 Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and other famous immortals of Jie's school were invited by Xianqing to gather and discuss the Tao. During this period, there was endless laughter. It was very happy. Junior brothers and sisters, I have a close friend who has arrived. I need to go and welcome him. Please excuse me for a while. Please forgive me. Just as everyone was talking, Xianqing suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone's conversation. Oh, senior brother's good friend? Senior brother is so extraordinary. I think senior brother's close friend should also be a stunning figure in the primordial world. I wonder if we can have the honor of meeting him. Just as Xianqing finished speaking and was about to leave, the goddess of turtle spirits suddenly spoke. They had never heard Xianqing mention that he had any close friends. Now that one had suddenly appeared, everyone was naturally very curious. Yes, senior brother will bring him over later and let you meet him. Xianqing nodded and agreed. Just as Feng Zichen was about to arrive, Xianqing gathered the disciples of Jie's school to rush over for a gathering. He wanted Feng Zichen to get familiar with everyone so that it would be convenient for his future plans. Could it be? Suddenly, Duobao's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the identity of the person who had come. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Xianqing excitedly, "Senior brother, let's go together." I'm going as well. That was the sword ancestor, the true master of a Tao in the primordial world. He did not rely on his cultivation realm and strength, but on his supreme wisdom to create his own Tao. That was an achievement that even saints could not achieve. Who in the primordial world did not admire such a person? Now that he had arrived, Duobao naturally had to personally welcome him to express his respect. All right, let's go together. With a wave of his sleeve, Xian Qing led the people of Jie school and rushed out of Penglai Island to welcome Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen. Ha! Good friend, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years since we parted in the East Sea. Why don't you go to Kunlun Mountain to see me? I can't leave Kunlun Mountain. Can't you leave the human race? Xian Qing complained as soon as he saw Feng Zichen from afar. Do you think everyone is as free as you? I'm very busy. I don't have time to go to Kunlun Mountain to look for you. Feng Zichen shook his head and smiled. As Xian Qing and Feng Zichen met, Feng Zichen's true spirit, who was high in Ziwei Star, had a wonderful experience. It was just like in the future, when he controlled 2 alternate accounts to cheat people in the chat group. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. His main body was in Ziwei Star, silently controlling Xian Qing and Feng Zichen to walk in the primordial world for him. In the future, he hid behind the computer and controlled 2 alternate accounts at the same time, or even more, to rampage on the internet. If the primordial world was regarded as an online world, then wouldn't Feng Zichen's actions be the same? There was no harm in opening more alternate accounts on the internet. Even if the main account was banned, there were still alternate accounts as a backup. It was the same principle to open more alternate accounts in the primordial world. Even if the main body died accidentally, he could rely on the alternate accounts to rise again. It would not be completely hopeless. Feng Zichen, who had suffered from the title in the future, deeply understood this principle. Senior brother, how should I address this fellow Taoist? Yun Shao asked Xian Qing softly. The disciple of a saint was naturally not someone Mo Yang could compare to. Mo Yang could not see Feng Zichen's realm, but the disciples of Jie school could see some clues. In their eyes, Feng Zichen was wearing the 10,000 spirits golden crown and a purple gold robe. Purple energy surrounded his body, making him look like a majestic emperor. When they looked at him, it was as if they were facing the vast starry sky. It was incomparably deep and could contain everything. But when they looked at Feng Zichen again, everything changed again. The previous state of the emperor had completely disappeared. What replaced it was endless sharpness. It was like a peerless divine sword, displaying its sharpness to its heart's content. It was incomparably sharp, as if it wanted to cut through everything. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. There was no need to think carefully. This was definitely a figure who shocked the primordial world. He is, Pangu's Zichen clan is also the primordial sword ancestor. With a smile, Xian Qing revealed Feng Zichen's background. Chapter 322. Sword Ancestor. Primordial Sword Ancestor. In an instant, the disciples of the Jie school were energized. They stared at Feng Zichen with bright eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was not only the ancestral master of the Array Dao, but he was also a mighty figure of the Sword Dao. His Dao weapon was the Qingping sword. Due to this, the disciples of the Jie school more or less knew 1 or 2 sword techniques. Although they could not reach the Dao realm, they were quite proficient. That was not a big deal, but after Feng Zichen established the Khanate sword Dao, all the sword cultivators of the primordial world improved. It was also at this moment that the disciples of the Jie school suddenly realized that the sword techniques that they did not value in the past had suddenly become shockingly powerful. It could be said to be unparalleled in killing. In the blink of an eye, the strength of all the sword cultivators of the primordial world had increased. That was something that even their master, the Grand Master of Heaven, could not do. As such, everyone naturally admired Feng Zichen. Moreover, they were the direct beneficiaries of the birth of the Khanate sword Dao. In that case, all the sword cultivators of the primordial world still owed Feng Zichen karma. And all of that would have to be returned in the future. Jie school has many treasures. Jie school has nothing to do with it. Jie school's Xiao Gongming. Greetings, sword ancestor. After the shock, everyone hurriedly bowed to Feng Zichen. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of the Jie school, but sword cultivators of the primordial world. When they saw the ancestral master, they naturally had to bow. Buzz buzz buzz, the moment the disciples of the Jia school bowed, the divine swords on their bodies automatically appeared and surrounded Feng Zichen as if they were worshipping him. The divine swords had spirits and spontaneously bowed to the master of the sword Dao. Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. Feng Zichen gently helped everyone up and said with a smile. Alright, this is senior brother's best friend. You don't have to be so polite. Just treat him as your senior brother. Xian Qing also said. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During this period of time, Feng Zichen and the disciples of the Jia school talked about the Tao and exchanged cultivation insights. They lived a happy life. However, as the time for the Grand Master of Heaven's lecture approached, the disciples of Jia school had no choice but to leave and head to Golden Ao Island to listen to the Tao. Thus, only Feng Zichen and Xian Qing were left on Penglai Island. This meant that Feng Zichen didn't have to pretend anymore. For a moment, the scene was silent. Let's start. Suddenly, Xian Qing and Feng Zichen said at the same time. Then, the first Yuan Dao talisman flew out of Feng Zichen's body and landed in Xian Qing's hand. 24 sea calming divine pearls flew out of Xian Qing's body and landed in Feng Zichen's hands. The two of them were originally one, so there was no distinction between you and me. Therefore, the two of them shared their treasures and there was no need to refine them a second time. After changing his Dharma treasures, Feng Zichen silently disappeared from Penglai Island. In the next moment, Feng Zichen appeared in the deepest part of the boundless void, in the mysterious unknown place. Let's go. Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead and walked in. He passed through the chaos passageway and arrived in the chaos outside the realm again. With the sea calming divine pearl in hand, he naturally had to repair the chaos bead. And in this world, where was more suitable for the recovery of the chaos bead than the chaos outside the realm? The chaos bead was ultimately a treasure born in the chaos outside the realm. It was like a child of the great Tao, as noble and great as the chaos fiend celestial. Returning here was like a child who had not returned home for a long time. He was loved by his parents and had endless opportunities. It was much better than advancing in the primordial world. If he continued to advance in the primordial world, the heavenly Tao might cause trouble again. That would be troublesome. It was safer to advance in the chaos outside the realm. Go! He took out the sea calming divine pearl and saw 24 azure pearls floating in the air, emitting an ocean-like glow. As the light flickered, it was like waves of waves. Then, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate to put the 24 sea calming divine pearls into the chaos bead. He didn't care about their many years of friendship. He was really cold and heartless. Now, the chaos bead was a connate cardinal treasure. Its power was boundless and far from what it used to be. When it devoured the other connate spirit treasures, its speed was naturally much faster than before. It shook slightly, and the sea calming divine pearl was immediately shattered into pieces and devoured by it. Rumble. Resplendent divine light erupted as vast power surged, stirring up the chaos in all directions, setting off huge waves that surged violently. After devouring the sea calming divine pearl, the chaos bead, which had been on the verge of advancing, finally began to advance. As the chaos bead advanced, the entire chaos outside the realm trembled and resonated with it. The tyrannical chaos chi also became abnormally docile and spontaneously surged over to help it complete its transformation. At the same time, in the deepest part of the chaos outside the realm, the most mysterious and unknown place in the world, a mighty and vast will awakened. Mysterious and unfathomable. It's the great Tao. What kind of terrifying power was that? In front of it, Feng Zichen felt that he couldn't resist. He felt that he was incomparably small, inferior to even an ant. His performance was even worse than when he faced Panga's power. In fact, Feng Zichen didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. It was as if he took a look at the great Tao, he would be lost in it forever and never be able to turn back. Facing the heavenly Tao, although Feng Zichen couldn't resist it, at least he had the courage to face him. However, facing the great Tao, he had no power at all. He couldn't even think. These were two completely different powers. They were greater, more vast, and more desirable. This was the power of the great Tao, a power that was higher than the heavenly Tao. It was also the power that Pangu had been pursuing. Now, he had truly appeared in front of Feng Zichen, displaying his greatness and endless mysteries to his heart's content. Unfortunately, under the impact of the power of the great Tao, Feng Zichen's mind was blank. He had temporarily lost all consciousness. He couldn't see or know anything. This could be said to be the greatest opportunity in the world, but he couldn't see it. However, Feng Zichen had lost consciousness, but the Hongmeng Daozhong in his sea of consciousness moved. A purple light flashed, and the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared automatically. It spun in the air, and wisps of Hongmeng aura spread out, imprinting all the mysteries of the great Tao on its body. As expected of the supreme treasure that could bring Feng Zichen across endless years and travel to the primitive world. It was clearly only a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, but it had the ability that even innate cardinal treasures couldn't compare to. It could even steal the power of the great Tao. It was as if the restrictions of level and the gap between realms didn't exist in front of it. It was really incredible. But at the same time, Feng Zichen, who was unaware of this magical scene, couldn't detect it. And as more and more of the charm of the great Tao was imprinted on the Hongmeng Daozhong, a wonderful change happened. Chapter 323. As more and more marks of the Great Path were imprinted, the Chaos Demon God imprints that were previously imprinted on Hongmeng Daozhong's body suddenly moved. Their movements were not obvious. They were just extremely subtle adjustments. However, this slight movement brought about a shocking change. This movement made the 3,000 Chaos Demon God imprints more in line with the Great Path. It was as if they had resonated with the Great Path, and an inexplicable Tao was born. It was incomparably great and similar to the Great Path. Wisps of Tao flowed, and the Chaos Demon God imprints became more and more real and perfect. It was as if they had come alive and wanted to cross all obstacles and walk out of Hongmeng Daozhong's body. The Chaos Demon God was originally a creature born from the will of the Great Path. It was the image of the Great Path reflected in the great chaos outside the realm. It was the embodiment of its power outside. Therefore, the Great Path's Tao was a great supplement for the Chaos Demon God imprints. Devouring the Great Path's Tao could make them more perfect. Previously, Hongmeng Daozhong had imprinted the Chaos Demon God imprints either by relying on their aura, observing their Great Path bodies, or absorbing the Tao shadows in Feng Zichen's memory. With the help of his powerful ability, he deduced the Chaos Demon God imprints from these fragmented remnants. The Chaos Demon God imprints obtained through this method were inevitably somewhat incomplete and had some flaws. They were not so perfect. Although they were still powerful, he always felt that something was missing. After all, in terms of the Great Path, the slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. The impact of a single flaw was like the difference between heaven and earth. Thus, not even the slightest flaw could be tolerated. The influence was too great, and the more perfect it was, the better. Now, at the moment of the Chaos Bead's advancement, the Great Path had descended. Endless Tao runes covered the chaos, giving birth to endless mysteries, which were recorded and imprinted by Hongmeng Daozhong. It made up for the flaws of the Chaos Demon God imprints and eliminated their flaws, making them perfect and closer to the Great Path. At this moment, Hongmeng Daozhong had completely changed. The 3,000 Chaos Demon God imprints chanted in unison, emitting the sound of the Great Path that resounded through the chaos. Endless runes were born, and Tao and reason intertwined, covering the body of the Hongmeng Daozhong bell. 3,000 laws descended, and the aura of the Tao was deep like an ocean. It warped the chaos and re-established order, and it fully revealed the Xuanqi of the Grand Tao. The Tao Bell. The Bell of Order. After the 3,000 demonic imprints were completed, Hongmeng Daozhong seemed to have become the carrier of the Great Tao. It was completely composed of Tao and reason. It resonated with the Great Tao and gave birth to its own order. Roar roar roar, phantoms of demonic gods appeared one after another, circling around Hongmeng Daozhong as they continuously inhaled and exhaled chaotic qi. After being refined by the chaos demonic god, the chaos qi underwent a wonderful change. The formless properties of the original substance gradually disappeared, and it returned to the state of nothingness. Soon after, a strand of energy appeared, and then it took form, and then it developed substance. In the end, a body was born from both form and essence. These were the cosmos' 5 manifestations. The 5 processes of the birth of heaven and earth. It was also the key to Hongmeng Daozhong's advancement into a Khanate cardinal treasure. Streams of chaos qi were transformed by the chaos demonic gods' phantoms into the purest cosmos' 5 manifestations. They continuously fused into Hongmeng Daozhong's body, urging it to transform to a higher level. Creation. This was a great creation. The cosmos' 5 manifestations was formed from the origin that was emitted during the evolution of heaven and earth. It had the power to create something out of nothing and create everything. Even Khanate spiritual treasures could be created out of nothing. As long as there was enough cosmos' 5 manifestations, even Khanate god fiends could be created out of nothing. This was one of the greatest powers in the world. It had all the known characteristics and was almost omnipotent. It was the power of Tao. Now, with the help of the Tao aura emitted by the great Tao, Hongmeng Daozhong had completed its self-improvement. It took the initiative to evolve the cosmos' 5 manifestations to accelerate its advancement, just like its own cultivation. This was, of course, a good thing. However, this did not mean that Feng Zichen did not need to search for the cosmos' 5 manifestations' origins. The advancement of a Khanate spiritual treasure required an enormous amount of power. Just like how Daluo Jingxian broke through to the sage-to-be level, without the help of external forces, it could only rely on the accumulation of endless years. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted Hongmeng Daozhong to become a Khanate spiritual treasure as soon as possible, he still needed to find the cosmos' 5 manifestations' origins. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long time. Not necessarily. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Feng Zichen's mind as he thought of a wonderful idea. He could upgrade the primordial chaos Tao Bell without the Khanate 5 essences. Since the primordial chaos Tao Bell could transform the primordial chaos qi into the primordial 5 cosmos qi, it could also transform the primordial chaos origin into the primordial 5 cosmos origin. Of course, chaos origin was also very noble, but Feng Zichen had the chaos bead and the world tree. Every tens of thousands of years, he could always gather some chaos origin. In this way, Hongmeng Daozhong's advancement speed would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. It would only take 1 or 2 eons to complete. It would not be like before, where it had to rely on transforming chaos qi to advance. Who knew how long it would take? This method is feasible. Let's give it a try first. Feng Zichen took out the chaos origin he had collected before and injected it into Hongmeng Daozhong. Rumble. As the chaos origin entered Hongmeng Daozhong, visible to the naked eye, it underwent a drastic change. Precepts were born, like divine chains of order, emitting a terrifying power. At the same time, the shadow of the chaos demon god became more and more real, as if it had flesh and blood. Inexplicable patterns appeared, mysterious and unfathomable, describing the most fundamental principles of the world. It was not until the power of chaos origin was exhausted that the changes in Hongmeng Daozhong gradually calmed down. It works. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but show a hint of joy. This meant that his plan to use the chaos origin to replace the primordial 5 essences was completely feasible. The hope of advancing Hongmeng Daozhong did not need to be pinned on the primordial 5 essences. It was not that he did not want to use the primordial 5 essences to advance Hongmeng Daozhong, but it was too difficult to find. Even if he searched the entire untainted land, he would not be able to find it. The power of this thing was simply heaven-defying, and it was of great use to saints. If it could be found, it would have been discovered and taken away long ago. How could Feng Zichen have the chance to think about it? If it was not for the fact that he was forced to do so, Feng Zichen would not have such a bad idea. Opportunity, only a heaven-defying opportunity could get the primordial 5 essences. However, there were many kinds of opportunities. Who could say for sure what kind of opportunity could lead to the primordial 5 essences? Take Feng Zichen for example, he had several primordial treasures. His opportunities were great, and his luck was strong. However, he could not get the primordial 5 essences that he wanted and needed the most. What could he do? Chapter 324. Achieving one's wish. That was what everyone hoped for. But in history, no one had ever heard of anyone who could do it. Not to mention a saint, even Pangu could not do it. Perhaps the great Tao could. Perhaps that was why Pangu wanted to prove the great Tao. To him, if he did not achieve the great Tao, he would not be free and would be restricted everywhere. He could not be omnipotent. If Pangu wanted a connate numinous treasure, chaos would naturally sense it and create one for him. If he wanted a connate numinous treasure, although it would be troublesome, chaos could still create it for him after spending some time. But what if he wanted a chaos numinous treasure? Could chaos still create it for him? Obviously, he couldn't. However, the great Tao could. Because the great Tao was omnipotent. What Pangu could do, the great Tao could do too. What Pangu could not do, the great Tao could still do. Therefore, Pangu wanted to prove the great Tao, to be as great as him, as omnipotent as him. And what Pangu could not do, a saint naturally could not do. Then, it was even more impossible for Feng Zichen to do it. Whether he could obtain the connate 5 grand origins or not depended on his fate. Although Daluo Jingxian had transcended the river of fate and obtained the ability to control his own fate, that was all. What they controlled was only their own fate. Daluo Jingxian could change his own fate and arrange an incomparably bright future for himself. He could even plan the path to becoming a saint and become a saint through this. However, there was more than one Daluo Jingxian. If you could arrange the path to becoming a saint for yourself, then, others could too. In this way, the path would be narrow. There were only a few saint positions, but there were so many people competing. They could only rely on their own methods. But without a doubt, the first person to prove Daluo Jingxian's Tao would definitely obtain the greatest benefits. That was because no one could compete with him. He could plan everything for himself at will, allowing the future to have countless possibilities and achieve unimaginable achievements. In fact, that was indeed the case. As the first Daluo Jingxian to attain the Tao, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's achievements were obvious to everyone in the primordial world. Therefore, in the primordial world, being born early was the greatest opportunity. Daluo Jingxian, the supreme existence in the legends. However, he was restrained everywhere in the primordial world. He lived even more carefully. How helpless. After a long time, Feng Zichen sighed. It was true that the stronger one was, the more insignificant one felt. Originally, he thought that as long as he became the Daluo Jingxian, he would be completely safe. Even if he couldn't dominate the world, he could still live a carefree life. But when he really became Daluo Jingxian, he found that there were too many forces in the untainted land that could kill Daluo Jingxian. Only demi-saints were truly safe. In theory, Daluo Jingxian was great. The eternal 3 flowers above his head, the Chaoyuan 5 qi in his chest, jumped out of the long river of fate, attained the Tao of the universe, and was eternally unique. He was the Daluo. As long as he attained the Tao of the Daluo, he could be reborn with a drop of blood, and his true spirit would not be destroyed. With a thought, he could destroy the worlds in the heavens. This was the real Daluo Jingxian. However, the primordial world was still too powerful. It was so powerful that even saints were not at the peak. Correspondingly, compared to the huge primordial world, the Daluo Jingxian was much smaller. Under the shroud of the primordial world's rules, all kinds of abilities could not be used. This caused the Daluo Jingxian to be in an awkward situation. However, if the Daluo Jingxian were to be placed in the upper-class world or even the medium-class world, Then, they would be the supreme masters, almost omnipotent. Whatever they wanted, as long as it was in the world, would automatically appear in front of them. It was as good as it could be. It was more powerful than the saints. Compared to this, what was the point of having one's wish come true? This was the ability that the Daluo Jingxian should have. However, that was in the upper-class world, not the primordial world. No matter how exciting these worlds were, the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world would not go there. Because when they got there, their path of the great path would end. The Daluo Jingxian was the upper limit of the upper-class world. There was no possibility of going any further. And people were always dissatisfied. After experiencing a higher scenery, who would be willing to look back on the past? The primordial world was the place to achieve the Tao. Boom! Just as Feng Zichen was lost in thought, something happened in the great chaos outside the realm. It suddenly shook and woke him up. This is the chaos bead. It turned out that with the help of the great Tao, the advancement of the chaos bead had reached the most critical moment. One had to know that the great Tao descended for the chaos bead, not for Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, the greatest creation naturally had to be reflected on him. In the depths of the chaos, wisps of purple brilliance surged out. They were overflowing with colors and filled with Tao runes. Endless mysteries circulated and merged into the chaos bead. That was the lingering charm of the great Tao. It contained the most essential power of the great Tao. It could help people break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was the carrier of the Tao. At the same time, the surrounding chaos chi crazily surged toward the chaos bead. Wherever they passed, a strong wind blew, causing Feng Zichen to almost lose his balance. It could be seen how crazy they were. Buzz, accompanied by a resplendent light, the chaos bead completed its transformation. In an instant, a terrifying power swept out, and the surrounding chaos chi instantly became docile and was suppressed by the chaos bead. The chaos bead was a supreme treasure nurtured by the great Tao. It had the power to suppress the chaos. Why would the chaos bead be involved in the heaven-splitting tribulation for no reason? That was because Pangu had opened the heavens beside it. Only where the chaos bead was, the chaos bead was the safest. All the violence and chaos were suppressed and became extremely docile. It also became the most suitable for opening the heavens. The chaos bead played a part in Pangu breaking open the origin of the chaos bead. Therefore, it was not wrong for it to be hit by Pangu's axe. How could the karma of the great Tao be so easy to form? The chaos bead was the home of the great Tao. Pangu's opening of the primordial world was equivalent to digging up the corner of the great Tao. Moreover, he used the corner of the great Tao as material to build a home of his own near the great Tao. Pangu's arrogance was so arrogant that the great Tao could not tolerate it. That was why the 3,000 demon gods blocked the great Tao. Pangu died and the great Tao transformed into heaven and earth. The reason why Pangu faked his death and hid in the primordial world without showing his face might be one of the reasons. But more importantly, it was probably to avoid the karma of the great Tao. After all, he had destroyed the home of the great Tao. What a fortune! Standing beside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, a mark of the great Tao appeared on the chaos bead's body. It flickered indeterminately, releasing endless mysteries that were fascinating. Behind the mark of the great Tao, 47 divine chains of order appeared. They surrounded each other as if they were describing the truth of chaos. That was not a connate divine restriction, but a chaos Tao restriction. Chapter 325. The Chaos Tao restriction was a restriction derived from the Great Tao and was unique to Chaos Numinous treasures. In other words, under the power of the Great Tao, the Chaos Bead transformed from a connate cardinal treasure into a Chaos Numinous treasure and truly returned to its original form. Even if a cardinal treasure born from the chaos was shattered, it should still be a Chaos Numinous treasure. Why did it transform into a connate cardinal treasure? Obviously, it was suppressed by the primordial world. Even if it was a treasure born from the chaos, it had to follow the rules of the primordial world. The primordial world was that domineering. Although chaos numinous treasures and connate cardinal treasures had the same power, there was an essential difference. It was the difference between the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. Chaos numinous treasures were Dharma treasures born from the great Tao and could be used in all worlds. In the chaos, they were chaos numinous treasures. In the great world, they were connate cardinal treasures. Connate cardinal treasures were different. They were Dharma treasures born from the heavenly Tao. If they left the primordial world and entered the chaos, their power would definitely be limited and inconvenient. Of course, the 3 heaven-splitting treasures were not included. It was a cardinal treasure transformed from Pangu's axe. It was not an issue to call it a chaos numinous treasure. However, in order to comply with the rules of the primordial world, it appeared in the world as a connate cardinal treasure. Not bad, this is what the chaos bead should look like. At that moment, Feng Zichen was filled with excitement as he looked at the chaos bead. After becoming a chaos numinous treasure, the chaos bead finally had a trace of its former glory as a chaos numinous treasure. It was the work of a mighty figure that suppressed the chaos and endless spacetime. At that moment, beside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen seemed to have an illusion that he was in the primordial world. It was as if the chaos qi that was wandering around him was not chaos qi, but connate qi. The chaos qi here was too docile. It was as if it had been refined, like the connate qi in the primordial world. It flowed slowly and allowed others to absorb it without any resistance. Suppress the chaos. The chaos qi here was completely suppressed by the chaos bead. All concepts related to chaos were twisted, changed, and transformed in a beneficial direction. The place that was originally filled with danger turned into a cultivation holy land in an instant. It was not inferior to the top grotto heavens of the primordial world. The profundity of creation and the power of the chaos bead could be seen from this. Moreover, the changes in the chaos bead did not stop there. At the center of the chaos bead, where the chaos passageway was located, a gigantic door stood majestically. Space-time Tao rhymes flowed around it, accompanied by the glow of time. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the Chaos Door, a Chaos Spirit treasure born from the Chaos Pearl, and it possessed the ability to pass through everything. Through him, he could go to any place he had ever been. Be it the past or the future. He could travel through time and space, make people go back to the past to make up for their regrets, and make people rush to the future to change their fate. He could also travel through the various great worlds at will without having to see the world walls. This was a space-time attribute supreme treasure. However, the current him was only a phantom and did not have a real body. He was far from having such great power. Now, he could only allow Feng Zichen to freely travel to and from the great chaos outside the realm. He had no other abilities. After all, nurturing chaos spiritual treasures was the ability of chaos ultimate treasures. However, the current chaos bead was only a chaos spiritual treasure. Naturally, it could not nurture Dharma treasures of the same level. Just one phantom was the limit of the chaos bead. Otherwise, he would be too heaven-defying. Where's the world tree? Suddenly, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something and suddenly looked at the world tree. The chaos bead had obtained such a great fortune. There was no reason that the world tree in his body did not obtain any benefits. After scanning the chaos bead with his spiritual sense, Feng Zichen found the world tree in a corner. At this moment, his appearance had changed greatly. It could be said that the world tree before was very big, so big that it was beyond imagination. It was almost as tall as the sky. But now, the world tree's body had shrunk rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary tree. If it were not for the fact that his body was full of great Tao patterns, like a Tao tree, showing that he was different from the rest, Feng Zichen would have thought that he had seen wrongly. This is... Looking at the world tree, Feng Zichen frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he revealed his Tao body. In an instant, Pangu's Tao body, which was 1,000,000 feet tall, appeared and stood proudly in the chaos. This was not an illusion, nor was it a divine power, nor was it the celestial phenomenon. It was Feng Zichen's real physical body. That's right, this was his physical body. It was a 1,000,000 feet tall physical body. At his level of cultivation, he had long been the embodiment of great Tao. Naturally, he was different from ordinary people. Moreover, Feng Zichen was a Khanate god-fiend. In the primordial world, which Khanate god-fiend's physical body was not enormous and far beyond imagination. With the strength of cultivation, everything would become bigger until it was beyond imagination. This was the final inevitability of the cultivation path. No living creature could escape from it. Because Tao was great, big in all kinds of senses. If it was not big, it was not enough to inherit Tao. Therefore, the higher the cultivation, the bigger it had to be to inherit Tao. If the current Feng Zichen used the supreme divine power of the celestial phenomenon, his body would definitely be unimaginably big. When the size of 1,000,000 feet was magnified tens of thousands or even tens of millions of times, the visual shock would be unimaginable. Looking at the world tree again, Feng Zichen found something different. In his eyes, the world tree was the same size as before. It had not changed at all. But that was not right. His body was tens of millions of times larger than before. The world tree should be even smaller in his eyes. As if he had thought of something, Feng Zichen's body suddenly changed. His size kept changing while he stared at the tree of world. But no matter how he changed, the figure of the world tree was always the same in his eyes. Primordial chaos as one. At this moment, Feng Zichen somewhat understood. Without him noticing, the world tree had obtained some benefits from great Tao and had already peeped into a trace of the mystery of the primordial chaos Tao realm. To use an analogy, the realm of the world tree was almost similar to Donghuang Tai. It was only one step away from the primordial chaos Tao realm. This was a great thing. If the world tree really stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm, then Feng Zichen would have the ability to fight against the saints. When he did things, he would not have to be as restrained as he was today and use all kinds of schemes and tricks. One must know that if one had the strength to dominate everything, who would be willing to scheme all day long? If one used too many schemes and tricks, it was inevitable that one would be affected and become gloomy. What a great harvest! This opportunity came too suddenly. It was completely out of Feng Zichen's expectations. It gave people a dreamy feeling, as if they were in a dream. The chaos outside the realm was really his blessed land. Chapter 326. It seemed that every time Feng Zichen came to the outer realm chaos, he would obtain a shocking opportunity. If one were to think about it carefully, his current achievements were closely related to the great chaos outside the realm. It was not impossible to say that it was the outer realm chaos that made him successful. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen wanted to stay here until he became primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian before returning. However, that was only his thought. No matter how good the outer realm chaos was, it was not a place for him to stay for long. The primordial world was his foundation. Over there were humans, there were goals that he worked hard for, and there were also people that he loved. These were all difficult to give up. Therefore, he wanted to go back. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen put away his Dharma treasure, passed through the door of chaos, and returned to the primordial world. East Sea, Seven Lights State. Youyu Shi, who was in seclusion comprehending the great Tao, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light shot out and looked forward. Who is it? A loud shout came from Youyu Shi's mouth. It shook the void and created layers of ripples, as if it was going to destroy everything. It's me. In the void, Feng Zichen walked out with an inexplicable majesty. He destroyed the divine light and shattered the ripples. Everything returned to normal. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing that it was Feng Zichen, Youyu Shi hurriedly bowed. But how could Feng Zichen let him bow? Seeing this, he hurriedly stepped forward. Before he bowed, Feng Zichen stopped him with his hand and said anxiously, "Elder Yoyu, you're too kind. You're an elder, and I'm a junior. How can I let you bow to me?" Even though Feng Zichen had become the human emperor, he was still very respectful to these first-generation humans. If it weren't for these people who fought for the human race in the primordial world surrounded by ferocious beasts, how could there be the birth of Feng Zichen and other human juniors? Therefore, every first-generation human was worthy of the respect and gratitude of later generations. Yu clan was the first generation of human beings, and one of the first generation of human beings to be born. After Suiren, there were 3 people from the Chou clan and the Zi clan. He was the 4th human to be born. To be fair, the Yu clan had contributed a lot to the human race's success. Moreover, when Feng Zichen was young, the Yoyu clan took good care of him. When Suiren was busy, he would leave little Feng Zichen in the care of the Yoyu family. It could be said that the Yoyu family was indeed Feng Zichen's elder. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Seeing that she could no longer bow, Yoyu Shi smiled helplessly and asked Feng Zichen. "A few days ago, I was invited by a good friend to attend a banquet in the Eastern Sea. Now that the banquet is over, I thought of the 7 Planets Prefecture and wanted to come here to take a look. I also wanted to discuss some things with you." After returning from the chaos, Feng Zichen thought that since he was already here, he might as well go to the 7 Planets Prefecture to take a look. That was why he appeared in front of the Yoyu family. After all, ever since the new 7 Planets Prefecture was built, he had not come to take a look. It was indeed time to go over and take a look. At the same time, he could also build some teleportation arrays to facilitate their contact with the humans in other places. Otherwise, they would become estranged from the humans on the continent after not contacting for a long time. It would hurt the feelings of the humans. "What does your Majesty think of the 7 Planets Prefecture?" Hearing this, the Yoyu family asked with some pride. Of course, he had the right to be proud. Under his rule, the 7 Planets Prefecture could be said to be the strongest force among the branches of the human race. "Of course it's excellent." Nodding, Feng Zichen replied. He was very certain of the Yoyu family's ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown the 7 Luminaries province to the Yu clan after it was built and ignored it. This was the manifestation of his trust in the Yoyu family. In fact, it was also the case. The current situation of the 7 Planets Prefecture also proved the ability of the Yoyu family. The descent of the human king position also confirmed his contribution. Therefore, the Yoyu family was the human king. Judging from the power just now, Elder Yoyu is not far from attaining the Daluo Dao fruit, right? Thinking of the scene when he was discovered by the Yoyu family before he could say anything when he approached the 7 Planets Prefecture, Feng Zichen asked. Even if he did not restrain his aura, with his cultivation base, the Yoyu family would be able to detect him from so far away. It could be seen that the Yoyu family's improvement over the years was definitely not small. "I have to thank your Majesty for this. If not for the human king position refined by your Majesty, I don't know how long it would take for me to reach my current realm." At this point, the Yoyu family's heart was filled with emotions. The opportunities in life were really wonderful. A moment ago, he was still worried about whether he would be able to cultivate to the half-step Daluo realm in this lifetime. But in the next moment, the human king position suddenly appeared, allowing him to see the hope of attaining the Daluo Jingxian. Fate was indescribably wonderful. The human king position was a Daluo Jingxian level position. It could allow its owner to possess the strength and realm of the Daluo Jingxian. He had already obtained the Daluo enlightenment in advance. If he still could not become the Daluo Jingxian, he could only be said to be trash. Obviously, the Yoyu family was not trash. In the years since he obtained the human king position, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was only one step away from attaining the Daluo Jingxian. This was something that the Yoyu family had only dreamed of in the past. He knew his own situation. He was an ordinary innate life form, far inferior to Suiren and the other 2. The perfection of the Tai Jingxian was his limit. However, the appearance of the human king position changed his fate, giving him the hope of attaining the Daluo. In this way, how could the Youyu family not be grateful to Feng Zichen? The grace of attaining the Dao was greater than the heavens. Elder Youyu's contributions to the human race are obvious to everyone. That's why you were recognized by the human king position and became the human king. Otherwise, there are countless disciples of the human race. Why did the human king position choose you? It's because you deserve it. It doesn't have much to do with me. The Youyu family had indeed relied on his own ability to become the human king. Because the human king position chose its owner. Feng Zichen did not interfere. It was all chosen by them. Whatever your majesty says, it's what it is. Yes, the human king position was indeed obtained by him with his own ability. However, if Feng Zichen did not refine the human king position, no matter how strong he was, what was the use? However, seeing that Feng Zichen did not want to talk about this topic, the Youyu family could not say anything more. Instead, he smiled and took the initiative to change the topic. There were some things that he just needed to remember in his heart. There was no point in saying it out loud. By the way, what did your majesty want to discuss with me? It just so happened that Feng Zichen had said that he had something to discuss with him. Elder Youyu, have you noticed the recent changes in the East Sea? After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said. The matter that he wanted to discuss with the Youyu family was related to Penglai Sea City. Chapter 327. In order to achieve the Great Tao, one could not lack Dharma, wealth, companions, and land. Among the four, Dharma was the most important. The remaining three were equal. Dharma referred to the cultivation method. Only with a cultivation method could one step into the door of cultivation. This was the beginning of everything. Without a cultivation method, one could not enter the sect. Even if one lived in the Holy Land and had countless resources, it was useless. Therefore, Dharma was the most important. Wealth was divided into internal wealth and external wealth. Internal wealth referred to the capital one possessed, such as Dharma powers, merit, blessings, and so on. External wealth referred to all the expenses needed for cultivation, such as spiritual herbs, pills, and so on. Companions referred to like-minded fellow Taoists. Cultivation was not a safe thing. Therefore, one needed to have one or two friends to support each other on the path of the Great Tao and improve together. Land referred to the cultivation treasure trove. It could be a blessed land or a grotto heaven. Of course, the higher the grade, the better. These three were all used to assist in cultivation. Therefore, there was no difference between them. The human race did not lack Dharma. Feng Zichen did not lack Dharma Tao and mystical abilities. He even had several Tao scriptures that were born in the Khanate world. Moreover, he was the primordial sword ancestor, the fiend god Tao ancestor, and had all sorts of inheritances. Even the Grand Pure One had passed down the Tao of the Golden Core to the human race before he attained the Tao. Therefore, even the Khanate races that were stronger than the human race could not compare to him in terms of Dharma. In the untainted land, only a few hegemon-level forces could suppress the human tribe in the aspect of law. The human race did not lack companions. How should he put it? The human race did not lack people the most. In fact, they were overflowing. Therefore, with the huge base of the human race, it was not too difficult to find a few like-minded fellow Taoists to comprehend the Great Tao together. In that case, there were companions. On the ground, the human race had the Zichen Grotto Heaven below them and the human Tao Imperial Court above them. They were all top-notch holy lands in the primordial world. Therefore, the human race did not lack Dharma either. Only wealth was what the human race lacked the most. In terms of wealth, Feng Zichen could be ranked among the top in the primordial world. But just because he was rich did not mean that the human race was also rich. In the end, the birth of the human race was still a little late. They missed out on too many opportunities because Khanate numinous treasures were everywhere. In addition, it had only been 1,000,000 years since the birth of the human race, and they had not accumulated any deep foundation. Poverty was understandable. Which of the great clans of the great desolate world did not possess countless resources? This was the foundation for the rise of a large clan. In order to achieve the great Tao, magic, wealth, companionship, and land were all indispensable. Similarly, if one wanted to become a big clan, one could not do without magic, wealth, companions, and land. Feng Zichen already possessed all four of them. Humans, on the other hand, lacked wealth. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to think of a way to make the human race rich. If everyone in the human race could use the creation Tao pill to cultivate. In that case, why would the human race worry about not being able to prosper? The birth of the teleportation array disk is a major event that can change the primordial world. How can I not know? Xian Qing had caused such a huge commotion in the Eastern Sea. Even if the Youyu clan was blind and deaf, they would have noticed it. Ahem, I mean Penglai Sea City. Elder Youyu, what do you think of it? Seeing that the Youyu clan did not understand what he meant, Feng Zichen coughed lightly and asked again. As a trade center, Penglai Sea City might be able to help the human race accumulate wealth quickly. Penglai Sea City. That place is indeed not bad. Many treasures that are only rumored can be bought there. It can be said that it is a gathering place for cultivators from all over the primordial world. It can be considered the place with the most complete collection of materials in the primordial world. Obviously, the Youyu clan had a good impression of Penglai Sea City. His tone was full of praise. He must have bought some treasures that he liked there. Elder, what do you think will happen if I open a Penglai Sea City in the human race? Looking at the Youyu clan, Feng Zichen asked seriously. This idea was born uncontrollably after he saw the prosperity of Penglai Sea City. If he opened a similar market in the human race, wealth would gather from all directions. It would be difficult for the human race not to become rich. Yes, Your Majesty. It's not like you don't know that the human race lacks resources. The primordial world is dangerous. Without good treasures, who would risk their lives to come to the human race? Therefore, even if this market can be opened, it's useless. It won't attract people. After thinking for a while, the Youyu clan answered. The Penglai Sea City could be opened because the East Sea was rich in resources and attracted a large number of living beings on land. After that, Xian Qing even brought the disciples of the Jie school to set up teleportation arrays in the East Sea, making it convenient for everyone to travel. Only then did the Penglai Sea City become prosperous. But what did the human race have? They had nothing. Not to mention setting up teleportation arrays, they couldn't even take out the resources to attract others. Elder, you must be joking. The human race lacks resources, but the East Sea doesn't. We can sell the resources of the East Sea to the human race to attract various forces. When there are more people, this market will naturally prosper. There are countless living beings in the primordial world. How many of them can go to the East Sea? There must be more living beings who don't know the riches of the East Sea. And these living beings are our targets. Since he dared to say it, Feng Zichen naturally had a complete plan in his heart. He had considered many aspects. What about the teleportation array? The Youyu clan asked. Compared to the East Sea, the primordial world was more boundless and dangerous. If these problems could not be solved, all of Feng Zichen's plans would be like castles in the air that would shatter at the first touch. This is not difficult. I can ask ancestral Magus Di Jiang to build a teleportation array in the primordial world. He will not refuse such a thing that is beneficial to the primordial world. As for safety, then let's build the market in Yi City. That place is adjacent to Mount Shouyang and is right under the nose of the Grand Pure One. I don't believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble there. Feng Zichen was confident. He had a solution to the Youyu clan's worries. It's good that Your Majesty knows what to do. Since Feng Zichen was so confident, the Youyu clan couldn't say anything. Anyway, If this matter failed, the human race wouldn't lose anything. If it succeeded, the human race would make a huge profit. Elder, you're in the East Sea. I'll have to trouble you to collect resources in the East Sea. Take these Khanate creation pills first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. As he spoke, Feng Zichen took out a bottle of Khanate creation pills and handed it to the Youyu clan. He had taken it from Xian Qing. There were about 10,000 creation Dao pills. I have a relationship with the Dragon Palace and Jie School. Take my keepsake. I don't think you will encounter any trouble. Afraid that the Youyu clan would encounter trouble, Feng Zichen reminded them again. With Xian Qing's help on the sea and the dragon race's help under the sea, as long as they didn't encounter a top-notch great divine ability, they could already do whatever they wanted in the East Sea. Chapter 328. It's all for the human race. There's nothing to worry about. Receiving the creation Dao pill, Youyu replied. Youyu had some understanding of Feng Zichen's wealth. He could refine the vast human Dao imperial court on his own. A mere 10,000 creation Dao pills were nothing to him. Then I'll leave it to you, Elder. I still need to make a trip to Yi City to discuss the specific matters of establishing the market with the Yang clan. I won't stay here for long, Elder. The resources of the East Ocean could be sold to the land, and the resources on the land could also be sold to the East Ocean. Coincidentally, after all these years of development, the human race was distributed widely and could collect all kinds of resources. If these resources were sold to the East Ocean, they would definitely make a huge profit. With the Jie School and the Dragon race, no matter what the human race transported, they would not have to worry about sales. This was a long-term business path that could accumulate a large amount of resources for the human race. And all of these had to pass through Yi City. Feng Zichen planned to turn Yi City into the largest shopping mall in the primordial world. He planned to gather all the factions and develop a business path. The business path, the path of wealth. After mastering this path, it was only a matter of time before he became the richest man in the primordial world. Moreover, with the business path in hand, coupled with the path of currency, it would definitely produce unimaginable changes. Feng Zichen was looking forward to that day. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm here in the East Ocean. The words "I'm here in the East Ocean" represented the confidence of the Youyu clan. With him around, everything in the East Ocean would be arranged properly. Of course I'm at ease with the elder handling things. Nodding, Feng Zichen took a step forward and rushed towards Yi City. Rumble. Outside Yi City, the void suddenly trembled as layers of ripples appeared. It was like a huge wave that rose and fell. At the same time, in the depths of the void, in the mysterious unknown place, the river of destiny that had been calm for many years once again stirred. It appeared from the unknown place and arrived above Yi City. The river of destiny appeared in the world. Such a huge commotion was rare in the primordial world. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the mighty figures of the primordial world. Who is confirming the Tao? What a huge commotion. It actually attracted the river of destiny to descend. With such a rare phenomenon, his future achievements will be limitless. I'm afraid another great magician is about to rise. For ordinary people, the river of destiny would only tremble slightly when they confirmed their Tao. How could it be like today, directly appearing and descending into the world? Only those who were shockingly talented would receive this type of treatment to show how extraordinary they were. Those who had received such treatment in the past and had survived until now had all become great mystical abilities and stood proudly at the peak of the primordial world. In other words, the person who had proven his Tao today had the possibility of becoming a great medium. In the untainted land, experts from the early stage to the late stage of the pre-saint realm were called almighty. Experts at the great perfection of pre-saint realm and half-step chaotic primes were known as great divinities. Even the weakest among the great divinities was a great perfection demi-saint. Thus, it could be seen how extraordinary those who had proven their Tao were. As the river of destiny descended, the void outside Yi City trembled even more violently. It was like a huge vortex that wanted to tear everything apart. Feng Zichen, who was hurrying through the void, was inevitably affected. Unlucky. With a low cry, Feng Zichen paused and walked out of the void. It's Yang. He's proving his Tao. But how can he be so fast? Also, why is his Tao confirmation phenomenon so grand? Directly attracting the river of destiny to descend is a treatment that only top Khanate god fiends who have proven their Tao. It shouldn't be. As soon as he walked out of the void, Feng Zichen looked up and saw Yang standing in the sky above the river of destiny, receiving the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth. He had proven his Tao. He had cultivated the Daoyuo Jingxian Tao fruit and was immortal from now on, free and unfettered. But how was this possible? At this moment, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised. He was happy that Yang had proven his Tao and added another Daoyuo Taoist priests to the human race. His strength had greatly improved. He was shocked that Yang had only obtained the position of the human king for tens of thousands of years. How could he go from the Tai Jingxian to the Daoyuo Jingxian? This was too fast. It was even faster than Feng Zichen. There was not even a process of accumulation and he directly became the Daoyuo Jingxian. One had to know that in order to cultivate the 5 Qis unifications and prove his Tao, Daoyuo Jingxian. Feng Zichen had traveled all over the 4 extremities and devoured a large amount of innate essences. Only then was he able to save enough essences. However, Yang seemed to have skipped these processes and directly completed the last step, and he had proven his Tao in the highest state. This was too incredible. A purple light appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes, dyeing his eyes purple. He was extremely noble, and endless laws appeared in them. In an instant, his temperament changed. He became high and mighty, like the heavenly Tao, full of coldness and ruthlessness. Tao I. The real Tao I. As the saying goes, Tao gave birth to Wuji, and Wuji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Feng Zichen was the Tao body of Pangu. His eyes were the sun and moon, Yin and Yang, containing the truth of Yin and Yang. As for Xian Qing, he had once observed the Khanate treasure Tai Chi diagram and comprehended the Tao of Tai Chi from it. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen combined the truth of Yin and Yang and the Tao of Tai Chi, understood the true essence of Khanate Yin and Yang, and understood the changes of Yin and Yang. He used the sun and moon to develop Wuji, and used Wuji to develop the heavenly Tao. After cultivating a pair of Tao eyes, he could see through all illusions and see through all mysteries. He had boundless divine power, just like the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention that Feng Zichen did not understand the heavenly Tao, his North Star clone was known as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He controlled the authority of thunder and had the ability to destroy all things. That was the most essential power of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the Ziwei star was formed from the birthplace of the heavenly Tao. Great Emperor Ziwei was originally from the same sect as the heavenly Tao. With all kinds of karma added together, Feng Zichen's understanding of the heavenly Tao could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the primordial world, second only to Pangu and Hongjun. This pair of Tao eyes truly had the same ability as the heavenly Tao. However, because Feng Zichen's strength was low, it was far from being as powerful as the heavenly Tao. Under the Tao eyes, nothing could hide. In Feng Zichen's eyes, a layer of golden light appeared on Yang's body, with the charm of immortality. It was gradually changing his Tao body, making it closer to perfection. That was the immortal Tao light. However, this immortal Tao light did not belong to Yang, but to the 9 transformations golden pill. Yang had swallowed the 9 transformations golden pill. What a great opportunity, what a great creation. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood everything. Why was Yang able to attain the Tao of Daoyuo Jingxian so quickly? Moreover, he did not need to accumulate. It was because he had swallowed the 9 transformations golden pill. That was the 9 transformations golden pill that the Grand Pure One used to deduce the Tao of the golden pill. It could be said to be the source of the Tao of the Golden Pill. It had great merit and great luck. That was not the 9 transformations golden pill. It was clearly a Daluo Dao fruit. Anyone who ate it could immediately become a Daluo. Chapter 329. Yang had eaten the 9 revolutions golden pill to ascend to the heavens in one step and prove the Tao of Daluo. Not only that, this 9 revolutions golden pill was the source of the Tao of the golden core. Eating it was equivalent to becoming half a Tao master of the Tao of the golden core. When the Tao of the golden core flourished in the future, there would be supreme providence gathering. If Yang could seize this opportunity, it would not be difficult for her to become a powerful person. It was from the future that she saw this possibility that the river of fate would descend to show Yang's extraordinariness. What was a heaven-defying opportunity? This was it. Feng Zichen still vaguely remembered that when he asked Yang to go to Mount Shouyang to try the opportunity, Yang's indifferent look. But he did not expect that in the end, this heaven-defying opportunity would still fall on his head. Heaven's will was unpredictable. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart surged with ecstasy. He was not happy for himself, but for the Yang clan. The significance of the 9 revolutions golden pill was not as simple as proving the Tao of Daluo Jingxian. It also represented the fate with the Grand Pure One. After all, this 9 revolutions golden pill was refined by the Grand Pure One. It was the most successful pill that he had refined and represented his highest achievement in the Tao of alchemy. A pill that could allow one to directly prove the Tao of Daluo, such a heaven-defying treasure, he did not know if he could still refine it in the future. Now, if Yang went to the 8 Visions Palace to become a disciple, the Grand Pure One might not necessarily refuse. He would most likely agree directly. This was fate set by the heavens. He sat at home while his disciple came from the heavens. It was in line with the Grand Pure One's philosophy of governing by doing nothing. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen moved and was about to rush to Yang's side to persuade her to go to the 8 Visions Palace to become a disciple. In public, if Yang became the disciple of the Grand Pure One, it would definitely be of great benefit to the human race. Just by relying on the name of the Grand Pure One, she did not need to do anything to intimidate some small fry. In private, as a good friend of Yang, Feng Zichen naturally hoped that Yang would become the disciple of the Grand Pure One. In this way, his future was guaranteed, and he was destined to become a great magician. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was beneficial for the Yang clan to acknowledge the Grand Pure One as their master. Feng Zichen naturally had to persuade him. Back then, it was also here that the Grand Pure One wanted to take Feng Zichen as his disciple, but he was rejected. On the one hand, he was concerned about the human race. On the other hand, he was worried about Nua's dissatisfaction. However, these were not the main reasons. The main reason was that Xian Qing had already joined the Kunlun Mountain. It was one thing to hide one's identity and become a disciple of a sage, but it was another thing to become a disciple of 2 sages. If the former was the case, considering their many years of relationship as master and disciple, he might just reprimand it would be over. At most, he would be expelled from the sect as a form of punishment. His life would not be in danger. However, if the latter were to be exposed, it would be a huge sin. Wouldn't that be fooling the saints? The 3 pure ones would explode with anger. They would lose their face and become the laughingstock of the primordial world. At that time, Feng Zichen would have to face the anger of 2 sages. Oh, no, it would be the anger of 3 sages of the same sect. If the 3 pure ones joined forces, even Hong Jun would be afraid. Heaven and earth would be terrified. Almost no one in the primordial world could compare. If that really happened, even if Feng Zichen achieved the primordial chaos Dao fruit, he might not end up well. Therefore, even if he had countless clones, one was enough for him to acknowledge a saint as his master. If he had more, it would not be acknowledging a master, but causing trouble. After all, no one could guarantee that the clones would not be seen through for the rest of their lives. In the primordial world, nothing could be hidden forever. No matter how well you did, there would always be all kinds of accidents that would expose you. It was simply poisonous. Otherwise, how could there be so many secrets about the world in the legends of later generations? It was better to be honest. If Xian Qing had not already acknowledged the Grand Master of Heaven as his master, given Feng Zichen's temperament back then, when he heard that the Grand Pure One wanted to accept him as his disciple, he would immediately run over and call him master. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. Therefore, seeing that Yang had obtained this opportunity, Feng Zichen was very concerned. Today, it would be fine if he agreed. If he was unwilling to acknowledge the Grand Pure One as his master, Feng Zichen would tie him up. If he missed such an opportunity, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. However, before Feng Zichen could reach Yang's side, he saw a large amount of purple gas suddenly surging out of the surrounding void. It was vast and mighty, spanning more than 30,000 miles. The Grand Pure One was here. The purple gas spanned 30,000 miles. Such a phenomenon was the phenomenon of a saint traveling. And the only saint who would descend for this matter was the Grand Pure One. As expected, a white-haired old man appeared beside Yang at some point in time. He stood there quietly and looked at Yang silently without any sense of awkwardness. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. Although this old man looked old, he did not give people the feeling of being old. Instead, he gave people the feeling of being abnormally young and abnormally great. That old was not true old. It was the precipitation of time, the traces of the great Tao. This was the Grand Pure One, the first saint of the 6 saints. He stood there quietly, but he seemed to have become one with the world and become the center of the universe. Greetings, Grand Pure One. Yang bowed slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge the Poor Way as your master?" After a long while, the Grand Pure One said, "Disciple Yang greets master." Without hesitation, Yang immediately bowed to the Grand Pure One. "Acknowledge the saint as your master." Or acknowledge the Grand Pure One as your master. One had to know that the Grand Pure One had never taken in a disciple. If Yang became his disciple, he would be his eldest and only disciple. This was such a great opportunity that others could not even ask for it. Yang was not a fool, how could he refuse? All right. Seeing this scene, the Grand Pure One smiled slightly. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Since you have entered the celestial sect of wonders, the name of the mortal world is no longer suitable. I will give you a new Taoist name. From now on, you will be called Xuandu. After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One said. The current Taoist name was different from the future. In the future, a Taoist name was a Taoist name. It was just a name. However, it was different now. A Taoist name was a divine name. Not only did it contain magical power, but it also contained luck. For example, the 3 pure ones, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others. Their names were all conferred by the world. They all had endless meanings and symbolized the origin of the world. The name Yang was ordinary. It did not have any special meaning, nor did it have any magical power. It was just a name to distinguish him from others. However, Xuandu was different. Xuandu was the Tao. Xuandu was the Tao capital. This was a divine name that only Khanate godfiends had. With the name Xuandu, one could naturally inherit supreme luck. Chapter 330. All living beings in the primordial world, whether they were innate or postnatal, automatically transformed into innate godfiends the moment they became Daluo Jingxian. Innate godfiends might not be able to become Daluo Jingxian, but Daluo Jingxian was definitely an innate godfiend. It had been like this since ancient times. Today, Yang had proven his Tao as Daluo Jingxian. Naturally, he had transformed into an innate godfiend. At the same time, the name Yang had automatically turned into a divine name. However, the name Yang was an ordinary name. Even if it transformed into a divine name, it would not be blessed by the heavenly Tao. It would not have much power, nor would it represent any luck. It would not be of much help to Yang. However, Xuandu was different. This was the divine name bestowed by the Grand Pure One. It represented a part of the origin of heaven and earth. It had a trace of luck innately and was a karmic position in itself. If Yang obtained it, he would be blessed with innate luck and be able to cut off tribulations. At the same time, it would be of great help to him when he advanced to the quasi-saint realm in the future. In the Khanate era, the heavenly Tao often appeared. The divine name was not randomly given. Every one of them had a great meaning. Sometimes, the divine name could even represent a person's future. For example, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Everything was created by Tai. Therefore, Tai was the Tao, the origin of everything in the universe. Such a meaning created Tai's reputation as the number one in the primordial world. Xuandu. Xuandu, thank you for giving me this name, Master. After chanting it twice and sensing the changes in his body, Yang bowed to the Grand Pure One. The moment the Grand Pure One called out the name Xuandu, his heart skipped a beat and he had a mysterious premonition. It was as if something good was about to happen to him. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. Sure enough, the moment he accepted the name of Xuandu, a strand of fortune descended from the unseen world and landed on Yang. In a trance, the world changed in his eyes. It was completely different from before. Endless rules appeared clearly in front of his eyes. The mountains, rivers, plants, and trees were all displayed in the form of Tao patterns. At this moment, the essence of the world was no longer a secret in front of him. If Yang had this perspective in the past, he would have become a Daoyuo Jingxian long ago. Why struggle so bitterly in the Tai realm? This was the benefit of luck. As the number one treasure in the great desolate world, the most essential function of providence was to aid in cultivation. Its effect was related to the amount of providence one possessed. The more providence one had, the more obvious the effects would be. Yang had only obtained a wisp of heaven and earth fate, but it had such an obvious effect. From this, one could see the power of fate. Not bad. The more he looked at Yang, the more satisfied the Grand Pure One was. My disciple, you are busy with worldly affairs. It is not suitable for you to head to the Eight Visions Temple to cultivate. Master has a great pure Tao scripture here. Take it and comprehend it to your heart's content. It won't be too late for you to go to Eight Visions Palace after the matter with the human race is settled. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One tapped Yang's glabella and imparted the Grand Pure Tao Sutra to him. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I will definitely work hard to cultivate so that I can attain the Tao as soon as possible and live up to your expectations. After accepting the Grand Pure Tao Sutra, Yang bowed to the Tao. Only when a master imparted the Tao could they truly be considered as master and disciple. Otherwise, what was the point of acknowledging a master if he did not impart the Tao or teach? Only when he imparted the Tao could he be considered a true master and disciple. For example, when Tao ancestor Hung Jun preached the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 Khanate godfiends came to listen. Although these people were not accepted as disciples by the Tao ancestor, they still had to respect the Tao ancestor as their teacher. It was because they had obtained the Tao of the Tao ancestor. If you have anything you don't understand in your cultivation, feel free to go to the Eight Visions Temple to find me. In recent years, I will not leave that place. After nodding at Yang, Daoist Tai Ching's figure quietly disappeared. Just like when he came, he did not cause any ripples. Yang is Xuandu. That's interesting. In the distance, Feng Zichen could not help but be a little stunned when he saw this scene. No wonder he could not find anyone called Xuandu after searching all over the human race. It turned out that Yang was Xuandu, right under his nose. Who would have thought that? As a human of the future, Feng Zichen had heard of the name of great Taoist master Xuandu. That was the only disciple of the Grand Pure One of the few great divine abilities of the human race. Therefore, after the Grand Pure One became a saint, Feng Zichen had secretly searched for Xuandu's whereabouts in the human race. In the end, he could not find him. That was because the name Xuandu was set by the Grand Pure One. It did not exist before. Feng Zichen used him to find someone, so how could he find him? Xuandu's identity is really surprising. Looking at Yang, Feng Zichen's eyes were still filled with disbelief. How could he be Xuandu? In the legends of the future, in order to seek the great Tao, Xuandu of the human race worshipped mountains and rivers. He spent tens of thousands of years worshipping almost all the famous mountains and rivers of the primordial world. However, Xuandu's aptitude was too slow. Even though he had worshipped all the famous mountains and rivers, those great divine abilities still looked down on him and refused to accept him as a disciple. Only the Grand Pure One was moved by his perseverance. He personally descended in front of him and accepted him as his personal disciple. In the primordial world, there were countless living beings. Among them, there was no lack of great opportunities and great wisdom. Only those with great perseverance were rare in the primordial world. And Xuandu was one of the few people with great perseverance in the primordial world. Perseverance could not improve one's comprehension ability, nor could it improve one's karmic luck. However, it represented a firm heart to pursue the Tao. The great Tao was long and there were many obstacles ahead. If one wanted to reach the end, one could only persevere, persevere, and persevere. To the Grand Pure One, it did not matter if his disciple did not have wisdom. He could open his disciple's wisdom. It did not matter if his disciple did not have an opportunity. He could plan for his disciple. Only in terms of perseverance, he could not do anything. Perseverance was something that concerned the human heart. It was the most difficult thing to figure out. Even a saint could not completely grasp it. Whether one had perseverance or not could only depend on themselves. Outsiders could only motivate them. Therefore, what the Grand Pure One lacked was a disciple with great perseverance. And that was the only thing Xuandu had. But what was going on now? In terms of perseverance, Yang had it, but it was far from the legendary level. It could be said that the only thing worth praising about Yang now was his heaven-defying luck. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the 9 Revolutions golden pill. Forget it, why think so much? History has been modified. Who can tell whether it's true or false? Unable to figure out why Yang was Xuandu, Feng Zichen decided not to think about it. Anyway, it did not matter if he thought about it or not. It was a good thing. Ha! Good friend, congratulations. With a loud laugh, Feng Zichen stepped forward and came to Yang's side. He congratulated him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 331. As the only disciple of the Grand Pure One, Yang's future was destined to be extraordinary. He would definitely become a powerful figure. If one day, something happened to Feng Zichen, Yang would be the last guarantee of the human race. With him, no matter what disaster the human race encountered, he would always be able to preserve a trace of inheritance and a wisp of fire. Yang greets your majesty. Seeing Feng Zichen, Yang bowed slightly. No matter how his identity changed, he was still a human. As a human, he had to bow when he saw the human emperor. Good friend, it is a blessing for the human race that you have proven your Tao, Daoyuo Jingxian. I'll give you this Khanate Yin Yang sword as a congratulatory gift for your Tao. After helping Yang up, Feng Zichen took out a Khanate divine sword intertwined with black and white Tao light and handed it to him. This was a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Khanate Yin Yang divine sword. Back then, Feng Zichen had obtained 2 fragments of Khanate spiritual treasures in the ancient ruins. Those 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were both superior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. One belonged to the Tao of light, and the other belonged to the Tao of darkness. However, these 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were so badly damaged that their original appearance could not be seen at all. Moreover, it was extremely troublesome to repair them. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, the price to repair them was already enough to pile up a Daluo Jingxian. This meant that they were completely worthless to repair. Therefore, Feng Zichen took advantage of the chaos outside the realm to melt the fragments of these two Khanate spiritual treasures. Using the chaos qi to evolve the Khanate yin and yang qi, and supplemented by his own understanding of the Khanate yin-yang theory, Feng Zichen used the opposing forces of light and darkness to evolve the theory of yin and yang theory. He forcefully refined these two broken Khanate spiritual treasures into a Khanate spiritual treasure. He also sublimated their essence, transforming them from light and darkness attributes to Khanate yin and yang attributes. However, Feng Zichen already had the Zichen sword and the myriad sword illustration. It was meaningless for him to keep the innate yin and yang sword. It just so happened that Yang had attained Tao at this time and did not have a suitable spiritual treasure. Feng Zichen simply gave the sword to him. On the one hand, it was to congratulate him for breaking through the Daluo Jingxian. On the other hand, it was to give him a decent spiritual treasure to make him look good. Otherwise, how would it look if word got out that the great Daluo Jingxian did not even have a single Khanate spiritual treasure? As for Yang, he had already become the disciple of the Grand Pure One. He would definitely not lack Khanate numinous treasures in the future. Yes. But these, what did it have to do with the human race? What did it have to do with Feng Zichen? The Khanate numinous treasure that he gave to the Yi-Ang clan was a gift from the human race. The Khanate numinous treasure that the Grand Pure One gave to the Yi-Ang clan was a gift from his master. The two were fundamentally different. This, a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. This is too precious. I can't take it. Looking at the Khanate yin-yang sword in front of him, Yang seemed a little hesitant. If it was an ordinary treasure, with his friendship with Feng Zichen, he would accept it. But this was a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, which was comparable to a quasi-saint's treasure. He was really embarrassed to accept it. Just take it. Why are you talking nonsense? You are the Taoist priests of the human race. If you don't even have a single Khanate spiritual treasure, wouldn't it damage the reputation of the human race? Besides, you have contributed greatly to the human race's success today. This Khanate spiritual treasure is what you deserve. If you don't accept this sword today, the world will think that the human race treats those who have contributed poorly. Won't that disappoint the hearts of the people? In the future, who will fight for the human race? Seeing that Yang had refused, Feng Zichen's tone could not help but become sterner. His words were even a little alarmist. In fact, it was not alarmist. Now, those who worked hard for the rise of the human race were purely for their dreams and did not ask for anything in return. They were a group of lovely people, a group of admirable people, and also people who would be remembered for a lifetime. But people would always change. Feng Zichen had never been afraid to speculate people's hearts with the worst malice. Because people's hearts were the most complicated thing in the world. Even the saints could not understand or see through them. If they could see through people's hearts, Xian Qing's apprenticeship would not have happened. When people's efforts and returns were gradually not proportional, it was difficult for people to keep their original hearts. Even if they could keep their original hearts and continue to fight for the rise of the human race, what about the people after that? Who could guarantee that the future generations would be like their predecessors, working hard for an illusory dream? Feng Zichen did not believe that everyone had the determination to give everything for the human race. Therefore, he wanted to set up a reward system in the human race to reward those who had contributed so as to inspire people's hearts. And Yang was the example he set. He just wanted to let his people know that whoever gave for the human race would be rewarded. Don't blame Feng Zichen for being oversensitive. In the later generations, he had seen and heard too many disputes of interests, causing him to not believe in people's hearts, but only in interests. He always believed that in this world, only interests could move people's hearts. If it could not, it could only mean that the interests were not enough, not that the interests were not enough. For interests, even the saints would fall out with each other, let alone ordinary people. Then, I'll accept it. Seeing that Feng Zichen said it so seriously, as if he would be sorry for the human race if he refused, Yang had no choice but to accept the innate yin and yang sword. Yang was not a fool. Of course, a fool could not be the human king. At first, he might not have understood Feng Zichen's intention to give him the innate yin and yang sword. But Feng Zichen had said it so clearly. If he still did not understand Feng Zichen's purpose, he would be a fool. Therefore, he accepted the innate yin and yang sword. Since Feng Zichen wanted him to be an example to inspire people, he would do it. Because he was the human king, and he had to put the interests of the human race first. He had no reason to refuse such a beneficial thing for the human race. Okay, don't worry about it. This innate yin and yang sword is not of much use in my hands. It's better to give it to you, so that it won't be covered in dust. I think that this sword will definitely be able to shine brightly in your hands. It will not be a waste of your trip to the human world. Looking at the innate yin and yang sword in Yang's hands, Feng Zichen sighed. If this sword was left in his hands, it would probably be of no use other than eating dust in the treasury. On the contrary, in the hands of Yang, it could show its sharpness. As the saying goes, Tai Chi gave birth to yin and yang. The Grand Pure One had the Tai Chi diagram in his hands, so he must have amazing attainments in the Tai Chi yin and yang Dao. And Yang was his disciple, so he would definitely teach him the Tai Chi yin and yang Dao. In this way, the innate yin and yang sword could unleash its strongest power in Yang's hands. Perhaps, Yang could also use this to prove the innate yin and yang Dao. She knew that if the humankind was in great danger, with his personality, he would definitely try his best to improve the humankind's strength. Therefore, the Yang clan was worried that Feng Zichen would forcibly appoint some human kings in order to increase the strength of the human race. But if one's virtue did not match the position, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. I know what to do. You don't have to worry. Feng Zichen naturally understood Yang's worries, but with the threat of extinction right in front of him, he couldn't care less. No matter how big the disaster was, it couldn't be compared to the disaster of extinction. However, Yang's choice was not beyond his expectation. Yang's Dao affirmation was more than sudden. It was simply unexpected. He had just ascended to the position of sovereign personage not long ago. Before he had the time to make a grand plan, he directly broke through. He was probably dumbfounded himself. Not long after ascending to the position of sovereign personage, Yang was so excited that he couldn't help but go to Mount Shouyang to take a look. But he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at Mount Shouyang, the 9 transformation golden pill flew over by itself. This, at that time, Yang's mood was extremely complicated. There was surprise, shock, doubt. All kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. It could be said that it was the most emotional moment in his life. By the way, Your Majesty, why did you come here? The two chatted for a long time, and Yang finally brought the topic back to business. It's a long story. Then, Feng Zichen told Yang about the East Sea and the plan to turn Yi City into the business capital of the untainted land. That's the general idea. You should think about it for a while. After saying that, Feng Zichen gave Yang some time to think. With such a big plan, Yang had to think about it carefully. It wasn't something that could be done just because Feng Zichen thought it was okay. Of course, whether Yang agreed to this plan or not, Feng Zichen would carry it out. Because this was the will of the heavens. Just as he wanted to borrow the name of the Grand Pure One to protect his business capital, the Grand Pure One had accepted Yang as his disciple. Now, there was nothing to worry about at all. With the disciple of the saint here, who would dare to cause trouble? Wasn't this the will of the heavens? Your Majesty, your idea is indeed good, but have you thought about what if Master doesn't agree? Looking at the excited Feng Zichen, Yang pointed out the most fatal flaw in his plan. Everyone knew that the Grand Pure One liked peace and not noise. If Xanadu was established, it would definitely be lively and noisy. In this way, with the personality of the Grand Pure One, how could he be happy? If he wasn't happy, Xanadu wouldn't be established. It doesn't matter. Even if the Grand Pure One doesn't like it, I can establish Xanadu with the Magi. The Magi won't reject my request. How could Feng Zichen not think of such an obvious loophole? He already had a solution. To be honest, in the primordial world, the name of the Magi was much more useful than the name of the Grand Pure One. However, he was worried about the battle between the Magi and the demons. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not establish Xanadu in the Magi. Besides, how do you know that the Grand Pure One will definitely reject it? This matter of promoting communication in the primordial world is of great benefit to the primordial world. The saint has no reason to reject it. After a while, Feng Zichen said again. It was the duty of the saint to let the primordial world evolve further. Feng Zichen established Xanadu with the intention of opening up a trade route that would be of great benefit to the primordial world. Even if the saint didn't like it, he had to accept it. Then, I'll ask Master and see what he thinks. After thinking for a while, Yang said hesitantly. That's true. This matter concerns the saint. It's better to ask for his opinion. If he really doesn't agree, we'll do something else. Feng Zichen nodded and replied. If the Grand Pure One said that he didn't like it, Feng Zichen wouldn't ask for a rebuff and establish Xanadu under his nose. It wasn't worth offending a saint for this. Alright, I'll go now. At the same time, I'll ask Master if he can impart the Grand Pure Tao scripture to you. I still remember that Master wanted to take you in as a disciple back then. He should have a good impression of you. After replying to Feng Zichen, Yang turned around and walked towards Mount Shouyang. However, his last words moved Feng Zichen. Yang actually wanted to ask for the Grand Pure Tao scripture for him. This. Chapter 333. There's no need for that. The Grand Pure Taoist scripture is the saint's painstaking effort. If he really wanted to pass it to me, he would have done so back then. But until now, the Grand Pure One hasn't made any moves. Obviously, he doesn't want to pass this scripture to me. So, don't ask, lest you make the saint unhappy. After a long while, Feng Zichen said. Not to mention that he already had the Grand Pure Taoist scripture, even if he didn't, Yang couldn't ask. He had just become a disciple and hadn't done anything yet, but he was already thinking of helping outsiders. Anyone would be unhappy. Feng Zichen was sure that if Yang asked, the Grand Pure One's good impression of him would definitely fall to the bottom. It would be very disadvantageous to his Tao path. Therefore, Yang definitely couldn't ask. A bright future was in the distance. If it was ruined because of this, it would be too much of a loss. But, after hesitating for a while, Yang wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by Feng Zichen. Listen to me, don't ask. I have the inheritance of Goddess Nuwa. I don't lack top-notch Taoist scriptures. You don't have to worry about me. Feng Zichen understood Yang's plan. Therefore, he said directly. The Taoist scripture was the scripture of the Great Tao. It was a book that explained the truth of the Great Tao. The Grand Pure Taoist scripture recorded more than just the cultivation method. Of course, if it only recorded the cultivation method, the Grand Pure Taoist scripture would not have become a top-notch Taoist scripture in the primordial world. The most precious thing on it was the Grand Pure One's understanding of the Great Tao. The saint organized his understanding of the Great Tao into books. The books that were formed were Taoist scriptures. To Daoyuo Jingxian, any cultivation method had lost its meaning. They were already the incarnation of the Tao and had reached the peak. If they wanted to improve, they could only deepen their understanding of the Tao and fight for the right to explain the Tao. The saint's insights in the Taoist scripture were resources that could allow them to improve continuously. In Yang's heart, Feng Zichen's aptitude was the best in the primordial world. Few people could compare to him. His luck was enough to shock the world. His perseverance was even more amazing. He was almost perfect. However, Feng Zichen had a fatal shortcoming, which was that he didn't have a systematic inheritance. His foundation was a little shallow. Therefore, he wanted to ask for the great pure Taoist scripture for Feng Zichen to make up for his shortcomings. However, Yang did not know Feng Zichen well enough. Putting everything else aside, just the 3 enclosures Tao Sutra passed down by the Emperor's star was already the top Khanate Tao Sutra of the primordial world. It was not weaker than the 3 pure Tao Sutra and was close to the highest Tao Sutra of the celestial sect of wonders, the Yellow Court Sutra. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not lack Taoist scriptures. His foundation was far more than Yang had imagined. Good friend, I am the human emperor, the spokesperson of the Holy Mother in the world. She will not treat me unfairly. Otherwise, without the help of Her Highness Nuwa, how could I have achieved what I have today? Nuwa was Feng Zichen's best shield. If there was anything extraordinary about him, he could push it to Her Highness Nuwa. Anyway, no one could go to the palace of Empress Hua to verify it. Alright, I'll go now. Yang thought about it and nodded. Then, she rode a cloud to the 8 Visions Palace. The 8 Visions Palace was on Mount Shouyang, which was next to Yi City. Therefore, Yang arrived in front of the 8 Visions Palace in a moment. Disciple Xian Du is here to pay respects to Master. Outside the palace gate, Yang saluted. Come in. Inside the 8 Visions Palace, the Grand Pure One said faintly. At the same time, as his voice fell, the tightly shut palace door opened. Without hesitation, Yang stepped in. When they entered the hall, the first thing they saw was a bright Taoist lamp. It was the 8 Visions Palace lamp, the human lamp of the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and man. It was the top primordial spiritual treasure of the primordial world. There was a purple flame in the lamp. It was called the sky-burning purple flame. It had infinite power and could burn the sky and boil the sea. Unfortunately, because the Grand Pure One had many treasures, this lamp was not famous. It was only used for illumination when he was talking about the scriptures. Yang looked down and saw a purple gold gourd. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the purple gold gourd. It was also one of the 7 gourds produced by the Khanate grapevine. It was also a top-grade prehistoric spiritual treasure. It had infinite power, but it was used by the Grand Pure One to refine pills. A few steps forward, Yang saw a Taoist furnace and a fan. That furnace was the Khanate 8 trigrams furnace. It was also a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. It was the furnace that the Grand Pure One used to refine pills. The fan was not an ordinary item. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Khanate banana fan. Legend had it that when the world was first created, there was a Khanate banana tree on Mount Buzhou. After thousands of years, it obtained the fortune of the world and produced 4 banana leaves. They were divided into earth, fire, water, and wind. When the banana leaves matured, they turned into 4 banana fans. They were all supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. Among them, the fire attribute Khanate banana fan was taken away by the Grand Pure One to fan fire. The wind attribute Khanate banana fan was taken away by Taoist Mingi. This fan was the banana fan of the future. As for the earth attribute and water attribute banana fans, they were taken away by the other 2 great divine abilities. As they lived in seclusion, they completely disappeared from the primordial world. Looking carefully, Yang could not help but fall into shock. The incense burner, the meditation cushion on the ground, the surrounding screens, and the murals hanging on the wall were all releasing Khanate Tao runes. Clearly, they were all Khanate spiritual treasures. Good boy. My master has so many supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. He's so rich. Yang clicked her tongue when she came back to her senses. With just a rough glance, she discovered 4 supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures and more than 10 ordinary Khanate spiritual treasures. These Khanate spiritual treasures added up were more than the Khanate spiritual treasures she had seen before. Of course, what really shocked Yang was not the number of Khanate spiritual treasures, but their use. Those were supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, peerless treasures with earth-shattering power. Every one of them was extremely precious and could attract countless people to fight for them. However, such treasures were placed in the hands of the Grand Pure One. They were used to light up the fire, and nourish the pills. They were completely ordinary things, which completely subverted Yang's understanding. Saint. This was a saint. The supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures that they regarded as treasures were dispensable in the eyes of saints. In the end, their realms were different, and their understanding had undergone a huge change. The difference was too great. At this moment, the pride that Yang had because of Daluo Jingxian was completely shattered. Daluo Jingxian was not strong enough. Above him, there was still the sage-to-be in the primordial chaos Dao realm. In a trance, Yang had undergone some kind of transformation, and her heart to pursue the Dao became more determined. On the other side, the Grand Pure One, who had been paying attention to Yang, noticed her change and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Chapter 334. Xian Du, I already know why you're here. I understand your worries. The Eight Visions Palace is a world of its own. As long as I don't want to, no one can disturb me. So, just do it. Don't worry about me. Just follow your heart. How could Yang's intentions be hidden from the Grand Pure One? As soon as he thought about it, the Grand Pure One understood the cause and effect. If saints were so easy to scheme against, they would not be called saints. Of course, Feng Zichen was an exception. He had Pangu to conceal the secrets of heaven and could do what ordinary people could not. Even if he schemed against saints, saints would not be able to sense it. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Yang knew in his heart, Shangdu was done. Shangdu was built near Mount Shouyang. Even if the Grand Pure One denied it, the world would not believe that Shangdu had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the manager of Shangdu was his only disciple. You're from the human race and don't have any Dharma treasures. I'll give you this treasure to protect yourself. Looking at Yang, the Grand Pure One suddenly said. Then, a red light flew out from his body and landed in Yang's hand, turning into a small red flag. This was the floating flame flag. It was formed from the lotus leaves of the chaos treasure, the green lotus of creation. It was one of the Khanate 5-element flags, a supreme-grade Khanate merit numinous treasure, the southern floating flame flag. This was one of the strongest Khanate numinous treasures, second only to Khanate cardinal treasures. Thank you, Master. Yang said excitedly as he touched the treasure flag in his hand. He had heard Feng Zichen mention the origin of the Khanate 5-element flags, so he knew that it was the top Khanate numinous treasure of the primordial world that could suppress providence. The southern floating flame flag was extremely powerful. It could mess up yin and yang, reverse the 5 elements, and make all evil retreat. All right. If there's nothing else, you can leave. After bestowing the Dharma treasure, the Grand Pure One began to chase him away. Then, Master, I'll take my leave first. Suppressing his excitement, Yang stood up and walked out. The Grand Pure One has agreed. Just as I expected. In Yi City, the moment the Grand Pure One nodded in agreement, Feng Zichen sensed it. Just as he had thought, the Grand Pure One did not refuse. Of course, he had no reason to refuse something that was beneficial to the development of the primordial world. Although the saints were stronger than the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, they were not as carefree and free as they were. They were restricted by the heavenly Dao everywhere. Your Majesty, Master has agreed. After a while, Yang came back and said to Feng Zichen with a happy face. I already know. Feng Zichen nodded and indicated that he already understood. Then, he asked Yang curiously. Look at how happy you are. Did you get some treasure from the saint? Just now, when he gave Yang the innate yin and yang sword, he didn't hide it at all in front of everyone. The Grand Pure One naturally saw it clearly. That was another reason why Feng Zichen gave Yang the treasure. Look, although the human race is poor, we still took out a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure as a gift for Yang's Tao attainment. As his master, the Grand Pure One wouldn't be stingy, right? The treasure that he gave out must be extremely precious. Otherwise, if word got out, he would be ridiculed by others. It would really be embarrassing. Your Majesty, look. When he first obtained the treasure, Yang also had the intention to show off. He took it out excitedly and let Feng Zichen have a look. He still remembered how Feng Zichen sounded when he mentioned the Khanate 5-element flags. Floating flame flag. Xian Qing had lived in Kunlun Mountain for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with the treasures of Kunlun. Therefore, Feng Zichen recognized the origin of this treasure at a glance. Seeing this item, Feng Zichen knew that he had achieved his goal. Although he didn't know what treasure the Grand Pure One had given him after Xuandu became a disciple, Feng Zichen was sure that it was definitely not the floating flame flag. Such a treasure was formed from a chaos treasure and contained a trace of the mysteries of the Great Tao. It was very useful to saints and would not be easily given away. This flag is a Khanate merit numinous treasure. It has the ability to suppress providence and also has a trace of heaven providence. It's your fortune to be able to obtain it. In the future, as long as you don't go against the heavens, you can expect to reach the Great Tao with this treasure. After the excitement in Yang's heart passed, Feng Zichen said. I know. You once told me the origin of this flag. The moment Yang obtained the floating flame flag, he knew that it was a treasure that could help people attain the Tao. It's good that you know, Just as he was about to nod, Feng Zichen glanced at the floating flame flag again from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a throbbing feeling surged in his heart, disturbing his mind. This was something that had never happened before. Feng Zichen was no stranger to the floating flame flag. That was when he was at Kunlun Mountain. There were many treasures of the 3 pure ones for him to play with, and the floating flame flag was among them. However, in the past, when he often came into contact with the floating flame flag, there was no abnormality at all. However, when he saw this flag today, his mind was in a mess. It was really strange. What's wrong? Seeing Feng Zichen's expression suddenly change, Yang asked worriedly. Nothing. I just need to rest for a while. With that, Feng Zichen closed his eyes and used the Khanate 8 trigrams with all his strength to find the reason for the throbbing. On the other side, on Penglai Island, Xian Qing also temporarily put down the things at hand and used the Tao derivation technique to deduce. It's it. The green lotus of creation. With the addition of Xian Qing, Feng Zichen, who was originally clueless, found the source of the abnormality in an instant. It was the lotus seed borne by the Khanate cardinal treasure, the green lotus of creation. The green lotus of creation. I see. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect, so he put away his divine power and ended the deduction. The green lotus of creation was the most orthodox descendant of the 36th grade green lotus of creation. It was far from what the 4 great lotus platforms and the Khanate 5-element flags could compare to. Even if the green lotus of creation was inferior to these 9 Khanate spiritual treasures in terms of level, orthodoxy was not based on level, but on origin and inheritance. The green lotus of creation had the most complete inheritance of the chaotic green lotus, and it was also the treasure that was most likely to evolve into the chaotic green lotus. Therefore, it was the most orthodox. After obtaining the green lotus of creation, Xian Qing had not touched the Khanate 5-element flags. Therefore, there was no abnormality at all. Today, Yang brought the southern floating flame flag to Feng Zichen's side. At the same time, on Penglai Island, Xian Qing also happened to come to the Chaos Spirit Pool. Under such a coincidence, through Xian Qing and Feng Zichen, the green lotus of creation sensed the aura of the Khanate 5-element flags and the 4 lotus platforms at the same time. Chapter 335. As if a certain condition had been met, the green lotus of creation seed suddenly underwent an inexplicable change. However, it also seemed to be afraid of something. This change was forcefully suppressed by itself. It did not cause any abnormalities, so Xianqing did not notice it at all. Perhaps it was unwilling, or perhaps it was something else, but the green lotus of creation seed still made an effort in the end, causing a trace of abnormality that Feng Zichen noticed. The green lotus of creation seed actually has such an ability. What a heaven-defying creation! He learned of its purpose from the green lotus of creation seed. Feng Zichen sighed and was also a little shocked. But more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The green lotus of creation seed wanted to grow. That was its purpose. Ever since Xianqing obtained the green lotus of creation seed, he had been idle in the treasure vault. He had never paid any attention to it, let alone helped it grow. Of course, it was not that he looked down on it, but that he had not thought of how to cultivate it. After all, it was a lotus seed born by the innate cardinal treasure, the green lotus of creation. The innate lotus flower that grew was at least a superior grade innate spirit treasure. However, a superior grade innate spirit treasure was obviously not enough to satisfy Feng Zichen. Therefore, he was waiting. He was waiting for him to find a suitable treasure to improve the innate origin of the green lotus of creation seed and bloom an innate lotus flower that was at the supreme grade innate spirit treasure level. However, before Feng Zichen could find a suitable innate spirit treasure, the green lotus of creation seed could not wait any longer and took the initiative to grow. Of course, there were conditions for its growth, and they were very harsh. Otherwise, it would not have alarmed Feng Zichen. As mentioned earlier, the green lotus of creation seed was the most orthodox descendant of the chaos green lotus. It held its most complete inheritance and was also the treasure that was most likely to turn into the chaos green lotus. Therefore, after sensing the world-cleansing white lotus and the floating flame flag at the same time, the two treasures that were transformed from the remnant body of the green lotus of creation. The aura of the chaos green lotus that was hidden deeply in the green lotus of creation seed was revived. At that moment, the green lotus of creation seed had the desire to devour these two spirit treasures. However, it was worried about the heavenly path, so it suppressed this desire and did not dare to reveal it. But in the end, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Therefore, he attracted Feng Zichen. As long as it devoured all the connate numinous treasures transformed from the remnant body of the chaos green lotus, the creation green lotus would be able to transform back into the chaos green lotus. This was the conclusion that Feng Zichen deduced, and it was also the message that the green lotus of creation told him. Faced with such shocking news, how could Feng Zichen remain calm? That was the chaotic green lotus. It was said that even the birth of the great god Pangu was greatly related to him. Creation was one of the most miraculous powers in the world. It could make the impossible possible. If Feng Zichen obtained the chaos green lotus, he could use it to transform into a chaos demonic god. At that time, the true great Tao could be expected. The primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was nothing. Innate gods were the seeds of Daluo Jingxian. Chaos fiend gods were the seeds of the great Tao. Feng Zichen didn't know if he could really attain the great Tao. However, the chaos fiend gods would definitely become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. On this point, he was certain. Because the imprints of the 3,000 chaos fiend gods had already proven this. Among them, none of them were inferior to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Unfortunately, this can only be thought of. It's completely impossible to succeed. After a moment, Feng Zichen came back to his senses from his beautiful fantasy. He shook his head and sighed. This matter seemed simple, but it was even more difficult than him achieving the primordial chaos Tao realm. The chaos bead still had a chance to recover, but the chaos green lotus was absolutely impossible. For some reason, the heavenly Tao's fear of the chaos green lotus had almost reached a pathological level. It was not enough to split it up. He even arranged for each of the connate numinous treasures to have an extremely powerful master. TSK. The demon ancestor, the three pure ones, Zhuan Ti, Daoist Mingi, Jade Pool, these people were not to be trifled with. Snatching the Khanate numinous treasures from them was simply despairing. Especially the 4 Khanate numinous treasures, the Qingping sword, the 3 precious jade Rui scepter, the coiling dragon scepter, and the golden lotus of merit. It was completely impossible to snatch them. The first 3 were the sacred artifacts of the 3 pure ones, and the last was the supreme treasure of the Western sect. If they were touched, even the saints would go crazy. As for the rest, he could plan. I don't have the ability to get their main bodies, but I can give a try to get a wisp of their Khanate origin. After thinking carefully for a while, Feng Zichen thought of a possibility. What the Green Lotus of Creation wanted to devour was nothing more than their Khanate origin to strengthen its Khanate origin and achieve the goal of promotion. Since it wanted the Khanate origin, it would be thick-skinned to ask for a wisp. Although the effect of doing so was countless times worse than devouring a complete Khanate numinous treasure. However, there was still a possibility. It was not as hopeless as before. When Feng Zichen gathered the Khanate 5-element flags, the Khanate origins of the 4 lotus platforms, and the pure white lotus in his hand, he might be able to let the Green Lotus of Creation devour it. It might be able to restore it to a Khanate numinous treasure. That was enough. It might not be a good thing to restore it to a chaos numinous treasure. A few days later, Xian Qing suddenly came to the 8 Visions Palace and asked the Grand Pure One for a wisp of the Khanate origin of the floating flame flag. Since he was putting on an act, he naturally had to go all out. The Green Lotus of Creation was with Xian Qing, not Feng Zichen. Why do you want the Khanate origin of the floating flame flag? In the 8 Visions Palace, the Grand Pure One asked curiously. If Xian Qing asked for the floating flame flag, he would not be puzzled. However, what was a wisp of Khanate origin? Even a saint could not deduce something that involved a chaos numinous treasure. I accidentally discovered that the Khanate numinous treasure transformed from the remnant body of the Chaos Green Lotus can promote the advancement of the Green Lotus of Creation. Therefore, I came to ask for a wisp of Khanate origin from you. There was nothing to hide about this, and it could not be hidden. When the Green Lotus of Creation was born, all karma would appear. At that time, nothing could be hidden. Hiding it from the 3 pure ones now was to bury a mine for the future. Therefore, Xian Qing told the truth. It should be your good fortune. After listening to Xian Qing's description, the Grand Pure One was silent for a long time before he said. The Green Lotus of Creation had been in the hands of the 3 of them for some years. However, no matter how they studied it, they could not discover the secret within. It had only been given to Xian Qing for a short while, but he had discovered the secret within. Wasn't that his good fortune? It's a pity that you're too late. I just gave the floating flame flag to your junior brother. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't. The Grand Pure One shook his head and smiled. That's okay. Where is junior brother? I'll use other treasures to exchange with him. Xian Qing said nonchalantly. Chapter 336. It's just a small matter. You can discuss it among yourselves. There's no need to bother me. The Grand Pure One waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said impatiently. It was better for the elders not to interfere in the matters of the younger generation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The mirror of primordial beginning was right in front of him. The Grand Pure One would understand this principle. All right, then I'll take my leave. With that, Xian Qing bowed to the Grand Pure One and turned to leave the 8 Visions Palace. Good friend, I need your help with something. In Yi City, Feng Zichen suddenly said to Yi Yang, what is it? Your Majesty, just say it. I'll do my best. Yi Yang was a little surprised that Feng Zichen wanted to ask him for help. It's not a big deal. I have a good friend, your eldest senior martial brother, Daoist Xian Qing, the 9 Heavens Celestial Lord. He wants to ask for a wisp of the floating flame flag's Khanate origin from you. But he's not familiar with you, so he asked me to help. In order to save trouble, Feng Zichen did not let Xian Qing come forward. He directly talked to him himself. It's just a small matter. Senior brother can just say it. There's no need to trouble your majesty. With that, Yang took out the floating flame flag and pulled out a wisp of Khanate origin from it. Is this enough? Yang asked as he handed the Khanate origin to Feng Zichen. It seemed that if Feng Zichen said it was not enough, he would immediately pull out another wisp. Enough, it's enough. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly said. He could not let him continue. After losing a wisp of Khanate origin, the Khanate spirit light on the floating flame flag had dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he lost another wisp of origin, it would most likely hurt the foundation of the floating flame flag, causing his level to drop. It was not worth it. Yang, take this mass of merit chi. Xian Qing said that as his senior brother, he can't let his junior brother suffer. Feng Zichen took the pre-world essence, then took out a sphere of black and yellow natural virtues and handed it to Yang with a smile. Not to mention his relationship with the Yang family, even Xian Qing, as his senior, could not let him suffer. Otherwise, not only would it ruin the relationship between fellow disciples, it would also be bad for the reputation of the sect if word got out. Therefore, the merit that Feng Zichen gave to Yang was definitely more valuable than the innate origin. Anyway, what Xian Qing lacked the most now was merit points. He didn't care about the extra 1 or 2 points. Virtue was created by the source energy of the world. It contained all sorts of mysteries and could be said to be an omnipotent treasure. It was extremely precious. Using it to offset the losses of the Yang family was the best choice. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Nodding, Yang didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the merit points. Okay, this matter is over. I should also go to the Wu tribe and ask ancestor of sorcerer Di Jiang to help me set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land. I'll have to trouble you to set up Xanadu and communicate with the Youyu family. With the innate origin in hand, Feng Zichen brought the topic back to his original purpose. Without the teleportation formation, even if Xanadu was really set up, no one would come. Therefore, setting up the teleportation formation was especially important. And among the people that Feng Zichen knew, only ancestor of sorcerer Di Jiang had the ability to set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land. As the master of space and the leader of the Wu tribe. In Untainted Land, Di Jiang had an advantage that even the sages could not match. If he were to set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land, it would not be difficult. Okay, I've wasted a lot of time. I'll leave now. With that, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yang. See you off, Your Majesty. Yang murmured softly, then turned and left to gather people. After leaving Yi City, Feng Zichen first handed a wisp of the Khanate origin of the floating flame flag to Xian Qing. Then, he took out the sorcerer token and went directly to the Panga Hall. On the other side, after Xian Qing took the Khanate origin, he flew straight to Kunlun Mountain. There was the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, which was in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. According to what Feng Zichen knew, the Khanate 5-element flags each had their own masters and were in the hands of 5 great divine abilities. The southern floating flame flag was in the hands of the Grand Pure One, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag was in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, the eastern green treasure lotus flag was in the hands of Saint Jiayin, and the northern mystic essence water control flag was in the hands of Taoist Mingyi. Feng Zichen was confident that he could get a wisp of the Khanate origin from each of the 4 flags. Only the western white cloud-bound flag was in the hands of Tao ancestor Hong Jun or the Jade Pool Golden Mother. He was not confident that he could get it. Ever since the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao, the Purple Cloud Palace had been hidden in the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens. Only saints could see it. Feng Zichen was just Daoyuo Jingxian. He did not have the ability to go to the chaos beyond the heavens to find the Purple Cloud Palace. If he could not see it, how could he exchange it? On the other hand, he was confident that he could get their Khanate origin from the square lotus platform. The pure white lotus was in his hands. He could get as much Khanate origin as he wanted. And back then in the Archean ruins, the Black Lotus of Destruction had a lotus seed that was born from its origin and was snatched by him. In this way, the Khanate origin of the Black Lotus of Destruction was already in his hands. As for the Khanate origin of the Red Lotus of Hellfire, when Huda turned into reincarnation, he could plan a little and exchange it with the Khanate origin of the Xianyuan water control flag from Taoist Mingi. The 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue was the most precious treasure of the Western sect. It was very precious to him to receive the two saints Xuanti and could not be easily touched. It was simply impossible to separate a wisp of congenital origin from him. However, these were not problems for Xian Qing. One had to know that Xian Qing was a spiritual supremacy, the master of the spirit clan recognized by heaven and earth. He controlled everything in the spirit clan. The main body of Saint Xuanti was the first Bodhi tree in heaven and earth. He was also considered to be from the spirit clan. Over the years, the spirit clan situation in the primordial world had become more and more difficult. There was not even a Daluo Jinxian in the clan. They were almost at the bottom of the primordial world. But even so, Saint Xuanti did not appear to help. It was as if he could not see the situation of the spirit clan at all. Speaking of which, the spirit clan's ending today was not unrelated to Saint Xuanti. There was a limit to the luck in heaven and earth. If someone gained a point, there would naturally be someone who lost a point. When Saint Xuanti attained the Tao, most of the luck of the spirit clan fell on him. The luck of the rest of the clansmen naturally decreased accordingly. Originally, after Taoist Xuanti became a saint, he should have vigorously developed the spirit clan and made the spirit clan prosper. He could gather more luck and let the clansmen benefit together. You can't just kick others away after you've gotten the benefits, right? Then would he be worthy of the clansmen's efforts? How could he still have the face to stay in the primordial world? But who would have thought that Taoist Xuanti would really do that? After he became a saint, he did not care about the life and death of the spirit clan at all. Instead, he focused on the Western sect. More than half of the luck of the spirit clan fell on the Western sect. Chapter 337. The spirit race's fortune had already fallen greatly after they had ascended to the Tao. After this incident, their fortune was almost completely depleted, and they were on the verge of complete decline. It could be said that there was a huge karma between Taoist Kundi and the spirit clan. Moreover, the more suffering the spirit clan suffered, the more miserable their outcome was, the greater the karma. If the spirit clan was exterminated, it would be fine. Everything would be over when people died. All the karma would be settled. Taoist Kundi could rest easy. Just like ancestor Hong Yun. However, the current situation was that although the spirit clan's outcome was miserable, they had been living half dead. As a result, the karma between Taoist Kundi and the spirit clan grew as time passed. Of course, this was nothing to Taoist Kundi. The karma between him and the spirit clan was like a loan. The spirit clan was his creditor. There were two ways to repay money. One was to take the initiative to repay it, and the other was to wait for the creditor to ask for it. With Taoist Kundi's personality, he naturally would not take the initiative to settle the karma with the spirit clan. After all, the price was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of the Western sect. The situation of the spirit clan was more complicated. Their clansmen were scattered all over the primordial world, and their cultivation levels were not high. This meant that the spirit clan lacked cohesion and did not have a powerful person to be in charge. This meant that no one could represent the spirit clan to go to Mount Meru and find Taoist Kundi to settle the karma. Taoist Kundi was happy. No one from the spirit clan came to Mount Meru to settle the karma with him. He could not wait for no one to come. In this way, he could sit back and relax. If Taoist Kundi did not return it, no one from the spirit clan would come to ask for it. This karma was put aside. As time passed, this karma was gradually forgotten by the world. Even the spirit clan gradually forgot about this matter. After all, Daoist Kundi's background was considered a secret in the primordial world. Very few people knew about it. It was far from the three pure ones. Everyone in the primordial world knew about his background. After a long time, under Daoist Kundi's intentional blockade, it was normal for the spirit clan to gradually forget about this matter. However, being forgotten by the world did not mean that this matter did not exist. Now, Xian Qing had established the Qi Dan lineage and received the support of tens of thousands of spirits. He was conferred the title by the heavens and earth and became the leader of the spirit race. He was the ruler of the spirit race. In other words, Xian Qing was the leader of the Ling clan. If he went to Mount Meru to settle the karma, Taoist Kundi would have to pay him back. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. And once there was karma, it had to be repaid. This was an iron law in the primordial world. Even saints could not violate it. Either Daoist Junti returned the karma or Xian Qing died. Other than these two paths, there was no other way to end the karma. Because of the karma, Daoist Kundi had no chance of attacking Xian Qing. If he did not want to return the karma, he could only hope that he had died by accident. With a thought, karma was born. Just as the thought of settling the karma with Mount Meru surfaced in Xian Qing's mind, Daoist Junti sensed it. Not good. Disaster is coming. Daoist Junti, who was comprehending the great Tao beside the 8 treasures merit pool, suddenly shouted. Black lines suddenly appeared on his body, locking his true soul. In just an instant, his connection with the world was weakened several times. At the same time, Daoist Junti also discovered that the heaven-earth rules that were usually clearly visible seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze and gradually became blurry. After trying to cultivate, the great Tao of heaven and earth also became obscure and difficult to understand. If he wanted to comprehend it, he needed to put in hundreds of times more effort than before. Everything seemed to have returned to before he achieved the Tao. Karma lock. Junior brother, what happened? How did you form such a huge karma with someone? You actually attracted the karma lock. Daoist Jiayin, who was at the side, could not help but frown and ask when he saw Daoist Junti's abnormality. His tone was filled with confusion. Clearly, he recognized the origin of the item. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle and retribution is not good. The retribution of good and evil follows like a shadow. Even the people of the celestial sect of wonders had to think of a way to resolve the karma with others. Not to mention the Western sect, which valued karma the most. The black line was the karma line, the manifestation of the Tao of karma in the world. It was tangible but intangible. It could not be touched or touched. It did not harm the human body, soul, or true spirit. It did not harm people at all. There was only one use, and that was to isolate the great Tao of heaven and earth. The karma line wrapped around one's body was like a connate true spirit that was blinded. It was completely isolated from the world and could not comprehend the great Tao, let alone cultivate. In other words, if Daoist Junti could not resolve this karma, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve in the future. This is the karma of the spirit race. I didn't expect that he would come looking for me when I was about to forget about this matter. What a disaster! With a thought, Daoist Junti knew the reason for this matter and could not help but sigh. This karma was not easy to resolve. Over the years, the spirit race had suffered a lot and suffered a lot. With the accumulation of endless resentment, the karma was far from what it was in the past. Junior brother, I've troubled you. At this moment, Daoist Jiayin said apologetically. If not for the Western sect, Daoist Junti would not have formed such a huge karma with the spirit race. This was all because he was dragged down by the Western sect. Senior brother, you don't have to do this. This is junior brother's own choice. You can't blame others. Because he had planted it himself, no matter what kind of bitter fruit it produced, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. Daluo had no regrets. Saints had no regrets. Wait and see. That young celestial venerable of the Xian sect is coming. In this world, only Xian Qing could trigger the karma of the spirit race. Taoist Junti naturally knew who was coming. In just a few days, Xian Qing asked for a wisp of the connate origin of the central Wuji apricot yellow flag from the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. After that, he rode a cloud and rushed to the west. Uncle Master, Xian Qing has something to see you about. Outside Mount Meru, Xian Qing shouted loudly. Come in. A golden rainbow bridge flew out of Mount Meru and landed under Xian Qing's feet. Thank you, Uncle Master. After bowing, Xian Qing stepped onto the rainbow bridge. Uncle Master, Xian Qing came today to ask for a favor. After entering the mountain and arriving in front of Taoist Junti, Xian Qing did not bother with formalities and said directly. What is it? Knowing that Xian Qing came with a certain purpose, how could Taoist Junti be happy? I would like to request for the golden lotus of merit. I hope Uncle Master can fulfill my request. The square lotus platform was different from the connate 5-element flags. They were not as simple as connate spirit treasures. They were also connate spirit roots. Therefore, Xian Qing only needed one lotus seed to obtain the connate origin of the golden lotus of merit. There was no need to directly extract the connate origin like the connate 5-element flags. In that case, if the foundation of the golden lotus of merit was shaken, Taoist Junti would fall out with him on the spot. Chapter 338. Golden Lotus Seed. Wait a moment. I'll pluck one for you. Hearing Xian Qing's words, Taoist Kundi was stunned at first. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Xian Qing would make an excessive request. He did not expect him to only ask for a golden lotus seed. Although the golden lotus seed was precious, it was much less than what he had expected. It was still within his tolerance range. Thank you, Uncle Master. Xian Qing was not surprised that Taoist Kundi agreed so readily. A golden lotus seed was not enough to hurt the Western sect. At most, it would hurt for a while. It was nothing. Walking into the 8 treasure pool, Taoist Kundi came to the 12th grade golden lotus of merit and plucked a lotus seed with a pained expression. The two saints Kundi were very concerned about the golden lotus of merit. Ever since they obtained this treasure, they had raised it in the 8 treasure pool of merit and took care of it carefully. They could not even bear to pluck the lotus seeds that it produced because they were afraid of damaging its origin. This meant that the lotus seeds produced by the golden lotus of merit were all first-generation lotus seeds. Each of them had experienced countless fortunes and were the seeds of superior-grade connate numinous treasures. If nothing went wrong, the connate lotus flower produced by the golden lotus seed would be a superior-grade connate numinous treasure and a superior-grade connate spirit root at the same time. The 12th grade golden lotus of merit had only produced 3 lotus seeds in the Western sect for millions of years. They all contained great fortunes and were rare treasures in the world. One could imagine how precious they were. Now that he had to give one to Xian Qing, Taoist Kundi was naturally heartbroken. However, he had to say it and try his best to look happy. This was very uncomfortable and depressing. Martial nephew Xian Qing, keep this golden lotus seed well. After leaving the 8 treasure pool of merit, Taoist Kundi handed the golden lotus seed to Xian Qing with a smile. He did not show any reluctance in his heart. Thank you, Uncle Master. After accepting the golden lotus seed, Xian Qing thanked him again. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Xian Qing. Do you have anything else? After a while, seeing that Xian Qing did not mention the spirit clan, Taoist Kundi could not help but signal that Xian Qing could leave if he did not talk about it. Uncle Master, Xian Qing has another request. Then, Xian Qing stood up. What is it? Tell me about it. Knowing that the highlight of the day was coming, Taoist Kundi could not help but perk up. Uncle Master, you know that I am now a spiritual paragon of the spirit race. I bear the fate of the spirit race. However, the world is difficult, and the spirit race has caused so much trouble that they have almost become food for the other races. It is truly tragic. Therefore, I beseech Uncle Master to be merciful and protect the cultivators of the Ling clan in the world. Let them avoid the pain of being devoured by the myriad races. After all, they came under the banner of the spirit race. If they did nothing and only sought benefits for themselves, Xian Qing would not be able to get over it. Therefore, he said that he told Daoist Kundi about the spirit clan and begged him to protect the spirit clan. As for whether it would succeed or not, Xian Qing could not guarantee it. He had tried his best. That's true. The poor way is somewhat related to the spirit race. Now that the spirit race is in dire straits, we can't just sit by and watch. After hearing Xian Qing's words, Daoist Kundi said pretentiously. Seeing this, Xian Qing could not help but be speechless. At this time, he was still pretending, as if the spirit race's ending today had nothing to do with him. However, no matter what Daoist Kundi said, he had agreed to protect the spirit race. Xian Qing was worthy of the spirit race. Then, on behalf of the spirit race, I thank Uncle Master for his great kindness. Retracting his thoughts, Xian Qing hurriedly put on a grateful expression and thanked Daoist Kundi. Life was like a play. Who was not an actor? It depended on whose acting skills were better. Yes. Daoist Kundi nodded and said, from today onwards, the cultivators of the primordial world are not allowed to slaughter the immortals of the spirit race for no reason. If there is a violation, don't blame the poor way for being heartless. That voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the primordial world, so that all living beings could hear it clearly. It's a saint. Saint Kundi of the Western sect. In Daoist Kundi's words, he clearly did not mention his origin. However, in the ears of all living beings, there seemed to be someone whispering softly, constantly telling the origin of the owner of the voice, causing them to shout out involuntarily. Then, Saint Kundi seemed to feel that just a warning was not enough. He suddenly took out the wonderful Seven Treasures tree and brushed it towards the sky. Suddenly, a seven-colored light appeared. It was boundless, as if it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the primordial world. Whoosh, the seven-colored light swept past, and countless sinful cultivators were instantly turned into ashes. These cultivators had varying cultivation bases, ranging from heaven immortals to primordial immortals. They all had one thing in common, and that was that their cultivation levels were not obtained by refining Khanate Qi. They were obtained by devouring spirit race cultivators. Today, Daoist Kundi had shown his divinity, and it was their retribution. Devouring living beings for cultivation was not the right path, and it would definitely be hated by the heavenly Tao. If there was no shocking opportunity, it would be difficult to become Daluo Jingxian in this life. Therefore, this time, Daoist Kundi attacked and Daluo Jingxian was not involved. On this day, with Daoist Kundi's help, the destiny of the spirit race soared and 9 Tai Jingxian were born in a row. Moreover, with the saint as a backer, no one in the primordial world looked down on the spirit race anymore. Today, countless spirit race members cheered and were so excited that they could not control themselves. They were all grateful for the kindness of the saint. Uncle Master is merciful. Xian Qing is impressed. On Mount Meru, Xian Qing hurriedly expressed his admiration for Daoist Kundi when he saw this scene. Although he was not protecting the entire spirit race but only the immortals of the spirit race, Xian Qing was already very satisfied. It was not a day or two that the living beings of the primordial world had gathered spirit herbs to cultivate. It had long become a habit. If they were suddenly not allowed to gather spirit herbs, they would probably explode. If the mighty power of the human Tao descended under the anger of the crowd, even a saint would not end well. Therefore, protecting the immortals of the spirit race was already Daoist Kundi's limit. Since Daoist Kundi had already done so much, what was there for Xian Qing to be dissatisfied with? As the destiny of the spirit race flowed back, the karma threads on Daoist Kundi's body also began to fade and disappear from his body. In an instant, the haze that enveloped his heart dissipated. The feeling of being one with heaven and earth and the myriad Tao returned to him. His cultivation was no longer restricted. It was as if karma had been settled. Of course, this was only Taoist Kundi's illusion. Although the karma threads had retreated, karma had not been settled. The spirit race had suffered a calamity for countless years and lived in fear all day. Countless clansmen had died. How could such karma be repaid so easily? Now, it was only temporarily suppressed. If he wanted to completely settle it, he had to see Taoist Kundi's performance in the future. Chapter 339. Uncle Master, I heard that the green lotus flag is in the Western sect. I wonder, the golden lotus seed was already in his hands. Next was the congenital origin of the green lotus flag. If he got both, his trip would be complete. Why? One golden lotus seed is not enough. Are you planning to get the green lotus flag? At this moment, Taoist Kundi was already a little unhappy. This Xian Qing was too much. In the entire Western sect, there were only two congenital spiritual treasures that could hold the fort. The 12th grade virtuous golden lotus and the green lotus flag. This was the most precious treasure of the Western sect. It could also be said to be Kundi's favorite. Now, the golden lotus seed had been given to Xian Qing, but he was still not satisfied. He even dared to ask about the green lotus flag. What was he doing? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted with the karma of the spirit tribe? The Western sect was not easy to bully. The saint was not to be trifled with. If he was really angered, the karma of the spirit tribe and the first disciple of the third generation of the Xian sect were nothing. When the saint was enraged, the heavens and the earth changed their color. The laws of nature became easier, and countless small worlds were destroyed. An invisible force spread out and pressed towards Xian Qing, making him unable to breathe. Danger, extreme danger. Under the cover of Taoist Kundi's aura, he was like a small boat in the sea. As the waves hit him, he could sink at any time. He could not control his life and death at all. At this moment, the long-lost sense of danger appeared in Xian Qing's heart again. It made him tremble with fear. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Taoist Kundi only needed a thought to kill him. In a fatal crisis, Xian Qing could not care too much. He suddenly shouted at Taoist Kundi, "Uncle Master, don't be angry. I just want a wisp of the congenital origin. It can't hurt the foundation of the green lotus flag. Moreover, I'm giving you something in exchange." Exchange? I'm not taking it for free. Xian Qing did not expect Taoist Kundi to be so agitated. It seemed that he had underestimated the status of the green lotus flag in the Western sect. Exchange? What are you giving me in exchange? The green lotus flag is one of the sect-guarding treasures of the Western sect, and it suppresses the karmic luck of the Western sect. It's of great importance, so how can it be damaged so easily? Perhaps sensing that his reaction was a little too extreme, Taoist Kundi retracted his aura and said unhappily, "Martial uncle, look." Smiling, Xian Qing took out a white lotus seed and placed it in front of Taoist Kundi. This is the seed of the pure white lotus. Seeing this lotus seed, Taoist Kundi's expression changed. He was no longer as resolute as before. Instead, he was a little tempted. The 4 lotus thrones came from the same source and complemented each other. If the virtuous golden lotus were to swallow this lotus seed, it would benefit it greatly. Although the green lotus flag was precious, it was still inferior to the virtuous golden lotus. Moreover, losing a wisp of innate source wouldn't do any harm to the green lotus flag. At most, it would be weakened for a while. With that thought in mind, Taoist Jun Ti spoke. "Forget it. You're a junior after all. Poor Wei can't refuse your request. Take this wisp of innate source." Pretending to be helpless, Taoist Kundi waved his hand and took out a wisp of innate source from the green lotus flag and threw it to Xian Qing. "Thank you, martial uncle." Qianqing replied excitedly after receiving the innate source. In this way, his purpose of coming to the Western sect had been completely achieved. Martial uncle, I still have something to do. I won't disturb you here. Since his purpose had been achieved, there was no point for Qianqing to stay here. Thus, he bid farewell. Go, go. The Western sect is poor. I won't keep you. Taoist Kundi didn't ask him to stay. He waved his hand a few times and urged Qianqing to leave quickly. Then, Qianqing will take his leave. After bowing politely, Qianqing turned and left Mount Meru. Now, apart from the red lotus of hellfire, he had obtained all the lotus seeds of the 4 lotus thrones. Apart from the northern Xianyuan water control flag and the western white cloud-bound flag, he had also obtained the innate source of the innate 5-element flags. Not to mention the western white cloud-bound flag, the northern Xianyuan water control flag and the 12th grade red lotus of hellfire were both in the hands of Taoist Mingyi. This required a good plan. The reincarnation of the earth was his only chance at the moment. If he missed it, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Just as Qianqing left Mount Meru, the eldritch world changed again. In the hinterland of the sorcerer tribe, in the Pangu Hall, ancestral sorcerer Dijiang suddenly revealed his true form. It was a huge beast that was shaped like a yellow sack, red like a pill fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings. It was a faceless beast. Dijiang floated in the air and kept flapping his wings. And as he waved his hand, an invisible force spread out, spreading to the boundless void and shaking the heavens and the universe. First, layers of ripples appeared in the void. Then, it began to tremble. The fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and the range became larger and larger. In just a moment, it affected the entire eldritch world. At this moment, under the power of ancestral sorcerer Dijiang, the boundless void that enveloped the entire eldritch world underwent an inexplicable change. Teleportation array, set up. An ancient Tao sound came out of Dijiang's mouth. With an unparalleled Tao rhythm, it shook the Tao of heaven and earth and alarmed the long river of time. It reverberated in the eldritch world. For a moment, it seemed that the world was silent. Only Dijiang's voice echoed between heaven and earth, and also echoed in the past and future. Rumble. On the eldritch world, the space nodes suddenly began to distort. The great Tao of space manifested, and endless laws descended. The power of the void was vast and mighty, and mysterious runes were derived. Those were space runes, the most basic runes to form a teleportation array. The runes were arranged in the node, forming array patterns. They intertwined and connected with each other, forming an inexplicable array. In this way, the teleportation array was completed. Today, in the Pangu Hall, Dijiang used the space node as a coordinate and performed a supreme divine power to shake the Tao of space. Countless teleportation arrays were set up on the eldritch world. This move benefited all living beings, and it could be said to be boundless merit. What? Dijiang, this is. Dijiang's voice was too loud, and it resounded in the universe and countless spacetime. As a result, all the powerful beings in the eldritch world were awakened. Even those powerful beings who lived in seclusion in the depths of spacetime and had not appeared in the world since the Tao ancestors' preaching were awakened. They all looked over in surprise and bewilderment. Hiss! Dijiang's strength is so strong. Sensing the changes in the eldritch world, all the powerful beings were deeply shocked. How incredible was it to set up countless teleportation arrays for the eldritch world with his own strength? Just how shocking was the strength required to do so? They asked themselves that they would never be able to do it. Perhaps only a saint had such power. But Dijiang had done it. At this moment, Dijiang's strength shocked the world. Chapter 340. After receiving the true teachings of the path of gods and demons from Feng Zichen, the 12 ancestral sorcerers could be said to have obtained great benefits. Over the years, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. They were only half a step away from the supreme primordial chaos Tao realm. Moreover, they were not like Feng Zichen, who used the primordial chaos Tao diagram to reverse engineer Pangu's Tao body. Instead, they dug deep into their own potential and fully exerted their advantages. With their own laws as a guide, they continued to deduce and refine a primordial chaos Tao body that belonged to them. The 12 ancestral sorcerers were formed from Pangu's blood essence. Each of them had divine abilities and unlimited potential. Of course, this was the best choice. However, Feng Zichen was different. He was a postnatal life form and his potential was limited. If he could not reverse to Pangu's Tao body, he would probably never have the chance to become Daoyuo Jingxian in this lifetime. It had to be said that this world was full of injustice. The starting point of the Khanate God Fiend was the end point of most postnatal life forms. In other words, from the moment the Khanate God Fiend was born, their achievements were the result of a lifetime of hard work by postnatal life forms. Sigh. The biological son of heaven and earth was not an exaggeration. Thank you, ancestral sorcerer. In Pangu's hall, Feng Zichen thanked Dijiang, who had recovered his Tao body. Phew, you're welcome, sorcerer. This matter is also beneficial to the sorcerer clan. Even if it wasn't your request, I would have done it. After taking a few breaths, Dijiang said tiredly. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. Although Dijiang's strength was powerful, he was not the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian after all. Setting up teleportation arrays for the primordial chaos was such a big thing. If he could complete such a big thing without any cost. In the primordial chaos, who could be his opponent? Therefore, the price Dijiang paid was not small. After this matter was completed, his magic power was almost drained. This was not a small matter. The magic power that Daoyuo Jingxian's body could hold was almost comparable to the total spiritual energy contained in an upper-class world. Not to mention a quasi-saint like Di Jun. Without tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, he might not be able to recover. Rumble. Above the sky, a brilliant golden light appeared. It was incomparably dazzling and emitted an auspicious and holy aura. The Xianhuang merit was here. Dijiang's actions had connected the east and south of the primordial world. Billions of living beings had benefited from it. It was a great merit. Therefore, the heavenly Tao bestowed merit as a reward. However, Dijiang was in the Pangu Hall. The heavenly Tao searched the entire primordial world but did not find any traces of him. As such, the heavenly Tao had no choice but to insert merit into the destiny of the Magi to continue the destiny of the Magi. Ancestral Witch, this matter is over. Zichen will not disturb your rest. I'll take my leave for now. This time, Dijiang's losses were too great. He had to go into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. Feng Zichen staying here would be somewhat of a hindrance. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal, so there was no point in staying any longer. Then, Magus, take care. Dijiang can't get up to send you off in this state. Dijiang forced a smile and said. The exhaustion in his tone could no longer be concealed. Ancestral Witch, just rest at ease and recuperate. Zichen will go now. After bowing to Dijiang, Feng Zichen formed a Dao seal and disappeared from the Pangu Hall. After leaving the Pangu Hall, Feng Zichen casually broke through the void and stepped in, rushing into the distance. However, his destination was not the human race but the netherworld Blood Sea. When he was in the Pangu Hall, he had already heard that the Lady of Earth had gone out to travel. Originally, that was nothing. The great mystical abilities of the primordial world had stayed in the Tao field for a long time. It was common for them to go out and travel. They either relaxed, comprehended the great Tao, or searched for opportunities. There was nothing to be surprised about. However, it was different today. After hearing that the Lady of Earth had gone out to travel, the heaven-splitting merit that had been silent in the depths of Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness suddenly moved. A bright light burst out like a small sun, completely illuminating his sea of consciousness. Endless Tao runes surged out of the heaven-splitting merit and kept attacking Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, disturbing him until he was dizzy. After a long time, he barely suppressed it. Moreover, the heaven-splitting merit that had returned to the depths of his sea of consciousness did not calm down. Instead, it trembled violently, as if it was about to fly out of his body and urge him to find the Lady of Earth. In an instant, Feng Zichen, who was familiar with the process of the primordial world, knew what had happened. The Lady of Earth was going to reincarnate. That was a major event that was enough to shock the primordial world and also a huge change that would affect the future of the primordial world. After that, the fate of the countless living beings in the primordial world would change. Heaven and earth would also take a step closer and become more perfect. And that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that from then on, the situation of the strong magi and the weak demons had been completely changed. The magi, who were almost invincible in the primordial world, had lost their greatest trump card. Facing the increasingly powerful demons, they no longer had an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 341. Even ordinary people would inevitably be affected by the filthy aura after staying in the blood sea for a long time, causing their personality to change drastically. It was fine if it was mild. At most, they would become bloodthirsty and murderous like the living beings of the blood sea. If it was serious, the evil aura would enter their bodies and they would lose their minds. They would become puppets that only knew how to kill, no different from a dead person. No, it was worse than a dead person. It was a fate worse than death. In terms of origin, the netherworld blood sea was formed from Pangu's navel. It is indeed the top holy land of the primordial world and has countless opportunities. Unfortunately, apart from the Khanate god-fiend Taoist Mingi, who was born in the blood sea, no one else has the fortune to enjoy such a place of creation. Looking at the endless blood sea in front of him and thinking about its origin, Feng Zichen sighed. As a part of Pangu's body, the blood sea had endless opportunities. It was not inferior to the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands of the primordial world. It was a top-notch cultivation holy land. The 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, the northern mystic essence water control flag, and the 2 Khanate killing swords, the 4 supreme grade Khanate numinous treasures, were all born in the blood sea. From this, it could be seen how rich the origin of the blood sea was. However, even so, no great mystical abilities of the primordial world came to stay here. It was not that they were afraid of Taoist Mingi, but that this place was really unapproachable. The blood sea was filthy. If one could not adapt to the environment here, they would enter rashly to cultivate. Not to mention obtaining results, even not being injured by it was already the greatest gain. Therefore, the attributes of the blood sea were unique and clashed with other great mystical abilities. As a result, no one came to set up a Tao field here, causing the huge blood sea to fall into the hands of Taoist Mingi. Otherwise, how could Taoist Mingi alone guard the blood sea, a top holy land of the primordial world? Even if the 3 pure ones were invincible, they did not occupy Kunlun Mountain alone. They only occupied the best territory of Kunlun Mountain, East Kunlun. They gave the remaining places like West Kunlun to the other great mystical abilities. Even the 3 pure ones were like that, let alone them. The reason why Mingi Taoist could monopolize the blood sea was not because of his abilities, but because of his geographical advantage. If the blood sea was like the other holy lands where everyone could go, it would have been crowded to the brim with the creation it contained. It was already considered good that the Netherworld River could occupy a piece of the blood sea. It's rare for me to come to the blood sea. If I don't go in and take a look, wouldn't it be a pity? With a thought, Feng Zichen decided to explore the blood sea. At that moment, without hesitation, Hongmeng's Tao light rose from his body. Then, he cast a Tao spell and set off a wave of blood. He walked into the sea of blood. The Nether Blood Sea was a famous dangerous place in the untainted land. Inside, waves of blood were rolling. Fish and prawns were dead, and birds and insects were absent. All the evil chi of heaven and earth had gathered here. Even if an ordinary Taijingxian were to accidentally fall into it, they would be bewitched by the evil aura within a few days and become a puppet. If a golden immortal were to fall into it, he would be turned into a pool of filthy blood and become a part of the sea of blood. The danger of the blood sea was terrifying. However, Feng Zichen was a Daluo Jingxian. No matter how fierce the blood sea was, it could not hurt him at all. It was the filthy aura that gathered from all over the untainted land that swayed in front of him from time to time. It was unavoidable that it would annoy him. A ray of purple light bloomed from Feng Zichen's body. It was purple and lustrous, like flowing water. It was magical and abnormally gorgeous. It expelled all the filthy aura around him and purified the blood water. In the blink of an eye, the evil aura within 1,000 feet of Feng Zichen disappeared. The blood water also turned from dark red to bright red. It was sparkling and extraordinary. This magical purple light was not emitted by Feng Zichen, but by the merit of creation. It seemed that even he could not stand the environment of the blood sea and could not help but purify the surroundings. Speaking of which, since Feng Zichen came to the nether blood sea, the merit of creation that had been trembling suddenly stopped trembling and returned to calmness. It was as if the nether blood sea was his destination. This magical scene also made Feng Zichen certain that the merit of creation was indeed related to Hutu. Just as he had guessed before, Pangu had left it for Hutu and sent it out through him. Sigh. This thing is really not fated with me. Although he had guessed it, Feng Zichen was still a little reluctant after confirming it. That was 10% of the merit of creation. The merit that could create a saint. Who would not like such a treasure? Moreover, this treasure had already been obtained. A cooked duck was about to fly away. No one would feel good. If one did not get it, one would not feel pain. If one got it and lost it again, it would be unbearable. At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but feel dissatisfied with Pangu. He felt that he was playing with him. Otherwise, why would he give the merit of creation to him instead of directly giving it to Hutu? Greed. The source of all evil, one of the original sins of countless living beings. Under the influence of greed, Feng Zichen's heart was distorted. Under this influence, his face became ferocious and looked extremely ugly. The so-called appearance was born from the heart. This was it. Gains and losses, gains and losses. If one could not see through it, it would be a tribulation. At this moment, Feng Zichen's tribulation had arrived. This was the tribulation of the path. There was no way to avoid it. There was no way to escape. He could only face it calmly. Feng Zichen was still too young. In just a few 100,000 years, he had achieved what others had achieved in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. In addition, his journey had been too smooth, and he had not encountered any major setbacks. It was inevitable that he would be arrogant and willful, causing a flaw to appear in his state of mind. This was a drawback caused by cultivating too quickly. Now, under the dual influence of gains and losses and greed, Feng Zichen's state of mind was completely lost. The drawbacks caused by the cultivation over the years erupted together and turned into a tribulation of the path that suddenly attacked. Tribulation of the path, tribulation of the path. It was the tribulation of the path, but also the tribulation of the path destruction. After breaking through the tribulation of the path, one's cultivation would improve greatly. This was the tribulation of the path. If one could not survive the tribulation of the path, their path would be shattered and their strength would drop greatly. Although they would not lose Daluo's path, it would be difficult for them to improve in the future. In fact, it was almost impossible for them to even retain their original strength. In the tribulation of the path, danger and opportunity coexisted. Whether one could seize the opportunity depended on themselves. One could see that on Feng Zichen's body, wisps of black gas appeared, emitting the smell of decay and eroding his path. This was the aura of the end of everything. Under its power, the universe would be destroyed, the laws would collapse, and the path would disintegrate. It could bring the end to all things and let everything return to its original point, nothing. The tribulation of the path had arrived. At the critical moment, the heaven-splitting merit suddenly shone brightly, lighting up Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness and dispelling all the haze. The aura of the end brought by the tribulation of the path was immediately suppressed. At the same time, with the help of the heaven-splitting merit, Feng Zichen temporarily recovered a trace of clarity. Chapter 342. That was close. Feng Zichen broke out in a cold sweat when he realized the changes in his body. His mind was distracted, and the path calamity was upon him. If he didn't have merit to protect him today, he would be in danger this time. Feng Zichen didn't dare to hesitate. He mobilized all the power he could to suppress the chi of demise in his body. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light descended, slashing toward the chi of demise with an aura that could destroy everything. This was the Khanate sword path. Stars appeared one after another, blossoming with fine radiance. They connected together in the void, turning into a boundless river of stars that surged towards the aura of termination in a mighty manner. As the river of stars surged, it was as if the river of time and space had descended. The void was distorted, and time was disrupted. The past and future appeared together, surging with the power of time and space. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. The sword light swept out, extremely sharp, and shredded the chi of demise into pieces. The river of stars surged, sweeping up the power of time and drowning the chi of demise. In an instant, endless time passed. At the same time, the chi of Hongmeng appeared, trying to devour the weakened chi of demise. In the beginning, the world was in a state of nothingness. Nothing existed. It wasn't until the chi of Hongmeng appeared that the world had the concept of existence. It could be said that the chi of Hongmeng was the source of everything. Everything that existed in the world evolved from it. The chi of demise was no exception. It was the power to end the universe, the end of everything, the end of everything. It was also the final form of the chi of Hongmeng. Therefore, the chi of Hongmeng could devour everything. After being weakened by the Khanate sword path and the path of stars, the power of the chi of demise had fallen to the extreme. Facing the chi of Hongmeng, which was like its natural enemy, it was devoured without any resistance. As such, Feng Zichen's crisis was temporarily alleviated. But if the path calamity didn't disappear, the crisis wouldn't be over. The chi of demise would definitely come back and completely destroy Feng Zichen's path. It's all because of greed. After calming down, how could Feng Zichen not know where this Tao tribulation came from? It was clearly caused by his greed for the merit of opening the heavens. Years ago, in the belly of Mount Buzhou, the Hongmeng Dao seal suddenly shattered the Hongmeng heaven-measuring ruler, causing Feng Zichen to commit a heinous crime and be entangled with boundless karma. After that, Pangu will manifested and asked him to give the merit of creation to the fated person to offset the sins he had committed. Feng Zichen managed to keep his life. As for why Pangu didn't directly give the merit points to Hudu, Feng Zichen didn't understand at that time. However, after this incident, the Lord of Destiny, who had learned about the merit of splitting open the heavens, saw a hint of something. If Pangu directly gave the merit of creation to Hudu, the first thing Hudu would do after obtaining the merit of creation was to integrate it into the luck of the wizard tribe to strengthen the wizard tribe. In this way, wouldn't it be contrary to Pangu's original intention? Therefore, he placed the heaven-splitting merit in Feng Zichen's body. On the one hand, he was waiting for the right time. On the other hand, he could also protect Feng Zichen's safety, improve his luck, and help him cultivate so that he could cultivate the tree of world with peace of mind. Did he really think that Feng Zichen had relied on his own ability to obtain countless opportunities since his debut? Although part of it was because of his own ability, it was more because of the influence of the merit of creation. How could a treasure that could allow someone to ascend to the same position not be extraordinary? I can have today's achievements all because of the favor of the great Taoist priests. it can be said that I am indebted to the great Taoist priests for achieving the Tao. But today, thinking about what he had just thought, Feng Zichen felt extremely ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. It's really greed that gives birth to evil thoughts. The tribulation is born from the heart. The ancients didn't lie to me. After understanding the origin of the Tao tribulation, it was much easier to solve it. This tribulation was born from greed, and it should be destroyed because of greed. After calming down, Feng Zichen silently recited the 3 enclosures Taoist scripture in his heart. Suddenly, all kinds of enlightenment of the great Tao floated in his heart. An aura like the starry sky was emitted from his body. It was quiet, ancient, and deep. The 3 enclosures Taoist scripture was a Taoist scripture that existed from the beginning. It was born in the Ziwei star and had the same origin as the heavenly Tao. It recorded the truth of the stars, the rules of the universe, and the secrets of the origin of heaven and earth. It was also the origin of the stars, the supreme scripture of the primitive age, and also the strongest scripture that Feng Zichen had mastered. The moment the 3 enclosures Taoist scripture rang, Feng Zichen changed. He became extremely ethereal. His true spirit seemed to have surpassed his physical body and merged with the boundless starry sky. He was incomparably mighty and vast. At this moment, the merit of splitting open the heavens became even more brilliant. The purple brilliance was like flowing water, brushing past Feng Zichen's heart and helping him to gain enlightenment. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong also began to vibrate. The melodious sound of the bell rang. It was incomparably ethereal. When it fell into Feng Zichen's ears, it was like the sound of the great Tao. It was deafening and enlightening, leading him into the Tao realm. At this moment, with the help of these powers, Feng Zichen's state of mind reached an unprecedented peak. It was extremely clear and flawless. Slash! With a cold shout, the power of the soul gushed out and turned into an invisible sword in the air. It slashed fiercely at Feng Zichen's body. Pop! There seemed to be a shattering sound. The greed in Feng Zichen's heart was completely cut off, and the calamity of the Tao also disappeared. Phew! As the calamity of the Tao dissipated, the haze that shrouded Feng Zichen's heart and the sense of crisis that emerged in his heart also dissipated. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This was nothing more than surviving a calamity. My state of mind is still not good enough. It seems that I have to settle down for a period of time in my cultivation in the future. I also have to spend more effort in polishing my state of mind, so that what happened today won't happen again in the future. In the end, Feng Zichen sighed with lingering fear. The calamity of the Tao this time was said to be caused by greed. In fact, it was because his state of mind was not good enough. Otherwise, if his state of mind was strong enough, how could he be affected by mere greed? At the end of the day, it was because his cultivation had advanced too quickly. He had pursued too much strength and neglected the cultivation of his state of mind. When others cultivated, it was mostly because their state of mind had reached a certain level. When everything was ready, they would then make a breakthrough. However, Feng Zichen's cultivation was different. When his strength reached a certain level, he forcefully promoted the advancement of his state. In this way, although the cultivation speed was fast, it was inevitable that there would be flaws in his state of mind. Of course, Feng Zichen understood the hidden dangers of such cultivation. However, he had no other choice. The calamity was right in front of him. Only by working hard to improve his strength would he have a chance of survival. In order to seek a chance to survive, he couldn't care too much. According to his original plan, he planned to wait until the calamity of the Lich and Demon was over. During the time when the untainted land was recuperating, he would polish his state of mind to make up for his hidden dangers. Chapter 343. But who would have thought that once his greed arose, it would directly cause the hidden dangers to erupt and cause the path calamity to descend upon him. He almost collapsed his great Tao and suffered heavy injuries. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen stood up and bowed 3 times respectfully to the void. He was bowing to Pangu. Previously, because his mind was distracted, Feng Zichen's mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and he couldn't help but have ill intentions towards Pangu. Although, with Pangu's magnanimity, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. But if Feng Zichen didn't do this, he would feel guilty. After all, it was Pangu who made him what he was. He still used malice to figure out Pangu, so he couldn't help but feel ashamed. After doing all this, Feng Zichen's heart finally calmed down completely. After tidying up his mood, Feng Zichen pulled himself together and continued to walk into the depths of the Blood Sea. This place might be one of his future dojos. It was good to familiarize himself with it in advance. Speaking of which, the Nether Blood Sea had a fate with him. This fate came from Great Emperor Ziwei. As the most noble existence in the primordial world, Great Emperor Ziwei was the inferior ruler of the 3 realms. His power was not as simple as controlling Zhouxing. His power was enough to connect the 2 realms of life and death. In the Heaven realm, Great Emperor Ziwei was one of the 4 emperors. He was high and mighty and dominated the operation of the stars. In the human world, Great Emperor Ziwei was the lord of all things. He commanded mountains, rivers, plants, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. He was the king of all phenomena. Even the change of the emperors of the human world was under his control. In the Netherworld realm, Great Emperor Ziwei transformed into the Great Emperor of Fengdu. He dominated the Netherworld and ruled over all ghosts. He was the supreme god of the Netherworld. Great Emperor Ziwei was the ruler of the stars, the ruler of all spells, and the ruler of Fengdu. He was in a high position and had a wide range of advisors. From the examination of the universe's calamity, to the rise and fall of the countries in the world, to the rise and fall of the immortals in the 3 realms, to the misfortune and longevity of all living beings, they were all under his jurisdiction. His divine abilities were boundless, and his magic power was boundless. He could instantly destroy the demons and devils of the 3 realms. Vast and mighty, as high as the heavens, and able to control the movement of lightning. Almost everything in the world was under the jurisdiction of Great Emperor Ziwei. In that case, the Nether Blood Sea was fated to be with Feng Zichen. This place was the predecessor of the Nether Realm. Establish the Fengdu Necropolis, establish the underworld, and establish Hell. These are the merits of Ziwei the Great, and they are also my merits. Strolling in the sea of blood, Feng Zichen thought to himself. After Ho-Tu turned into reincarnation, the Netherworld was born to accept the 6 paths of reincarnation and take in the endless souls of the primordial world. And the heavy responsibility of establishing order in the Nether Realm fell on Feng Zichen's shoulders. This was a predestined fate, and he could not refuse it. Of course, he would not refuse. However, the Great Emperor of Fengdu is the incarnation of the Great Emperor of Ziwei. He oversees the Netherworld on his behalf and commands the ghosts of the Netherworld. From the looks of it, I have to refine another incarnation. As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of something. The Great Emperor of Ziwei was the Lord of the Stars. Naturally, he had to oversee the boundless starry sky and would not stay in the Nether Realm for a long time. Therefore, this Great Emperor of Fengdu was an incarnation. This is troublesome. This incarnation is not easy to refine. It was not difficult to refine an incarnation, but it was difficult to refine an incarnation that could live in the Nether Blood Sea. In the primordial world, there were not many treasures that could do this. Pangu's remnant body was one. However, anything left behind by Pangu could live like a fish in water anywhere in the primordial world. The god who created the world would naturally not be rejected by the world. Unfortunately, at this time, the remnant body left behind by Pangu had long been transformed into the world. It was impossible to find it again. As the bloodline descendants of Pangu, the wizard tribe could also survive in the Nether Blood Sea. However, as a wizard, Feng Zichen could not take a member of the wizard tribe and refine an incarnation, could he? As such, there was only one way left. That was to use the treasures born in the Blood Sea as materials to refine an incarnation. The treasures born in the Blood Sea could naturally live in the Blood Sea. This was needless to say. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen could not help but slow down his footsteps. The Blood Sea was boundless. There must be a lot of treasures. If he searched carefully, he might be able to find something. Just like that, Feng Zichen began to search around the Blood Sea. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Even though Feng Zichen deliberately slowed down, 100 years was enough for him to go millions of miles deep into the Blood Sea. Of course, this distance was nothing to the entire Blood Sea. Have all the treasures in the Blood Sea been taken away by Taoist Mingyi? Stopping, Feng Zichen said with some displeasure. In the past 100 years, he had searched the Blood Sea with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Although it was not to the extent that he did not gain anything, the gains were indescribable. 6 blood essences. It took 100 years. Feng Zichen only found 6 blood essences. These blood essences were enough to refine an incarnation. However, the incarnation refined with them was really not up to standard. It could be said that it was not presentable. Blood essence. As the name suggested, it was the essence of blood. It sounded good, but in fact, it was condensed from the blood water of the Blood Sea. It was just like the spirit stones of the later generations. It was not considered a good thing. If one used it to refine an incarnation, the incarnation refined would have limited potential. It might not even be comparable to ordinary creatures in the untainted land. It would not be worthy of the name of the Emperor of Feng Du, Tsk Tisk. This Blood Sea lineage is really stingy. At this point, Feng Zichen understood that the treasures in the Blood Sea were either taken away by the Azura tribe or by Taoist Mingyi. It was obvious that the treasures in the Blood Sea had been plundered by someone long ago. This caused Feng Zichen to spend 100 years without finding anything. If not, he would not have spent 100 years to only find 6 blood essences, which should be everywhere. These 6 blood essences were only born recently. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not even be able to find 6 blood essences. Only the Nether River lineage could do this in the Blood Sea. Outsiders did not have the ability, and Taoist Mingyi would not allow it. Sigh, if it doesn't work, I'll wait for Ancestral Witch Huda to come and ask for a drop of blood essence from her. Or I can go to the Pangu Hall and ask for a drop of Pangu's blood from her heart. Fortunately, Feng Zichen was not without a backup plan. The living creatures formed from the blood essence of the Ancestral Witch were considered top-notch among the Khanate living creatures, second only to the Khanate god-fiends. Pangu's blood flowed in Pangu's heart. Many grand magi of the sorcerer tribe were born from this. The incarnations refined from this would also be top-notch Khanate living creatures. If the two were combined, it was even possible to give birth to a Khanate god-fiend. Of course, Feng Zichen had a bold idea. If he gathered the blood essence of the 12 ancestral witches and supplemented it with Pangu's blood, he could definitely give birth to a top-notch Khanate god-fiend. The legendary 13th ancestral witch of the sorcerer tribe was born from this method. Chapter 344. However, that was a last resort. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Feng Zichen would not do it. Because if he really used the blood essence of the witch tribe or Pangu's blood to refine an incarnation, his relationship with the witch tribe would really be unclear. When the war between the witch tribe and the demon tribe broke out, he would have to die for the witch tribe to end the karma. In this way, how could Feng Zichen be willing? He transformed into the great emperor of Ziwei to transcend the chaotic situation of the witch tribe and the demon tribe. As a bystander, he would quietly observe the development of the situation. Fortunately, after the war ended, he would seek the greatest benefits. With this thought in mind, how could Feng Zichen put himself in the vortex of the witch tribe and the demon tribe for the incarnation of the great emperor of Fengdu? Wouldn't that be stupid? Therefore, Feng Zichen would rather go to Taoist Mingyi to exchange for treasures than go to the witch tribe to ask for the blood essence of the witch tribe or Pangu's blood. He did not owe the witch tribe anything. On the contrary, the witch tribe owed him. Without Feng Zichen, the witch tribe would never have thought of drawing the prehistoric geomancy map. Then, the witch tribe would not have the innate treasure to suppress their fate. And the path of the gods and demons was extremely important to the witch tribe. It changed the fate of the witch tribe and increased the strength of the witch tribe by several times. It also gave the witch tribe the possibility of achieving the path. Such benefits could not be exchanged with innate treasures. It was more precious than the prehistoric geomancy map. The favor of achieving the path was greater than the sky. He let Feng Zichen become a wizard because Dijiang could not think of a way to repay him no matter how hard he racked his brains. This favor was too big. It was so big that the witch tribe could not afford to repay it. Therefore, Dijiang had no choice but to let him become a witch to show his respect. A witch tribe's teacher. Countless witch tribe members learned the cultivation methods created by Feng Zichen. His name as a sorcerer was quite appropriate. Sigh, let's search for another 100 years. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Sighing helplessly, Feng Zichen continued to walk forward. The Blood Sea was hundreds of times larger than the great wide world. He did not believe that the Nether River clan could really plunder this place clean. As for Hudu, she was in no hurry. Sacrificing oneself, becoming reincarnated, this wasn't a small matter. It was equivalent to suicide. Without sufficient emotions, Hudu would not have made such a decision. After all, when she reincarnated, Hudu was determined to die. She didn't expect that she would be able to survive. Therefore, the current Hudu should still be brewing her emotions. Who knew how long it would take for her to arrive at the Blood Sea? Now, Feng Zichen was in no hurry. As Feng Zichen went deeper and deeper, the color of the blood around him became darker and thicker, like a wriggling liquid. It looked extremely disgusting and filthy. Fortunately, the merit of splitting the heavens was purifying them. Otherwise, Feng Zichen definitely wouldn't have taken a step into it. It was disgusting enough to see a cesspool. If he walked in, wouldn't it be even more disgusting? Screech! Suddenly, a sharp scream rang in Feng Zichen's ears. Then, he saw a dark red shadow galloping toward him. Who is it? Feng Zichen's face turned cold. His imposing aura swept out. Suddenly, the void froze. The figure galloping toward him was directly fixed in the void. It was a humanoid monster. Although it had a human shape, it did not have a physical body. It was a monster formed by a mixture of hostility and blood. Looking at the monster, Feng Zichen frowned slightly. Then, he suddenly exerted force. The surrounding void immediately pressed toward the monster. With a bang, the monster's body was directly crushed into pieces. It turned into wisps of blood and merged into the Blood Sea. Following the disappearance of the monster's body, a broken true spirit fell out from within. I see. Seeing this true spirit, Feng Zichen immediately understood the origin of the monster. After the creatures of the untainted land died, their true spirits would be summoned by the Blood Sea and come here. However, the underworld would not appear before the reincarnation cycle opened. After these true spirits came here, they had nothing to rely on. They could only float in the Blood Sea. But what kind of place was the Blood Sea? It was a filthy place in the world. After these true spirits came here, they were unsurprisingly sucked into it. After these true spirits were sucked into the Blood Sea, the lucky ones would be enlightened by the Nether River Taoist and reappear in the world as Azuras. The unlucky ones could only continue to wander in the Blood Sea and wait for the reincarnation cycle to open. The unlucky ones would be more miserable. They would be contaminated by hostility and become monsters that only knew how to kill, just like the monster Feng Zichen had killed earlier. How tragic! I can't even rest in peace after death. Looking at this true spirit, Feng Zichen could not help but feel compassion. He stretched out his hand and the aura of Hongmeng circulated, enveloping the true spirit and washing away the hostility on his body, making him pure again. And the moment the true spirit recovered its purity, a sudden change occurred. A will suddenly came from his body. Taoist priests are merciful. The true spirit was enlightened by Feng Zichen and actually regained its clarity for a short period of time, remembering its previous life. Although it only lasted for a moment, it was still an amazing creation. This is Ghost. This magical scene fell into Feng Zichen's eyes like a clap of thunder, reminding him of a special group of people in the future. Ghosts. Wasn't that so? After a person died, he did not lose his intelligence. He had a form but no body. Wasn't that a ghost? However, there was a difference between them and the future. The ghosts of the future were formed by souls. The ghosts of the untainted land were formed by true spirits. As everyone knew, only when one's cultivation reached the golden immortal realm would one's true spirit possess immortality. Only then would one's lifespan be as long as the heavens and live forever. Similarly, when one's cultivation reached the golden immortal realm, even if their primordial spirit and physical body were destroyed, they could still maintain their true spirit and have a chance to start again. It was also at this time that the call of the blood sea was useless to them. They could easily break free. However, for cultivators who had not reached the golden immortal realm, there was still a chance of survival if their physical body was destroyed. If their primordial spirit was destroyed, they would really die. Their true spirits could not escape the call of the blood sea, nor could they maintain the survival of their intelligence. Therefore, if they died, they would really die. The true spirits gathered in the nether blood sea were mostly cultivators below the golden immortal realm. Only a small number of unlucky golden immortals and Tai Jingxian whose true spirits were shattered would come to the blood sea. The true spirit in front of Feng Zichen was a Tai Jingxian when it was alive. Otherwise, it would not have temporarily recovered its intelligence. Ghost? Is this a sign of something? At this moment, Feng Zichen could not help but fall into deep thought. The Emperor of Fengdu was not only the Lord of the Underworld, but he was also the Beiyin Ghost Emperor. However, there were no ghosts in the current untainted land, nor were there any ghost cultivation methods. Ghosts were products of the postnatal era. There were none in the postnatal era. Chapter 345. Ghost. To put it bluntly, was the soul. Was made up of 3 souls and 7 spirits. But innate spirits did not have souls. They only had an innate true spirit. The great void was vast, the foundation turned into the origin, the beginning of all things, the 5 fortunes of the heavens, the distribution of qi, the origin of the earth. The true spirit existed in the vast universe and had the most primitive life functions. It was the subtle matter that could transform all things and was the origin of all things. It was the origin of life, the most essential power of the universe. Only with a true spirit could one be considered a true living being. Whether it was the primordial spirit of an immortal or the soul of a mortal, they were all special energy bodies evolved from the true spirit and supplemented by the qi of heaven and earth. It was like a placenta that wrapped around the true spirit to prevent it from being hurt. The innate true spirit was extremely fragile, but it was the foundation of a person. It was related to the future path of the Tao and was very important. Therefore, the primordial spirit and soul were born. Of course, the primordial spirit and soul were no different in nature. If there was a difference, the primordial spirit was the final form of the soul. After layers of baptism, the soul would first transform into the yin spirit, then into the yang spirit, and finally into the primordial spirit. Innate god fiends were born great. Once they transformed, they would at least have the realm of a golden immortal. Therefore, they were born with primordial spirits. Postnatal lifeforms were born weak and were far less powerful than innate lifeforms. They were born without a realm and were just ordinary mortals. Therefore, what they had was a soul. They needed to climb up step by step to have a primordial spirit and reach the starting point of the innate god fiend. Emperor of Fengdu, Ghost Emperor of Beiyin. This is the will of the heavens. It's time for the ghost path to appear. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood. The emperor of Fengdu commanded the 10,000 ghosts and was the king of the underworld. The will of the heavens had already shown him that the most suitable person to become the emperor of Fengdu was a ghost. Why would he need to spend so much effort to find the treasure of the Sea of Blood? Wouldn't he be the most suitable candidate for the emperor of Fengdu by directly using the true spirit to evolve an incarnation of the ghost path? Ruling the 10,000 ghosts with a ghost body and becoming the king of the underworld, this was the true right and proper. Moreover, the ghost path had not appeared yet. When Feng Zichen refined the ghost path incarnation, he took the opportunity to establish the ghost path and pass down the method of ghost cultivation. In this way, it was equivalent to opening up a new path for the remnant spirits floating in the Sea of Blood. These were all Feng Zichen's merits. If this is the case, then my power will be complete. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. If the ghost Tao came into being, then the three realms of heaven, earth, and man would be under his control. After the witch and demon cataclysm, the heavenly court would be re-established. With such momentum, he would ascend to the throne of the four great emperors. Even if the sages were unwilling, they could do nothing to stop him. They could only grit their teeth and agree. His throne was not that of the great emperor of Ziwei, who was like a puppet. Instead, it was the great emperor of Ziwei Polaris who ruled over the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. It was the great emperor of Ziwei Polaris who ruled over everything in the world. The sect master of the Myriad Star sect, the Grand Master of Myriad Creation, one of the patriarchs of the immortal Tao, the most divine and most sacred, the limitless primitive emperor. With the supreme power in his hands and the karmic ranking of heaven and earth, even the sages dared not underestimate him. Refine. With a decision in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately moved. He formed a seal with his hands and condensed the origin of heaven and earth from the void in an attempt to refine an innate true spirit. The true spirit was the origin of heaven and earth. To heaven and earth, the endless living beings were the most precious treasures. That was because they were created with the origin of heaven and earth. How did the cataclysm come about? It was because of this. The higher the cultivation realm, the stronger the innate true spirit, and the more origin it could absorb from heaven and earth. Of course, this was not a good thing for the untainted land, because the origin of heaven and earth was limited. The more cultivators there were, the more origin they would need. Of course, the origin of heaven and earth could not be produced out of thin air. It could only be extracted from heaven and earth. In particular, the existence of Daluo Jingxian was the greatest burden to heaven and earth. Ordinary cultivators would die one day, and their origin would return to heaven and earth to form a virtuous cycle. However, Daluo Jingxian was different. They were immortal, which meant that the origin of heaven and earth that they had absorbed, the untainted land, would be lost forever. This was a great harm to the untainted land. The more Daluo Jingxian there were, the greater the harm to heaven and earth. If heaven and earth lost their origin, it would weaken. The more origin it lost, the more obvious the effect would be. It might even cause its level to drop and enter the age of Dharma ending. Originally, the purpose of heaven and earth creating living beings was to nurture them and let them grow continuously. When they died, their origin would be taken back. This was also a way for the world to advance. However, the appearance of Daluo Jingxian was like a worm, lying on the body of the world, constantly absorbing the origin of heaven and earth and consuming the potential of the world. Therefore, in order to maintain the good ecology of the world, the heavenly Tao operated karma and triggered the calamity of heaven and earth. Its purpose was to reduce the number of immortals in heaven and earth, to recover the origin and strengthen itself. Since it could not deal with Daluo Jingxian, the heavenly Tao could only deal with the remaining cultivators. Fortunately, compared to Daluo Jingxian, there were enough Tai Jingxian. It was completely possible to win with quantity. There must be an effect if there was a cause. All the calamities in the world would not be without a cause. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, balls of Khanate Chi were refined by Feng Zichen and condensed repeatedly, forming wisps of the origin of heaven and earth. Judging from his speed, it would probably take less than a few years to refine a ball of the origin of heaven and earth. The means of a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was indeed extraordinary. Feng Zichen was able to refine the origin that had dispersed into heaven and earth from the congenital Qi. Otherwise, why would Daluo Jingxian be called the worm of heaven and earth? In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One could see that a small ball of the origin of heaven and earth had formed in Feng Zichen's hand. This was enough for him to evolve incarnate true spirit. However, Feng Zichen did not stop. Instead, he continued to condense the origin of heaven and earth. Khanate true spirits also had levels. The difference between different levels was huge, no less than the difference between heaven and earth. That was the difference in aptitude, comprehension, potential, and identity. Just like Khanate god fiends and postnatal living beings. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to condense the origin of heaven and earth as much as possible. He did not expect to refine a powerful Khanate incarnation, but at least it would be passable. The Khanate true spirit was perfect and flawless. It had eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The Tao body was naturally formed, and the 9 orifices were connected. It corresponded to the Tao of heaven and earth, and was a Khanate god fiend. The Khanate true spirit was as bright as a mirror, untainted by dust, reflecting the rules of heaven and earth. Although it did not form a Tao body, it was also quite mysterious. It was a Khanate living being. The Khanate true spirit was like a firefly, flickering and not magical at all. It was a postnatal living being. At this time, the Khanate true spirit was not called Khanate true spirit, but true spirit light. That was because it was too small. Chapter 346. This bit of true spiritual light was the only innate item in the body of a postnatal life form. If a postnatal life form wanted to go against postnatal and become innate, prove the supreme great Tao, and cultivate into the immortal Daluo Jingxian, they could only rely on this bit of true spiritual light. This was the foundation of their Tao. The essence of the Tao of God Fiends was to constantly strengthen this bit of true spiritual light, so that it could transform into a Tao body and transform into a Khanate God Fiend. Of course, the incarnation that Feng Zichen wanted to refine couldn't be a postnatal life form. If he wanted to refine a postnatal life form incarnation, he could directly use blood essence. It wouldn't be so troublesome. The incarnation that he wanted to refine was not something a Khanate god fiend dared to hope for, but it had to be at least a top-level Khanate life form. Khanate god fiends were great creatures created by heaven and earth. Each of them was a seed of Daluo Jingxian. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they were destined to become Daluo Taoist priests. With Feng Zichen's strength, Daluo Jingxian couldn't create a Khanate god fiend. Even if a saint wanted to create such a great creature, it would be extremely difficult. He would have to pay a considerable price. Therefore, he could only use his strongest method to refine a top-level Khanate life form incarnation. In fact, it wasn't that difficult to refine a Khanate god fiend incarnation. Now, there was an opportunity in front of Feng Zichen. It was just that he wasn't willing. In the netherworld blood sea, there were countless fragments of true spirits floating. If Feng Zichen could steal his heart and melt these true spirits, he didn't even need all of them. Just a small part of them could be refined into a Khanate god fiend incarnation. However, this move was too harmful to the harmony of heaven. If he really did it, he would definitely be entangled with endless negative karma and attract divine punishment. Think about it, these true spirits were originally quietly staying in the blood sea, waiting for the cycle of reincarnation to open so that they could start a new life and start over. In the future, if they were fated, these true spirits that reincarnated could become golden immortals. They might be able to understand their previous selves and recall the past. However, if Feng Zichen refined them, they would really disappear from the untainted land. Reincarnation or starting over would have nothing to do with them. It had completely disappeared. Not a single trace of it remained. He couldn't imagine how big of a sin this was. The heavenly Tao would definitely be enraged and send down heavenly punishment. Of course, Feng Zichen had experienced heavenly punishment many times and had experience. In addition, he had a lot of merit on him. A mere heavenly punishment would not scare him. Most importantly, he couldn't bear it. Why would Feng Zichen attack these innocent true spirits for an innate god-fiend avatar if there was no grudge between them? This was not in accordance with the heavenly Tao. It was also contrary to his original intention. Therefore, I won't do it. Even if Feng Zichen managed to refine an incarnation using this method, his Tao heart would be flawed, and he would not be able to achieve the state of fusion. In that case, he would completely lose the hope of breaking through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. He would have no fate with the great Tao in this life. Moreover, slaughtering billions of innocent people for his own selfish reasons was the demonic Tao. Everyone in the untainted land had the right to kill him. If Feng Zichen really did that, Nuwa would be the first to not let him off, let alone the other saints. No matter how fierce the demonic Tao was, they would not lay their hands on true spirits. No matter how ferocious a devil was, he would not be able to refine someone else's true spirit. Refining true spirits was the common evil of the untainted land. It was a taboo in the world. No matter how intense the battle was or how great the hatred was, the most one could do was to shatter the opponent's true spirit into pieces, completely erase its intelligence, and scatter it into the world, cutting off all chances of resurrection. No one had ever heard of anyone refining someone else's true spirit. Otherwise, with so many true spirits in the Blood Sea, Daoist Mingi would have taken action long ago. Why would he have stayed until now? Wasn't it good to use these true spirits to create a Jura clansman of the innate god-fiend level? Why did he need to enlighten them one by one? It was so troublesome. It was not that he was unwilling, but he could not. Now, reincarnation had yet to be established. If new living beings were to be born in the primordial world, they could only be born through the spontaneous nurturing of the world. However, nurturing living beings required the consumption of the essence of the world. Even if the world did not care about these essences, nurturing innate true spirits and giving birth to true living beings required a long process. In the primordial world, it was extremely chaotic. Living beings were dying all the time. Moreover, this speed was definitely faster than the speed at which living beings were born in the primordial world. According to this, there should be fewer and fewer living beings in the primordial world. However, the truth was that there were more and more living beings in the primordial world. The reason was those innate true spirits. When an innate god-fiend died and his innate true spirit was shattered, 129,600 innate lifeforms could be born. When an innate life form died and his true spirit was shattered, 129,600 postnatal lifeforms could be born. And these were only at the initial stage of their birth. If the innate god-fiends were stronger and their innate true spirits were shattered, more innate lifeforms could be born. It was because of these shattered innate true spirits that there were more and more innate lifeforms in the primordial world. Of course, the number of innate god-fiends was also decreasing. If one had studied the history of the primordial world, they would discover that after every calamity, a large number of living beings would be born in the primordial world. That was because too many experts had died in the cataclysm. Moreover, the aptitude of these born innate life forms was weaker with each generation. After the primordial beast calamity, most of the living beings born in the world were innate god-fiends. Most of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace were born during this period. Only a small number of living beings were innate life forms, and they were the top innate life forms. After the ancient Longhan calamity, most of the living beings born in the world were innate life forms. Only a small number of living beings were innate god-fiends. The top disciples of the third generation of the celestial sect of wonders were the products of this era. Then, after the shaman demon calamity, most of the living beings born in the world were postnatal life forms. only a small number of living beings were innate life forms. After all, at this time, the primordial world had undergone a huge change. It had changed from the innate era to the postnatal era. However, the postnatal life forms of this era had decent aptitude. Any one of them had the possibility of becoming an immortal. After the investiture of the gods' calamity, the innate era had completely transformed into the postnatal era. The living beings born in the world were only postnatal life forms. Only those top grotto heavens and blessed lands with endless fortune could give birth to innate life forms. The postnatal life forms of this era were affected by the environment. Their aptitude was undoubtedly much weaker. Any one of them could only be said to have the possibility of cultivating. As for becoming an immortal, it depended on one's own fortune. Chapter 347. After the journey to the West Calamity, the world had completely changed. The Khanate era had long become a myth, and the living beings that were born had completely become ordinary people. Not to mention cultivating the path of immortality, even those who had the talent to cultivate were 1 in a million. The primordial world had always been moving backwards. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen finally completed the condensation of the origin of heaven and earth. There was a ball of yellow Tao light in his hand. It was dazzling and emitted the aura of the origin of all things. The sky was black, and the earth was yellow. Yellow was the color of heaven and earth. This was the origin of heaven and earth. Feng Zichen spent 100 years to complete it. Go! Pointing at his forehead, Feng Zichen pulled out a stream of qi of true spirit and injected it into the origin of heaven and earth. In the end, it was Daoyuo Jingxian. It was different from before. To refine an incarnation, a stream of qi of true spirit was enough. There was no need to split the Khanate true spirit. The function of this stream of qi of true spirit was to imprint his own mark on the origin of heaven and earth to ensure that the Khanate true spirit evolved from it was his incarnation and not an independent life. Otherwise, it would be a real joke if he did not refine the incarnation and had an extra child for no reason. After the qi of true spirit and the origin of heaven and earth had perfectly merged, Feng Zichen began to evolve the Khanate true spirit. He still knew how to create life. Among the 36 great divine powers of the Big Dipper, the supreme great divine power of mediating creation had the power to create life. Evolving the universe and creating life was a great divine power that could create something out of nothing. In the past, Nuwa had used this divine power to create the human race. Feng Zichen had practiced the Big Dipper 36 transformations for many years. Of course, he was not unfamiliar with this divine power. It should be said that he was familiar with the 36 supreme great divine powers recorded in the Big Dipper 36 transformations. Mediating creation. Feng Zichen formed a Tao seal and chanted a Tao voice, attracting the power from the unseen world. With the help of his hand gestures, he unleashed this earth-shattering great divine ability. Although Feng Zichen could perform it, his realm was not as high as Nuwa's, so he could not perform it as he wished. It could only be activated with a Tao seal and an incantation. With the completion of Feng Zichen's hand gesture, the void suddenly changed, as if it had collapsed, and huge cracks appeared. Divine light appeared. Then, from the crack, the qi of creation surged out and wrapped around the origin of heaven and earth. Star River Universal Light, rise. Seeing this, Feng Zichen quickly used another supreme technique, the Milky Way Cosmic Light. This was a supreme technique that he had comprehended from Zhouxing. It was a great technique that belonged to the way of time and space, and it had the ability to control time and space. With Feng Zichen's mastery of the mediating creation, if he wanted to rely on it to create living beings, it would take at least 100 years, or even a few thousand years. This period of time was too long. Therefore, Feng Zichen used the Milky Way cosmic light to forcibly accelerate time and mature the origin of heaven and earth. A wisp of purple gold light appeared, with the aura of time, enveloping the origin of heaven and earth and the chi of creation. In an instant, the sea turned into mulberry fields, and endless years passed. It seemed like tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. The origin of heaven and earth and the chi of creation merged and turned into a divine fetus with the aura of life. At first, it was weak, then it became stronger and stronger. In the end, the divine fetus exploded, and a connate true spirit emerged from it. It had the outline of a human, and its whole body was white and flawless, surrounded by divine light. This was a connate life form, just as Feng Zichen thought, the top connate life form. However, this incarnation did not have a physical body, and was only a connate true spirit. It was also because of this that he could be created by Feng Zichen in such a short period of time with a ball of origin of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could a complete top-level Xiantian life form be created by a mere ball of the origin of heaven and earth? Of course, this incarnation did not need a physical body. It was a ghost. And it was the most basic ghost. Why would it need a physical body? A ghost body was enough. Fengdu greets me. With a flash of spiritual light, this incarnation gained sentience and understood its origins. Ha! You and I are one. There's no need to be so polite. As they spoke, the two of them looked at each other and laughed in unison. It was amazing to have two bodies at the same time. From this moment on, Feng Zichen had another nickname in the primordial world. The supreme deity of the netherworld, the Beiying Ghost Emperor, the Lord of the Netherworld, the King of Hell, and the Emperor of Fengdu who commanded all ghosts. Dong, a long bell rang. Hongmeng Daozhong came from the North Star and landed between the two of them. Boundless Daoist rhymes spread out, and Hongmeng's aura spread out. In this sea of blood, a hazy purple Dao domain was formed. Inside, 3,000 great Daos manifested. They intertwined with each other and deduced endless laws. All the principles of the world could be found in it. During the trip to the great chaos of the outer realm, although the Hongmeng Daozhong did not advance to a connate cardinal treasure, it had been baptized by the power of the great Dao and had improved slightly. This purple Dao domain was the result of its improvement. Dao domain, great Dao domain. Inside, it was filled with the laws of the great Dao. It could help one cultivate, deduce divine abilities, and perfect cultivation techniques. It was a first-class holy land for enlightenment. The incarnation of the Ghost Dao had been born. Next, it was to establish the Ghost Dao and create a ghost cultivation technique. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to use the power of Hongmeng Daozhong to improve his comprehension so that he could create the ghost cultivation technique that was closest to perfection. Ghosts were beings of extreme yin. In the later generations, true ghost cultivators relied on absorbing starlight and moonlight to cultivate in the early stages of cultivation. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to create the ghost cultivation technique from there. When it came to the Tao of the stars, he was the true expert. Even Di Jun Tai was inferior. Firstly, the two of them did not receive the three enclosures Tao scripture. Secondly, compared to the Emperor's star, the Sun star was closer to the Tao of the Sun. In terms of the Tao of the stars, it was far less orthodox than the Emperor's star. Thirdly, Di Jun Tai did not have the inheritance of the star demon god. In terms of the Tao of the stars, he was not as deep as Feng Zichen. From this, it could be seen that in the primordial world, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the Tao of the stars could be said to be number one. At the very least, he had attained the Tao of the stars. As the Tao master of the stars, Di Jun did not notice. Wasn't this the embodiment of Di Jun's inferiority? Creating the ghost Tao was not difficult for Feng Zichen. The ghosts now were the innate true spirits. And the Tao of the gods and demons was the method to cultivate the innate true spirits. The Yin god and Yang god concepts inside were very suitable for the ghost Tao. If he took it out and changed it, he would not change the cultivation of the true spirit. Then, he would change the physical body into the primordial spirit. It would be almost a ghost cultivation technique. It had to be said that this ghost Tao was really fated with Feng Zichen. Back then, when he created the Tao of the gods and demons, he did not expect that this cultivation technique could be used as a ghost cultivation technique. Chapter 348. Who could say for sure when it came to fated opportunities? After entering the purple precept domain, Feng Zichen flashed and entered the body of Fengdu's incarnation. He merged with it and disappeared. The Great Emperor of Fengdu was the incarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei in the Netherworld. Although no one knew now, when Great Emperor Ziwei appeared in the future, all living beings in the primordial world would know. If people found out that Feng Zichen and the Great Emperor of Fengdu were together, it would inevitably cause others to suspect their relationship. This was not good. The relationship between Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not be exposed. Great Emperor Ziwei was Great Emperor Ziwei, and Feng Zichen was Feng Zichen. These were two completely different people with different experiences and different destinies. They had no relationship at all and could not be involved in any way. This was related to Feng Zichen's future plan, so he could not be careless in the slightest. Therefore, he would not do anything that might expose the true identity of Great Emperor Ziwei. Even if he did do it, he had to be extremely cautious and erase all traces afterward. The Great Emperor of Fengdu and Great Emperor Ziwei were involved. Therefore, without a suitable reason, Feng Zichen could not let others see the connection between them. Compared to Feng Zichen's strength, Fengdu's strength was too weak. He had only reached the innate realm. This was the second realm of cultivation, and it was also the lowest level among innate life forms. It was only higher than the acquired realm, which was unique to postnatal life forms. Of course, this was deliberately done by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, as the top innate life form, Fengdu's strength should have at least the cultivation of a celestial immortal. If he wanted to open up a new great path, of course, he had to start from the most basic realm and feel every realm again. If he had not experienced it personally, how could he open up the most perfect cultivation method? Therefore, Fengdu's initial realm was only the innate realm. It was convenient for him to use every realm to verify the method of ghost cultivation. As for why it was not the acquired realm, that was because Fengdu was an innate life form. And the weakest innate life form had the cultivation of the innate realm. This was the bottom line of innate life forms. The essence was so and could not be changed. As Feng Zichen's mind was completely immersed in the derivation of the cultivation technique, the purple Tao domain also quieted down without any sound. Just like that, another 100 years passed. On this day, Feng Zichen, who had been silent for 100 years, suddenly moved. 3 rays of light gushed out of his body. The first ray of light was the light of life, which originated from its mother. If one lived in a human body for a long time, it could make one feel refreshed and live longer. After it appeared, it immediately fused with the 9 heavens yang qi and turned into a ball of gas. This was the fetal light, the heaven soul of the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. It ruled over a person's lifespan. The second ray of light was the light of wisdom, which originated from its father. It caused man to scheme against all living things, to toil 100 deities, and to bring about disaster. After it appeared, it directly merged with the 5 elements qi in the world and turned into a ball of gas. This was Shuang Ling, the human soul of the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. It determined a person's wisdom and ability. The third ray of light was the light of disaster. It caused people to be lustful and addicted to dirty thoughts. It consumed their essence, caused them to lack divine qi, insufficient kidney qi, and blocked the 5 meridians of the spleen and stomach. After it appeared, it directly merged with the extreme yin qi in the world and turned into a ball of gas. This was the netherworld spirit, the earth soul of the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. It controlled the gonads and sexual orientation of the human body. After the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man were born, they suddenly merged into one and turned into a huge ball of gas, enveloping Feng Zichen's body. Outside his body, it was constantly changing, as if it was about to turn into a human form. However, it seemed to be missing something. Every time the human form was about to condense, the ball of gas formed by the three souls would shatter and scatter into a ball. Then, it would condense again, try to turn into a human form again, and shatter again. It would condense again, and shatter again, the cycle repeated. Ha! With a deep shout, emotions surged on Feng Zichen's body. There were joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. 7 emotions appeared and evolved outside his body, fusing with the 3 souls. These were the 7 souls: corpse dog, concealed arrow, sparrow een, thief seizing, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. They were formed by human emotions. The 7 souls appeared and immediately merged with the 3 souls. Immediately, the 3 souls stabilized and formed an illusory figure outside Feng Zichen's body. It looked exactly like him. This was a soul. Feng Zichen relied on the knowledge of the later generations to refine a fetal coat outside the connate true spirit, which was what the later generations called the soul. It was used to protect the true spirit. Rumble. As soon as the soul was formed, the heavenly Tao immediately sensed it and lowered its gaze. The rules of heaven and earth appeared, and auspicious clouds spread out. The scene of the clear saint appeared, tearing a hole in the resentment that had not dissipated all year round above the blood sea. The soul was something that had never appeared before. In the current primordial world, the fetal coat used to protect the connate true spirit was the primordial spirit. Compared to the soul, it was more high-end, more powerful, and more perfect. However, although the primordial spirit was good, it had a flaw. That was, only cultivators who had become immortals could refine the primordial spirit. There were no cultivators below the heaven immortal realm. The primordial spirit was unique to immortal cultivators. The soul was the opposite. It was prepared for those who had not become immortals or even mortals. Strictly speaking, the Yin spirit and the Yang spirit were also a type of soul. It was a special change in the process of the soul transforming into the primordial spirit. The essence was still the soul. The appearance of the soul could be said to make up for the shortcomings of the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was alarmed. Supreme majesty shrouded the blood sea, and the vast aura was terrifying. Taoist Mingi, who was in seclusion, was immediately awakened by this aura. Who is he? Opening his eyes, Taoist Mingi immediately discovered the source of the change. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Feng Zichen. What? How can this be? In the next moment, when he saw Feng Zichen, Taoist Mingi could not help but narrow his eyes and cry out in surprise. In his tone, there was half doubt and half shock. Because he could not see through that person at all. This sounded a little unbelievable, but it really happened. One had to know that Taoist Mingi was in existence in the great perfection of sage to be. In the primordial world, there were not many people that he could not see through. Moreover, he knew all these people. However, he had no impression of this person in front of him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Strange, really strange. In his eyes, that person was standing quietly on the blood sea. His entire body was covered by a dazzling purple light. He could not see through his depth, nor could he figure out his origin. He was mysterious and unpredictable. As for the Hongmeng Daozhong, the moment the 3 souls were born, the Hongmeng Daozhong had been kept by Feng Zichen. This treasure was too eye-catching. It could not be seen by outsiders. Chapter 349. Of course, Taoist Mingi couldn't see through Feng Zichen. Outside his body, it was the merit of opening the heavens. It was a supreme treasure that could allow one to become a sage. It was enough to cover all traces. Even if a sage came, he could only recognize the origin of the merit of creation. And he couldn't see Feng Zichen through him. Although Taoist Mingyi was strong, he was still quite a distance away from the primordial chaos Tao realm. Therefore, he couldn't see through the cover of the merit of creation. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the merit of creation was too strong. Since a sacred object was called a sacred object, it naturally had the ability to defy the heavens. Otherwise, how could it attract the pursuit of countless living beings? Boom! An invisible force erupted, and in an instant, it swept through the entire primordial chaos. This was, the heavenly Tao had made its move. Only the heavenly Tao could release a power that could affect the entire primordial chaos in an instant. When the invisible force brushed past, all the living beings in the primordial chaos who had yet to become an immortal felt a wonderful change in their bodies. The light of spirituality appeared and combined with the qi of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Together with the qi of the 7 emotions, it formed a fetal coat on the body of the innate true spirit. That was the soul. At this moment, all the living beings in the primordial chaos who had yet to become an immortal had a soul. The innate flaw was completely made up for. Immediately, a feeling of perfection appeared on those living beings. It was as if the birth of a soul had made them even more perfect. A sense of joy surged from the innate true spirit, causing those living beings who had given birth to souls to smile uncontrollably. In this atmosphere, even the world seemed to be infected. The entire primordial chaos was filled with an aura of joy. Whoosh! Golden light was like rain, dazzling and resplendent. It descended from the sky and fell into Feng Zichen's body. When the soul came out, the merit would descend. Feng Zichen made up for the deficiencies of the living beings in the primordial chaos. This was a matter of great merit, so naturally, great merit would descend. This time, in the face of such a huge amount of merit, Feng Zichen didn't refuse. Instead, he circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed all of it to improve his strength. The netherworld was about to appear. If one wanted to establish a foothold in it, it wasn't enough to rely on identity and qualifications. One also had to have great strength. Otherwise, no one would be convinced. Just like Haotian in the future, he had supreme status but no corresponding strength. In the end, he could only be reduced to a puppet. If Di Jun lost the throne, the living beings of the primordial world would still respect him. Because he was strong enough, no one dared to disrespect him. However, if Haotian were to lose his throne, all his glory would disappear along with it. Because compared to Di Jun, he was too weak. It was far inferior to his greatness. In the end, the great desolate Ian was a place where strength mattered. The prerequisite for seniority was equal in strength. How could Daluo Jingxian compare seniority with Tai Jingxian? Their life forms had changed, and they were no longer the same creatures. Their understanding of things and the meaning of existence were also different. All the comparisons were meaningless now. The difference between them was like the difference between humans and animals. Under such circumstances, seniority was important. Was that even possible? As the merit entered his body, Feng Zichen's realm was soaring. Earth immortal, heaven immortal, mystic immortal, in the blink of an eye, his realm had reached Tai Jingxian, and it was still increasing. If he relied on himself to cultivate, it would take at least tens of thousands of years. But now, with the help of merit, he did it in a few breaths. The black-yellow merit was worthy of being a treasure to increase one's cultivation. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's realm, which was Daluo Jingxian. Otherwise, no matter how fast merit could increase one's cultivation, it couldn't be so fast. And with the increase of his realm, Feng Zichen's body also underwent a huge change. Light spots suddenly lit up on his soul. After counting carefully, there were a total of 365 light spots. They seemed to correspond to the stars in the sky, and also seemed to correspond to the spirit cave of the earth. Pangu's meridian diagram. Feng Zichen used his soul to replace his physical body, modified the God Fiend scripture, and created the supreme scripture of the ghost cultivators, the ghost code. The God-Fiend Tao was to open up the divine aperture in the physical body, evolve the Pangu's meridian diagram, and reverse-engineer the Pangu's Tao body to strengthen the true spirit. The Ghost Tao was to open up the ghost aperture in the soul and evolve a Pangu's meridian diagram. This was reverse-engineering the Pangu's primordial spirit. Ghosts didn't have a physical body, so they didn't need a physical body. They directly refined an innate primordial spirit. In the end, they directly reversed everything and formed the Pangu's primordial spirit. With this, they broke into the primordial chaos Tao realm and became indestructible. This was a technique that was completely different from the God-Fiend Tao. It could be said that the Ghost Tao and the God-Fiend Tao were two extremes. One completely abandoned the primordial spirit and focused on cultivating the physical body in order to cultivate the Pangu's true body and complete the magnificent feat of using strength to achieve the Tao. The other completely abandoned the physical body and focused on cultivating the primordial spirit in order to cultivate the Pangu's primordial spirit and combine the Tao of heaven and earth to achieve the Tao. Of course, the two also had something in common, and that was that they were both based on the true spirit. The true spirit was the foundation. The physical body and primordial spirit served the true spirit. Opportunity. A great opportunity. Without a doubt, if he could reverse-engineer the Pangu's primordial spirit, it would make up for Feng Zichen's biggest shortcoming. Feng Zichen didn't have a primordial spirit. His true spirit was too powerful, causing no primordial spirit to be able to withstand the power of the true spirit. Not to mention wrapping the true spirit, if one wanted to get close, they would be crushed into pieces by the powerful power of the true spirit. This was also what Feng Zichen was proud of. There was no other true spirit as powerful as him in the primordial world. However, pride was pride, it didn't mean that there was no problem. The physical body, primordial spirit, and true spirit complemented each other. If one was missing, it wouldn't be so coordinated. Although he couldn't see any problems now, there might be problems in the future. He had to guard against this. However, no matter how hard Feng Zichen tried, he couldn't refine a suitable primordial spirit. There was one in the past, but that innate primordial spirit was sent into the Thunder Lock Tao fetus and turned into the North Star Emperor. Even if he took it back now, it had been out of his body for so long that it probably wouldn't be able to adapt to the power of the true spirit. Now, the birth of the Ghost Tao had completely solved his problem. In this world, was there still a primordial spirit stronger than Pangu's primordial spirit? No. Moreover, his goal was Pangu's true body, which was the most compatible with Pangu's primordial spirit. When Pangu's true body and Pangu's primordial spirit were all refined, achieving the Tao would be easy. The human incarnation mainly cultivated the physical body, while the Ghost Tao incarnation mainly cultivated the primordial spirit. The comprehension of the two would be gathered on the original body of the Emperor's star. The benefits obtained would definitely be beyond imagination. This was the true great Tao that could be expected. The gains obtained from this trip to the Blood Sea completely exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. Just the benefits obtained from opening up the Ghost Tao were enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.